Good morning, Mega.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to Texas.
Thank you very much. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Happy second to last Mega module for Mega 18. How many of you were in the very last Mega 18 Mega Mini yesterday? All right. So, Raul, what'd you guys talk about in your last Mega Mini?
We practiced our UVPs and gave everyone pointers and just tried to iron out and make sure that we were doing everything right to get the max points.
To get the max points. Okay. Well, points are part of it. What's the other part? Sherry.
Getting the message across of why somebody is going to hire us, the benefits to them, and what our value we bring to the table for them is.
Us knowing our value, thank you, Sherry. Us knowing our value and not skipping a beat with that gives us a whole new foundation to stand on. It's going to make you feel more confident. It's going to make you feel like you're not in imposter syndrome anymore, that you're not faking it to make it. The number one things that agents struggle with is their value proposition. They don't know what the differentiator is between agents. And so the only thing that they can come up with is out the gate offering a discount because they want to get hired and they don't know how to get hired. They don't know what value they bring to the table. And in new construction transactions, sometimes they themselves are the issue and they're thinking, well, I don't have any value in a new construction transaction. And so we all know that there's value, but sometimes we don't know how to articulate it. We don't know what to say. And I don't want you guys to be caught in a situation where someone looks at you and says, "Okay, well, you're a real estate agent. I'm looking to sell my home. Why would I hire you?" And expect a response. You guys have had now almost a month to think this through. Your vision boards, your mission statements, your value statements, uh, reading all of the articles that I've given you, watching the videos that I've provided for you, and all of that introspection into your business, in who you are, what legacy you want to leave behind, what you want to be known for, what it is that you're trying to solve with the business that you have, and you put all of that together and be able to deliver that answer. Who's feeling confident in doing that tomorrow? Amrit and Raul and Renee. Okay. Who is feeling confident to do that?
Ish. That was an ish. I'm confident-ish.
Okay. Are you more confident than you were 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Are you all more confident than you were 3 weeks ago? That is a beautiful thing. That is what we're trying to accomplish with this, to make you feel more confident, and you already feel more confident. Now, I- I'm 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 cognizant in the fact that tomorrow is going to be uncomfortable. It's true. It's going to be uncomfortable because most of you are not used to being in the position that I'm in right now, which is constantly being in front of the group. You're got to be in front of the group with your clients because you're the leader of that group. You have to step up and be the leader and lead them through the transaction. That's what we mean that real estate agents are leaders, but they're also make you a leader in the community and get out there. So much so that two of the questions that I often ask, and I've asked it in this group before, and I'm going to ask it again, and it's a retrospective question. Um, but who was your role model? And in thinking of who that person was in your life, how did they affect you? And who are you today because of that role model? And then I want to flip the question, who are you a role model to? And are we living up to be that role model that society needs? Society needs more leaders in the community. They need more role models. They need more people who are going to always do the right thing. And if there's any group of people out there that are primed for this, it's real estate agents. Going to your city council meetings, plugging in, learning about your communities, putting everybody first, and being a servant. The one trend in this entire class that everyone talked about when I said, why did you get in this business? It was because I want to help people. And the very best way that you can help our communities today is by being a leader and being a role model and being out in the community and getting as much information about what's going on, what the needs are, how people need help, and get that information out there. Even if you're just a correspondent and you're taking that information and the need that you know and you're using it to echo it across your base. Now, I represent a large group of real estate agents. So I know that in today's world, there's a lot of divisiveness going on in politics and religion, and we've got a 50% divide in just about everything that's going on in the world right now. I don't use my position as a pulpit to talk about my personal views because I represent people of all views. People that I sponsor have views across the entire rainbow, and I represent all of them. And I represent all of our customers. As the CEO, so as the leader of the bunch, I can't use my position as a pulpit to start talking about my personal views because that's not the views of our agents and that's not the views of our customers. And so the reason we had the entire day that was reputation management was to put some thought into that because whether you realize it or not, you're a leader and you're a role model to someone. And the more that we can recognize that and remember that every single day, the better. And part of your value proposition should be you and interweaved in the leadership journey that you're on as a real estate agent. How many of you recognize that you are a leader as a real estate agent? And take that position to heart and take it seriously. And Renee, I saw your hand up. Before I ask that question, did you want to share?
About being a leader in real estate.
No, not necessarily. I asked who are your role model and who was your role model, and you kind of put your hand up like you had something to say
My
about that.
grandparents.
Your grandparents?
My grandparents were 100% my role models when I was younger. I often felt a lot of times like my parents didn't understand me, but my grandma did.
Yeah, and I think when we have role models in life, they hold us to a higher standard. They hold us to accountability because we think like, oh, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to disappoint, or, um, this person thinks of me this way, and so it holds me accountable to the best person and the best version of myself. Is
So
that
she's been gone. My grandma's been gone. My grandpa's been gone since 4 months after her. They've been gone since I was 25. And I've spent my entire adult life trying to make them proud from wherever they're watching from, trying to make them proud of me. I have spent my entire adult life mentoring other agents, trying to be a friend and also a role model to other agents. And I think most of all, to try to show other agents that if someone like me who's been to the, pardon my language here, brink of hell and back with their health can keep going, then you can go and I'll hold your hand and lead you there.
Mhm. I love that. Anybody here in the class can recognize who you're a role model to? And you can immediately think, I am a role model to this person. Would like to raise your hand and share? Amrit, who are you a role model to?
Both my daughters and my younger brother, who's overseas back home in India. I know that these people vehemently look up to me, and they follow very closely how I carry myself, the things I do, and how I interact with people, because I can see their eyes on me with admiration. Which is it's a very lovely load to carry. So I do know for a fact that it's these three people for sure.
I love the way you put that. A very lovely load to carry because it is a responsibility.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Amrit. Jeanette.
My kids all day long. I'm a role model to them every day. I am also a mentor, so I think I'm a role model to all my mentees to do the right thing, to be there, to be patient, to be loving. And so, yeah.
Sharing. Thank you for sharing, Jeanette.
Yeah, my kids and my oldest daughter in particular, who just got her license 3 years ago in Nashville.
Mm.
And so it's been a really neat thing watching her grow and develop as a agent and also navigating the mom-daughter relationship while being a role model and her calling me about questions. So it's been a beautiful thing.
Are any of you a role model of someone else that's not your kids that would like to share? Renee?
Yeah, so I'm a role model for my son who's 21 and my peers at the salon that they saw me going through working full time, going to real estate school and finishing that, getting my license the first time I took the test and like doing all this stuff for real estate and balancing the salon. So it motivated a couple of them to go back to school and doing what they want to do too. So
How does that make you feel?
made me really feel really good. So never knew I could be a part of someone's like goals or helping them, achieve their own things and being a motivation for them.
It's a very beautiful thing. Thank you for sharing,
Yeah.
Renee. Rio.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I walked into the barber shop where my son works every once a week, and I was reaching out to my son and telling him how great real estate was going for me. I've been coming back to the real estate world because of my car accident that happened before, and I started to tell my son the prospects of growth and the things that were going on that were happening in front of me. And it was just, I was having a waterfall of clients coming my way. Um, while I was talking to my son, there was a young man sitting in the chair listening to our conversation. And he looked up to me and he said, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you a question?" I said, "Yes." He said, "How did you become a real estate agent?" Um, and I answered that question. But I don't. I want to say that I didn't just answer the question. I made somebody become a real estate agent right then and there. And 1 month later, or 1 month later, I do get a call saying, "Hey, I have become a real estate agent," and I was shocked. But it's my responsibility to do that everywhere I go. Is to show people the opportunity is there for the grab, that they just need to reach out and actually do that. So.
Thank you for sharing, Rio. It is a very cool thing. Sharon and then Birdie. Good morning, Sharon.
Good morning. Sorry, I was having technical difficulties. Um, I did not realize how much of a mentor, I guess you could say, I was to just the people around me until I realized everyone that was around me kept saying the same things. They kept saying, "But you're so positive and you're so uplifting and you're happy all the time." And I'm not happy all the time. None of us are. But instead of them saying things negative about me, they were saying things to motivate me to keep working. And these were people that had no motivation when I met them, and they have shared that with me. And so I like the fact that the people who know me, that really know me in my life, feel like I'm a motivator and that I motivate them as well as myself.
Thank you, Sharon, for sharing. Birdie.
Well, when you first asked the question, I didn't think I had anybody that looked up to me in that way, but then I was thinking about it, and I definitely think I'm a role model to my volleyball team because as the captain, I can't show anger or anything. All I can do is bring positivity, and when I mess up, I can't beat myself up over it. I can't do those things. So I definitely think I'm a role model to them because I encourage them to just get over if they mess up and to go to the next point and those kinds of things. But I also think I'm a role model to the girls I coach, to show them to love the sport at such a young age and to just be so like energetic and there for each other. I definitely think I'm a role model for them.
Thank you, Bertie. So, do you guys think that there's a difference between a leader and a role model? What do you think the difference between a leader and a role model is? Because you think sometimes people get those two things confused? Renee? Oh,
Me,
very nice. Yeah, I see you
sorry. I
unmuted.
wasn't for sure she raised her hand. Yes. I think a leader is just one more who takes control and like sets the tone for being the leadership and for others to follow. And a role model is kind of almost the same thing, but they're not really in the leadership part. I don't know. It gets a little confusing.
All right. So, I want to give you guys a definition of what a role model is. A role model is someone who holds someone else accountable for being the best version of themselves. Not someone who placates, not someone who puts their arm around them and tells them that everything is going to be okay. That's someone who holds them accountable to be the very best version of themselves. When they have a decision between A and B, they think of their role model. And if I make these two decisions, what are they going to think of me? What would they do in this situation? What is the right thing to do? And when they have a moral conflict between right and wrong, they think of the role model, which helps hold them accountable to do the right thing, to be the best version of themselves, and to be the best version of humanity of them within themselves. So you think you can have a leader who's a really bad role model? You absolutely can, because a leader is simply someone who is controlling a group of people and that they're following. But there have been a lot of leaders. Was Hitler a leader? Was Hitler helping humanity be the best version of themselves? Is Gandhi a role model? So this is where we're digging into right now, and this is the takeaway. There's a difference between a leader and there's a difference between a role model. Now, as Bertie mentioned, she leads up captain of a team, and through leadership and being a role model, her leadership and a role model coming together, saying, "I want you guys to be the very best version of yourselves. I want to win." But a role model is someone who's supposed to keep you out of jail, keep you from going and burglarizing your neighbor's house, keeping you from doing bad things because your role model has set the tone for what is the right thing to do versus the wrong thing to do. And so the role model is supposed to hold you accountable, again, for being the best version of yourselves. Humanity needs right now more role models. And so, yes, you can be a leader, but I also want you to be a role model. And there's a difference between being a friend and being kind and being a role model. I've had several role models in my life and I appreciate them. And I think often, okay, in this scenario, and they come to mind. And it helps me keep my compass north. All right, thank you all for sharing. Tomorrow, I want to see the leader and I want to see the role model. And when you graduate Mega, I'm hoping that you're going to be out at your city council meetings, learning about your community, sharing information, doing open houses, knowing your scripts, getting representation agreement signed, helping clients, always doing the right thing, giving them advice, not making decisions for them. And when you're in over your head, you know you've got a team of people that have your back, and you give us a call or you come in and you sit with a manager or one of your mentors, and we get you the right answers you need in that moment. And at some point, and maybe some of you are already here, and obviously some of you are already here, that the give back or push forward program we have, which is our mentorship program. At some point, you start in the business and you need a mentor, and at some point, you gain the wisdom and you become a mentor. And so I'm hoping that everybody has a push towards wanting to be a mentor at some point, if that is something that interests them. Okay. I'm very excited about the rest of this week. We have a lot going on tomorrow. You're going to have your UVPs on Thursday. Friday, we have our very last module, which is our negotiation class. It's a flagship negotiation class that we created internally. This will be the second time we've taught it, and there is a very fun role-playing game that we're going to play that is a negotiation, real-time negotiation module that's in it, where you're going to negotiate with one of your teammates. I'm going to absolutely need everybody present tomorrow during that role play. I'm going to be sending an email to everybody in Mega, and I'm going to be asking for a commitment for them to be there, because you're going to be paired with one person in class randomly. And if you don't show up, you will have left your teammate down because they won't have anyone to negotiate with. So when I send out that email, I need you guys to respond to Lisa, because it's going to come from me and CC Lisa, and let her know by 5 p.m. today if you're not going to be able to attend Friday's class. Okay. Lisa, before we jump into module 11 and back up a little bit and finish the last few paragraphs in module 10, I want to go over points of where we are right now. I know coming out of the sixth class, we had a little bit of an upset. We had Brittany in fifth place with 14,450 points. Renee in second place with 15,875. Jeanette holding strong in third place with 18,100. Birdie in second place with 2,500. And Amrit pulled ahead just slightly with 20,675. Coming into the seventh class, what do we have? Or the sixth, seven, eight, ninth class.
Okay. Now there's, oops. All I did was add the points that were turned in, and I'm still working on one person who wants me to go through all their points. So what I have today is in fifth place with 15,775 points is Sherry Autry.
Good job, Sherry. You are showing up in our top 5. I love that. Congratulations.
And in fourth place with 18,250 points is Renee Preddy.
It's keeping the 4th place. Renee, good job. Staying in the top 5. I like it.
In third place with 19,225 points is Jeanette Ibarra.
Jeanette also keeping her 3rd place position. Good job, Jeanette.
In second place, unless I think she just turned in a few things. So, I mean, it's anybody's game still, just saying, is Birdie with 21,375 points. And Amrit in first place with 22,200 points.
Okay. So right now, Birdie and Amrit both have the points for Master Certified Salesperson designation, 15,000 points to graduate, 20,000 points to be a qualifying mega valedictorian or a Master Certified Salesperson, where you show up on our Master Salesperson class.
And that's the last time we're going to talk about points, because now you have to wait until after your last class to find out.
That's right. We will be announcing Saturday at graduation who is our graduates and our master salespeople, and who is the Mega 18 valedictorian coming out of this class. Lisa is going to be going back over her points, and she's going to be spending a good amount of time after tomorrow UVP, because we're going to learn a lot about points from that, because that's your number one point grab is the UVP. Larger points available than any other points. All right. Anybody have any questions? Harshita, I see your hand up. Good morning. Did you have a question?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
no problem. All right, so let's jump back into paragraph 13. We're going to pick up where we left off. I know that a lot of you had quite a few questions on Monday's class. I love that. Does anybody have any questions regarding paragraphs 1 through 12 that you want to discuss before we move on after having a day and a half to think about what we went over on Monday? How was Monday's class? Do you feel, Matt Emmerich, go ahead.
So I went to the City Planning and Zoning Commission last night. And one, I was trying to find my way how I can get on that podium and be one of those officials on that seat. And second was we saw shortages of area firsthand, because there's a business that lost 5 feet first for a public utility easement, and now they lost another 10. So they were trying to negotiate with the city officials how they can, save more space so they have for parking. It was incredibly interesting to watch how that played out. So yeah, and I saw that firsthand. 6A one I play out shortages in area.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You can see it in real life. Thank you for sharing. This is our most important tool, and there is a lot here. Everything imaginable is tucked into this form. The disclosures that the real estate agents are required to provide the clients are mostly baked in here in all of the agreements. And I think that sometimes agents get tripped up thinking that if the parties stop behaving and a party breaches, that somewhere else outside the contract, that there's some out either floating in the ether or a book somewhere that says, if paragraph 13 and the parties do this, then this is the outcome, and that there's a secret book. And there, in fact, is not a secret book. That every agreement between buyer and seller is in the contract, and the contract dictates what the parties' remedies are and what their rights are, and what they're granting each other as a concession. The contract itself is of agreement that says, I'm going to buy it and you're going to sell it, period, at this price, period. That's it. No contingencies, and it's going to happen by this date. And if you don't, I can sue you to buy it because you're making a promise. So it's a big deal. And everything on top of that is a contingency that they give each other. Well, what if there's something wrong with your house and you don't know it and I don't want to buy it? Well, fine, I'll give you an option period and you can go get it inspected and learn as much as you want. Well, what if I find out from the lender that I can't qualify? Well, fine, I'll give you a loan contingency. And that loan contingency will allow you to have a lender look through your credit profile and try to figure out if you are in fact qualified. Okay, well, under those terms, I'm willing to move forward. By the way, what happens if there's something wrong with your land? If there's a defect, I want the ability to get out because do you know there's a defect? What happens if we find out that there's a defect? So it's all a matter of these layers of contingencies that the seller has granted the buyer. And in one contingency, the buyer granted the seller a right to get out of the contract in the event that the buyer breached their promise to bring the earnest money check and to the title company before the third day after the effective date. And as long as they bring the earnest money, the buyer has performed their duty, and the seller doesn't have a contingency to get out of the contract ever in the contract. So we've gone through paragraphs 1 through 12. We've talked about parties and property and sales price and leases and earnest money and termination option and all the way through. And here we are on paragraph 13, prorations. Prorations is something that the title company often will help us with, most often. And this is a function of what they're doing in the background. Figuring out where in the year they are. Has the seller already prepaid HOA fees? What taxes have been paid? And all of those incidental charges, the title company is going to have to go and call the HOA and find out what's in arrears, what's been paid. If they're in the middle of a quarter and they prepaid a quarter, then they're going to give the credit back. The buyer's going to give a credit back to the seller if the seller prepaid HOA. And if the seller hasn't paid their taxes last year, the seller is going to give the buyer a credit. It says here, next year, you're going to have to pay taxes. So in 2026, I've lived in the home for 8 months, and the 8 month tax liability is not due till next year. So here's a credit for 8 months because I've lived in the home for 8 months, and here is 8 months worth of property taxes. And then the buyer says, well, thank you, but how do you know what the tax rate's going to be? And how do you know what the assessment's going to be? And how do I know that this is enough? Well, all right, we'll sign an agreement that says if it's not enough, that we can go negotiate it later next year. And then it's between the two of them to come back and fix it later. So taxes for the current year, interest, rents, and other periodic maintenance fees, assessments, and dues, including prepaid items, will be prorated through the closing date. So from January 1st all the way to the closing date of the current year. The tax proration may be calculated taking into consideration any changes in exemptions that will affect the current year's taxes. If taxes for the current year vary from the amount prorated at closing, the parties shall adjust the prorations when tax statements for the current year are available. If taxes are not paid at or prior to closing, buyer shall pay the taxes for the current year. So the buyer has the ability to ask for a credit, and if one is not provided, then it will have been assumed that that was part of the negotiation, and they're going to pay the whole thing. And so it's important that the real estate agent sit with their respective client and go over the closing disclosure. How many of you are going through the closing disclosure before closing and looking at every single item? Okay. What are some things you're looking for on the closing disclosure? Sharon.
Some of the things I look for on the closing disclosure are to make sure that everything that's being charged to my client, whether it's a buyer or a seller, is correct. The prorations, the fees, the money that comes back to them in their pocket, and I adjust it, or I consider my what's right or wrong and get back with my title company to say, hey, my client was only supposed to pay this many days of taxes. It looks like it was this many days. Then we discuss it. If it's right, I just move on to the next item. But it's basically what my client's being charged, and that is correct.
Thank you, Sharon. Sherry and then Jeanette.
I
Sherry,
al-
what are there some specific items that we need to be looking out for?
I look out for spelling of their names, that the property address is correct, all that part of it is correct, and that they are not being charged for anything that in the contract stated that the other party should be paying for.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. I'm waiting to hear something I have not heard. Jeanette.
I check the HOA what are the fees, the compensation to be correct to, if I'm the buyer's agent, what it said on the contract, and if I'm the seller's agent, what it said on my representation agreement.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. Amarit?
Looking for the closing costs and make sure that the client knows that what they need to bring to close, if anything, and that amount tallies with what's been discussed with them.
Cash to close? Okay. What do you think is the number one thing that gets missed on the closing disclosures? I mean, there's really three, but uh, what do you think are the three things that real estate agents miss a lot? Jeanette?
So we can miss the fees, the attorney fees.
No, that's not it. What do you guys negotiate on behalf of your clients?
The home warranty, is
Okay,
that
what
one of
about
them?
it is one of the three, yes.
Insurance.
That uh what do we negotiate and get signed on behalf of our client during a transaction?
Our
Brokers.
own commission,
What do we negotiate on behalf of our clients and get signed during a transaction? One page piece of paper. What does that say?
Sales price.
What does it say on top of this one
Buyer
page
rep.
offer.
during a transaction? One page document that we negotiate on behalf of our client.
Non-realty item addendum? Okay. Well, you said one page negotiated, so
Yeah, it is. I'm talking about
Repairs.
what is that document that you put repairs on?
Amendment.
An amendment.
Oh, there we go. Why, how come none of you said amendment? All right.
Well,
All right. So this is the thing. How many of you are negotiating sales price reductions in your amendment? Okay. How many of you are negotiating closing costs in amendment? The number one thing that gets missed is the agents remembering to send the amendments to the lender and the title company. That's the number one thing that gets missed. The title company, they were sent a copy of the contract on day one. But is that going to be guaranteed to be the closing cost and the sales price on day 30 when you close? And the thing is that agents are so quick for between themselves to get these amendments signed, and then they don't have the checklist or the SOPs in their business, and no one ever sends them to the title company. And then after closing, it's wait, didn't I have like repairs or something? Weren't they going to give me like $5,000? And then we find out later that the agents didn't turn it into title. The agent didn't review the closing disclosure with the clients, and the amendment never made it to the lender, which never made it to closing, which means that the transaction closed without it. I can tell you that last year we had two situations where an amendment that a buyer signed for closing costs made it to the closing table. And in that particular transaction, the lender never received it and it closed without them, because the lender was going to have to redraw docs and it was impossible to push it back because the buyer had a rate lock that they were going to lose if they didn't close, and the lender um, could not redraw docs. That is the type of thing we need to watch out for. We need to make sure that every amendment is making it to the lender and the title company, and that when you're reviewing the closing disclosures, that you're looking
babe, come
at.
here. I'm gonna give you more stuff to put in the. Oops.
Thank you, Sharon. um, that when you're reviewing the closing disclosure, that you're reviewing the sales price and the closing cost to make sure that both of those things match all of the amendments. That's the number one thing. And then looking at the prorations and looking at the HOA and the residential service contract and the commissions, and uh, that it all balances. Okay, any questions regarding prorations? All right. Casualty loss. Has anybody had a scenario where casualty loss made its way to their transaction? You've had a actual casualty loss of a property while the property was under contract. We have had several. I had a property get hit by lightning. We've had properties flood. We've had water heaters begin leaking in the attic and water's rushing down into the first floor. We've had tenants damage properties. We've had lots of damage, but there's a difference between damage and a casualty loss. And so casualty loss is an inhabitability of the property. So if any part of the property is damaged or destroyed by fire or other casualty after the effective date of the contract, seller shall restore the property to its previous condition as soon as reasonably possible, but in any event, by the closing date. If the seller fails to do so, to factors beyond the seller's control, buyer may terminate this contract and their earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. B, extend the time for performance up to 15 days and the closing date will be extended as necessary. Or C, accept the property in its damaged condition with an assignment of insurance proceeds, if permitted by seller's insurance carrier, and receive credit from seller at closing in the amount of the deductible under the insurance policy. Seller's obligations under this paragraph are independent of any other obligations of the seller under this contract. So if they had already agreed to replace shingles and replace the back fence, and there is some material change in condition of the property, the seller is going to need to restore it back to its original state. If there is a hailstorm or a windstorm that comes through, we've had properties where shingles were damaged from hail or wind. We had a flood recently last year in Houston, and 3 years before that, there was a major hurricane. We've had ice storms that's caused damage, so it's not uncommon. And when those events happen, there are homes that are under contract during that event that are affected by that event. So when it happens, it's going to be a matter of the agents communicating with everyone and sometimes getting in touch with the insurance company during one of those scenarios where you had a major hailstorm can be problematic. And oftentimes during closings like that, insurance companies, if there was a disaster uh, that was invoked, then the insurance companies will have mandatory inspections. And those mandatory inspections meaning that before it will close, the insurance company who has a binder is requiring that someone go out and inspect the property before you can close, which means that likely there's going to be some extensions necessary. And if the buyer's rate lock is happening, there's no cure for that. It can damage everyone in that transaction, and the transaction may fall apart or it can stay together, but it's up to the parties to determine what works best for them. And the transactions that stay together are typically the ones where the agents are communicating with each other, have a good relationship with each other, and able to communicate effectively with their clients. And making sure that the client feels informed, the client understands what their rights are and versus what their obligations are. And in those scenarios, those are the ones that stay together. Any questions regarding casualty loss? All right, default. Default doesn't happen automatically. Default is invoked. I've had situations where agents have called and said, "Oh my goodness, one of your agents, they did not close by the closing date. You guys are in default." And my first response is, "Are you telling me that your client has invoked default? Or are you saying that my client's in breach?" Because there's a big difference. Once you call default, the contract is dead and there is no bringing it back to life. If someone calls default and invokes default, it is a very serious thing. And so there's a big difference between breach versus default. So in your brain, there's a difference between breach and default. Breach happens when one of the parties fail to honor the obligation that they have in the contract. That's a breach. The party gets to determine whether or not they want to call a default on that breach. It is the party's decision. It's not the real estate agent's or the broker's decision to call default. It's the client's decision. And so words really matter here. So I want to make sure that none of you are getting this wrong. If you have a transaction and the buyer did not close by the close date, and it's the day after closing and no one signed an amendment and it was out for signature and no one signed it, can the parties decide to move forward and close on their own and just they decide that they're going to close? Yes, they can. But if someone called default, they can't anymore because the contract is now dead. One of my favorite trainers out there, her name is Pat Strong. She passed away recently, which one of my role models actually. She used to say, you know, if the only person that can bring you shoot someone and they die, the only person bringing them back to life is Jesus, and you ain't Jesus. If your contract dies, you don't get to bring it back to life. And that stuck with me over the years. That the contract doesn't have an auto kill anywhere. There's nothing in the contract that auto kills it. The only thing that can kill a contract is a party's will and an instruction to their agent to call default or to terminate. Okay. So what are we never going to say to another agent when their client failed to uphold a promise in the contract that they had?
That we're going in default.
Unless you have a client who said, I want to invoke default. And before a client invokes default and says, all right, I want to invoke default, what should you as a real estate agent do for Realty Texas in that moment before we go to the client and call default?
Call Michael.
Yes. You're going to call Michael and you're going to have Michael get on a conference call with the client, and the client is going to be advised to speak to an attorney about what that means. And we're going to advise them to make sure that they understand what it is they're doing so that, are you sure that you don't want to have everyone have an opportunity to cure this? Because oftentimes what they're really wanting is they think that if they call default, it's going to push the other person to close. And that's not what default does. Default is liquidated damages. All right. If the buyer fails to comply with this contract, if somebody fails to comply with the contract, then that is a material breach. The buyer will be in default, and the seller may enforce specific performance, seek other such relief as may be provided by law, or both, or terminate this contract and receive the earnest money as liquidated damages. That liquidated damages is a very big deal for you as a real estate agent, because when somebody defaults and they don't ask for the earnest money back as liquidated damages, then no one's protected. And the release of earnest money is a form that is probably the best form that we have in our entire forms library for protecting real estate agents, because of the language that's on it. And I'm going to bring it up. If you're in a transaction and the other client has failed to perform, or your client has failed to perform, and can you force your client to perform? Have you ever had a client that's in a transaction and they are not taking your recommendation, but they're refusing to honor the contract? We have had these things happen before. And it's not like we can fix it. When the release of earnest money happens, this form is used, the release of earnest money. Would someone read paragraph A in here by raising your hand and read it for the class? Renee Pretty, thank you.
The undersigned buyer and seller release each other, any broker, title company, and escrow agent from any and all liability under the aforementioned contract.
The most powerful sentence that we have in real estate for you is this sentence right here. And it comes with the release of earnest money. And so if the release of earnest money is signed, then you know that the agent, the broker, the title company, and the parties are releasing each other, a full release. And that is a very, very big deal. It says, notice, this form provides for the release of the parties, brokers, and title companies from all liability under the contract, not just for disbursement of earnest money. Do not sign this form if it is your intention to release all of the persons signing this form from all liability under the contract. Read this release carefully. If you do not understand the effect of this release, consult your attorney before signing. This is a very big deal for you because if they haven't closed on time or you have someone who is just completely misbehaved, we had a seller, Janine Solomon, an agent here with Realty Texas, had a seller that was a VA seller. And we got to the closing table and they refused to close and they refused to move out because their military movers were 3 weeks delayed. And the buyer was furious. And there was a lot of options that we gave that seller. And we kept telling him, you're going to go into breach. You're going to go into breach. And the buyer refused to sign the release. What do you think it means when a buyer refuses to sign a release of earnest money? They say, no, I don't want the earnest money back. And the seller says, just take the earnest money back. And the buyer read this and said, I don't want the earnest money. The earnest money is going to sit at title. Jay, what do you think that means?
I think that means that they're going to want some type of compensation back.
They're gonna sue.
It means they're talking with an attorney and they lawyered up and World War III is headed your way, is what that means. 100%. They're going to sue. If buyer fails to comply with this contract, buyer will be in default and seller may seek enforce specific performance. What does enforce specific performance mean?
Follow through.
That you must comply with the rest of the rest of the promises made in the contract, which is ultimately buy the property. Now, sometimes they can't. So if they can't because they were, declined by the lender and it's impossible, then it's impossible. But that doesn't mean that there's not damages nonetheless. So one of them is enforce specific performance. The other one is seek other relief as may be provided by the law, which is all of the liability for damages, or both, or terminate this contract and receive the earnest money as liquidated damages, thereby releasing both parties from this contract. And then the release that we sign is a full release, releasing everyone. So if a party is misbehaving and you give them back the earnest money and they sign it, then it releases everyone and you can kind of just go, okay. Whew. All right, let's try this again. Let's get this property back on the market and see what we can do with this because I'm just glad that my seller is not being sued if they were the ones that were not behaving. And then the exact opposite happens here. If the seller fails to comply with the contract, seller will be in default and buyer may enforce specific performance, seek other relief as provided by law or both, or terminate this contract and receive the earnest money, thereby releasing both parties from the contract. So you've got it working on both sides. So if someone is misbehaving, if somebody has failed to uphold the promises they made in the contract, it's a material breach. And now the parties can decide if they want to cure that breach, if they want to ignore it, or if they want to dig into paragraph 15 and not get their earnest money back and do something different. Sue or seek other relief as provided. And by the way, seek other relief as may be provided by law is crossed out when they sign the release of earnest money. So if a buyer wants to sue the seller because the buyer was harmed because the seller refused to sell, and then the seller gives the buyer back the earnest money, what does that mean?
That all parties are relieved.
That means that all parties are released and the buyer no longer has an opportunity to take their grievance to a court. Okay, any other questions about paragraph 15 default? Did we learn something new regarding paragraph 15 today? Okay, mediation. What does the Code of Ethics say about this?
Mediate
Agree to
or
arbitrate and not litigate.
Don't take it to court.
Yep. So we are supposed to try to find some alternative dispute resolution instead of going right to an attorney and try to mediate it and get everybody to sit down and figure out if we can get a new meeting of the minds going. They had a meeting of the minds when they put this together, and now someone was misbehaving and the other person's mad and feels harmed. And 99% of the time, it's everyone needs to sit in a room. And when they sit in the room, there's typically one thing that will help them move forward more than anything else. What do you think the one thing is? Bertie.
A mediator?
Well, okay, yes, but no. What do you think the one thing that will help them move forward even greater than a mediator? Sharon.
I'm gonna say more earnest money.
Anybody else?
Coming back to a meeting of the mind.
The thing that I have found in the last 20, I've been a mediator for even before I was in real estate, and I do a lot of mediations. The thing about it every single time, they wanted to be heard.
Oh,
They wanted to be heard. They wanted everyone to understand why they were harmed and why they were mad, and no one has apologized, and they want to be heard. That's 90% of the stuff. And you take it to court, and the courts realize that. Have these parties who originally had a meeting of the minds and came together, made an agreement, and someone breached that agreement, have they sat in a room with a mediator to try to fix this? Or is it going right to court? Because court doesn't want to be a mediator. They want to adjudicate. And most of the adjudications fall apart through the adjudication process because someone sent over a letter and they paid $500, $700, $900, $1,500 to an attorney and they threatened each other. And finally, through that process, through the letters and information sharing, they were finally able to be heard. So mediation. If we know that 90% of the situations the parties simply need to be heard, if you can lead with that, knowing that the parties need to be heard, then you can stopgap this most of the time from it becoming a big enough mountain from the molehill in the first place in order for you not to end up where mediation is even needed in the first place because you mediated it before a mediator needed to get involved. If it is the policy of the state of Texas to encourage resolution of disputes through alternative dispute resolution procedures such as mediation, any dispute between seller and buyer related to this contract which is not resolved through informal discussion will be submitted to a mutually acceptable mediation service or provider. The parties to the mediation shall bear the mediation costs equally. Texas Realtors has one. It's $250 a side. There's a lot of mediators out there. It's $250, $500 a side. So both paying that to go in and be mediated. The parties to the mediation shall bear the mediation costs equally. This paragraph does not preclude a party from seeking equitable relief from a court of competent jurisdiction. All right. Sharon.
Do you recommend that we confer with our clients maybe before any of that takes place and have them not, I don't want to say the wrong thing, just for us to listen to what they have to say more fully before we even approach the other party with my client wants to terminate, or what do you recommend? Do we go to mediation or do we hear them out ourselves?
When you're in a real estate transaction and the parties are at an impasse, you have to determine what is an impasse. And an impasse is when the parties are refusing to communicate and they go dark. Then there's really very little that can be done. And you can't force someone to show up to mediation. We've had situations where one party was just done, they walked away, they refused to answer the phone. You don't get them to go to mediation. And the only option for the other side is to file a lawsuit for them, have them come to court, and when they don't come to court, they automatically lose. And now the other person gets a judgment, and then the other person is forced to figure out how they're going to collect on that judgment, which is not as easy as a thing as you might think. So if the parties are really at an impasse, then likely nothing is going to be able to be done because an impasse means to the best efforts possible to a trained and skilled mediator, you were not able to get them to have a new meeting of the minds. A good trained real estate agent is by very nature a negotiator and a mediator. Negotiations is a mediation. A mediation is negotiation. It's all wrapped in the same thing. Mediation, when we sit people through mediation, where we sit, how we caucus the whole situation, which is we sit with one person, we ask them what they're looking for, what their issues are, give them an opportunity to be heard, take it to the other side, let them know, hear it, bring it back, and then you can put them in a room and have them discuss it. Once you kind of have an idea of where the gaps are, where this is coming from, and giving people an opportunity to be heard without being talked over, without being ramrodded, without being told what they have to do, but allow them to speak. And the other person actually being able to take that in and understand from the other person's perspective why they're upset and come to a new meeting of the minds. That takes a mediator who's patient and that will give everyone the space they need. And when things get heated, say, all right, it's time for a break. Let's take in a 5-minute break, get them to cool down, maybe even a 10-minute break, get them to cool down, back at the table again. That is real estate 101 from the very beginning. That is the entire real estate process. Mr. Seller, here's a lowball offer. All of a sudden, their hair's on fire and they're upset, and we're trying to calm them down. Well, Mr. Seller, from the buyer's perspective, they're trying to get the best deal. So we understand that. We're not going to fault them for that. I know it's a little upsetting to get an offer like this because that's not what we're looking for, but traditionally, I've been able to turn lowball offers into good offers. So that's something that we're likely to do. So we need to not be offended by this. We should just counter it in something that is more favorable to you and have a conversation with them and acknowledge that this is hurtful and that the buyer likely is not intending to offend you, although this was offensive to you, and I totally understand that. They're trying to get the best deal. And probably the best approach to going to a seller and asking if they'll sell their home is not offending them, and they've offended you, and I totally get it. Once you've offended the client on the other side, then everything's going to be rocky from that point on. Repairs and communication and just all of it. So the real estate agents, we are a filter for that and allow them to have their little meltdown, and then we bring a polished version to the other side. And a lot of what they said, we're not going to share with the other side because we're trying to mediate it. And so the better real estate agent you are from the mediation side, the better you're going to be able to hold your clients to the transactions and be able to take their noise that they're sending you and then being able to extrapolate that to the other side and say, look, my client has got some really big concerns and they're really not happy with the scenario. And so I'm trying to help kind of mediate this. And so I think there's a path to move forward, but the path to move forward likely looks like this. I'm not going to call them and said, my client said you're a freaking idiot and they hate your client. We're not going to throw gasoline on a fire. We're not going to take a situation and increase the temperature. Our job is to always decrease the temperature in the room, to calm people down, to mediate. And so if the agents have truly failed at that, and they were not able to mediate between their clients, which is really what they're being paid for, in my opinion, then there are other mediation alternatives out there. And again, I've twice in my career, I did a mediation in a transaction where I had an impasse where a buyer and a seller were $1,500 apart. I had a seller who the buyer did the appraisal, it didn't appraise. Their payoff was $1,500 more, and they were $1,500 apart, and the seller didn't have the money, and they were that close. And all kinds of other things happened. I pulled them into a room and I sat them down. And what we were getting from both agents was a lot of noise. But when we sat them down in the room and they were able to actually face each other and look each other in the eye, it changed everything. Have you, as a real estate agent, ever had a scenario where you pulled both of the clients into a Zoom or both of the clients into a room and they sat around a table and they had a conversation about what was going on in the transaction that was possibly at an impasse? I will tell you that it is transformative because the posturing and the all of that disappeared in the room. Because do you think that people maybe look at things a little bit differently when they're not eye to eye at a table and say things differently when they're not eye to eye at the table? Their behavior completely changed and their demeanor changed and their ability to want to work together and to understand each other completely changed. But it takes someone who can lower the temperature. And I started the meeting by very calmly talking. Thank you, everyone, for agreeing to sit around a table and discuss this. I know there's a lot going on and there's a lot of pressure on both sides. So thank you for coming. And then I explained both sides and I explained what they were facing and what they were facing. And I gave the whole scenario. And then they both spoke. And as things kind of got heated, I would say, well, the purpose of this meeting is to see if there's a path forward. And it's for you two to decide whether there's a path forward. And if there is no path forward, then there's no path forward. But if there is space for a path forward, that's why we're here. And just keep getting them back on there's a path forward, and you two are the only ones can make this happen. The transaction closed. It would have never closed had it not been a roundtable scenario. When you find a situation where a transaction is falling apart and you're looking at this and they're $3,000, they're $5,000, they're $10,000 apart, sometimes getting them on a Zoom or getting them around a table fixes the problem. And I don't think agents are doing that enough. I don't think they're reaching to that enough. Relentless means that you're going to pull out all the stops and try to make this work. And I think agents give up far too easy and they let people walk away far too easy. They've done inspections, they've paid for appraisals, they've put all of this, invested all of this in a transaction. How many of you had a transaction that during the inspection you got less than $5,000 difference and they walk away? Get them around a table and let them have a conversation. Don't let them walk away. Say, you know what? At the point where you see this falling apart, get the other agent and say, something that I found that really, really works, and I know this is a little bit unconventional, but getting everybody on Zoom and allowing the buyer and the seller to have a conversation with us, I think that that's really effective. And every time I've done it, it's worked. And so there is this baked in mediation here, and I want you guys to be thinking about that yourselves, that you can mediate a transaction and just know that that is an option for you. Attorney fees, paragraph 17. Hope you never find yourselves here. But there's something that's here that I find very interesting, and it has to do a little bit with you as well. A buyer, a seller, a broker, a buyer's broker, or escrow agent who prevails in any legal proceeding related to this contract is entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees and all costs of such proceeding. I have read this paragraph 17 more than any other paragraph in the entire contract. When a buyer is misbehaving, well, I'm just not going to close. What's the worst thing I can do? Is the earnest money, right? No. Or seller says, I'm not going to close. Mr. Seller, well, just give them back the earnest money. That's my liability is the earnest money. No, sir, it's not. Let's go look at attorney fees. A buyer, a seller, and both of the brokers and the title company. If somebody sues regarding this contract, it is the commissions on both sides, it is the damages, it is the title company, and it's the other party. But it's not only the damages in the contract, but you're also paying out all their attorney fees. So they have no reason not to sue you because if they've been harmed and they sue you, then their high-priced attorney is being paid by you. And this is a huge nugget for them to understand. And then this helps them get back on track. And Mr. Potter is also very highly trained on paragraph 17 because of the reasonable attorney fees and all cost of such proceeding is baked into the contract, is a very, very big deal. So this paragraph 15 up here says in default that the non-defaulting they can seek other relief as may be provided by law, and then the attorney fees provision really sticks it to the defaulting party, and the non-defaulting party has got all of their attorney's fees paid. All they have to do is sue, and all of their attorney fees are paid, and they get their a cure for the grievance that they have against the other party for breaking the promise that the other party contractually agreed to. And that's what contracts are all about, is holding everyone accountable for the promises that they make. Paragraph 18, we have escrow, expenses, demand, damages, and notices. I'm going to start with paragraph 18E, which I think is more important than the rest of them. 18E says notices. Escrow agents' notices will be effective when sent in compliance with paragraph 21. Notices of objection to the demand will be deemed effective upon receipt by the escrow agent. There's a lot of notices that the title company sends, including the commitment. And everything the title company is sending out, they are required contractually to send it to the email address of the clients in paragraph 21. And so often, so often, the agents leave the client's phone number and email off the contract, and they only have their own. Now, there's some new language in here that helps us with this, but even still, both clients need to get a copy of the title notices. And so when you as a real estate agent don't add the client's email address to the contract and only your email is there, or you put your email address for the client and yourself, which is not okay, you're taking on the risk and the liability of the client not getting a notice from the title company, which could be significant, like a title commitment for a cash buyer that finds out that there's liens on paragraph or on Schedule C, and next thing you know, the buyer's absorbing those liens because there was no lender to stop it, and the title commitment went to the agent, and the agent never shared it with the buyer. These things have happened before, so it's so important that the email addresses be in paragraph 21. Escrow says the escrow agent is not a party to the contract and does not have liability for the performance or non-performance of any party to the contract, liable for interest on the earnest money, and liable for the loss of any earnest money caused by the failure of any financial institution in which the earnest money has been deposited, unless the financial institution is acting as the escrow agent. Escrow agent may require any disbursements made in connection with that contract to be conditioned on escrow agent's collection of good funds acceptable by the escrow agent. Expenses at closing, the earnest money will be applied first to any cash down payment, then to buyer's expenses, and any excess refunded to buyer. If no closing costs, escrow agent may require a written release of liability of the escrow agent from all parties before releasing any earnest money. So we've got escrow and expenses. The expenses is a big deal because what happens when there is a survey ordered? Or what happens if there was an expense like an HOA and the title company absorbed that expense and there was no closing? And that's here, and that's important if someone doesn't close because it says that the title company has the right to reduce the earnest money based on the amount of the expense that the title company is being held. So again, I'm going to read it one more time. At closing, the earnest money must be applied first to any cash down payment, then to buyer's expenses, and any excess refunded to the buyer. If no closing occurs, escrow agent may require a written release of liability of escrow agent from all parties before releasing the earnest money and require payment of unpaid expenses incurred on behalf of a party. Escrow agent may deduct authorized expenses from the earnest money payable to a party. Authorized expenses means expenses incurred by the escrow agent on behalf of the party entitled to the earnest money that were authorized by this contract to that party. And the two big ones are survey and HOA documents. There's a demand requirement. I think this one's also very important. Upon termination of this contract, either party or the escrow agent may send a release of earnest money to each party, and the party shall execute counterparts of the release and deliver same to the escrow agent. The release of earnest money is the one I showed you from Texas Realtors. It goes on to say, if either party fails to execute the release, either party may make a written demand to the escrow agent for the earnest money. If only one party makes a demand for the earnest money, escrow agent shall promptly provide a copy of the demand to the other party. If escrow agent does not receive written objection to the demand from the other party within 15 days, escrow agent may disperse the earnest money to the party making the demand, reduced by the amount of unpaid expenses incurred on behalf of the party receiving the earnest money, and escrow agent may pay the same to the creditors. If escrow agent complies with the provisions of the paragraph, each party hereby releases escrow agent from all adverse claims related to the dispersal of the earnest money. So if the title company is holding earnest money and a transaction doesn't close and the buyer says, I want the earnest money back, and the seller refuses to sign it, they refuse to sign the release, the buyer can send a written demand to the title company that says, give me the earnest money. And if the seller doesn't object to that demand within 15 days, the title company is going to send the earnest money to the buyer and the seller has no recourse. Damages any party who wrongfully, and this is a big one, it's huge. In fact, would someone read paragraph D and 18 for the class? Would you raise your hand? Renee Pretty?
No.
Any party who wrongfully fails or refuses to sign a release acceptable to the escrow agent within 7 days of the receipt of the request will be liable to the other party for damages, the earnest money, reasonable attorney's fees, and all cost of suit.
So if the seller's just upset because they're mad that the buyer is terminating and refusing to sign the release, this is where you take the seller and you point them to damages. Mr. Seller, the reality of the situation is I understand that it's upsetting that the buyer has decided to terminate, but signing the release is not signing the release. I need to read you this paragraph. If you don't sign the release within 7 days, then you have treble damages. And I read him this. Any party who wrongfully fails to sign a release acceptable to the escrow agent within 7 days of receipt of the request will be liable to the other party for damages, earnest money, reasonable attorney fees, and all costs of suit. That's huge. And we already read the notices. Representations. This is also a big one. I'm hoping that this gets changed. I've actually positioned Trek to update this paragraph 19 because I think that this should also be true of the buyer, not just the seller. But it says all covenants, representations, and warranties in this contract survive closing. All of the promises the seller's made, all of the disclosures the seller's made, the seller disclosure itself survives closing. If any representation of the seller in the contract is untrue on the closing date, seller will be in default. So if the seller made a representation, they said something that's not true, then it puts them in default. This is the only language that you see like this. Unless expressly prohibited by written agreements, seller may continue to show the property and receive and negotiate and accept backup offers. So the buyer can't say, oh, no, I don't want them showing the house. It's already agreed to. They already agreed to show the house in the contract. All right. So I think that this should also be true, that the buyer should also have to do the same thing. We've had scenarios where a buyer and an agent put in an offer. They were contingent on the sale of their home. They didn't use a contingency form and they didn't tell anyone. And we got too close to the closing date and they weren't able to perform. And they were just thinking that they were going to be able to sell, but they wanted to get their offer accepted and they knew that they weren't going to be able to negotiate the same deal if they had a contingency on it. And so they would materially withhold that fact. That's a lie, and the buyer lied. And there are situations like that where the buyer has hid a material fact, a fact of omission, where I think that they should have the same level. So representations right now is only on the seller. The seller lied, and all the representations that the seller made survives closing. And if it, on the closing date they still haven't turned that lie into the truth, then it's forever liable for the seller. And we're talking about lies here. We're not talking about things they don't know about. All right. So it would be very dangerous for a seller to say there's nothing wrong with my house. That would be a very dangerous thing for the seller to say. Well, Mr. Seller, how do you know there's nothing wrong? A better thing to say is I'm not aware of anything wrong with my house. Do you see the huge difference between those two statements? There's nothing wrong with my house. Mr. Seller, please don't make that claim. Because this says in our contract that if you make a claim like that, that you're liable for anything that's wrong with your house forever. We need to say this differently. We need to say that I'm not aware of anything that's wrong with my house. Because is that true, Mr. Seller? Are you not aware if there's anything wrong with your home? That's the message we need to send. And you as a real estate agent need to know that distinction. And I hope you all heard that because it's a very big deal. Because sellers will very often say things like, there's nothing wrong with my house. And what they're really saying is, I'm not aware of anything wrong with my house. Currently, right now, I don't know that anything was wrong. And if I did, I'd fix it, right? So we want to make sure that we understand that words matter and the liability that those words carry, and our obligation to understand how the words matter and how to help our client make sure that they reduce the liability, not increase it. Governmental requirements, paragraph 20, if seller is a foreign person as defined by the IRS and its regulations, or if seller fails to deliver an affidavit of certificate of non-foreign status. So yes, the title company is going to ask, show me that you're a citizen. Show me something in writing that you're a citizen because we need to see that. And if they don't provide that, that is what the certificate of non-foreign status is, then the title company is going to have to invoke paragraph 20 and something specific is going to happen here. Thing is that everybody who's a citizen, everybody who is a non-foreign person, which is a better way to say it, because some people are here on a H-1 visa and all kinds of things, and they have an IRS I-10 number. If somebody has an I-10 number, then they have a an account with the Internal Revenue Service where they can pay a bill. And it all comes down to, does this person have an account with the IRS where they can pay a bill? You can own a property in the United States and not have an account with the IRS. We have foreign investment in real estate, and they don't have an account with the IRS. There's no I-10, there's nothing. But when they sell that property, they have taxes due, and they have federal taxes due. But if they don't have an account with the IRS and they sell a property, and they have income tax that's due on the income in the sale of that property, how does the government get their money? And does the government want their money? Brittany. They do. Yes? All right. So then how do we handle that? How does the title company handle someone who doesn't have an I-10, they don't have an account with the IRS, but the seller is selling their property and the seller is making $250,000 on it? That's what this paragraph is for. That's why there is a little checkbox on your listing agreement that the seller is or is not a foreign person, because that's the first check that we have to be able to get that to the title company, because this is a very big deal. There's called a thing called FIRPTA, Foreign Investment in Real Estate Act, the FIRPTA Act, where if the transaction closes, the buyer is going to have a responsibility that very few buyers have, which is the buyer of the transaction is going to be forced to file the taxes for the seller and take the money from the seller and give it to the IRS. Have any of you had a scenario where your buyer was forced to withhold money from the seller and file the taxes with the IRS and give the IRS the money that was the tax liability of the seller? Now, the title company helps us with this. And in fact, there's a company called FIRPTA Solutions that the title company usually engages because the title company doesn't want this liability, and neither does the buyer. Because the question is, how much tax to withhold? And the question mark is nobody knows because the tax filing is not happening this year. It's happening next year for this year. So it's not even due yet. So you're going to send a check to the IRS and you're going to do this with your fingers and you're going to think, I hope it's enough. Because if it's not enough, what happens? Does anybody know? The IRS sends a demand to the homeowner who was the buyer to pay the difference. And that seems very unfair, doesn't it? That the buyer is going to be held liable for the seller's taxes. But and the buyer doesn't have an out here. The buyer doesn't get into a transaction and then they find out during a transaction that's a foreign seller and now they have all these responsibilities that they weren't prepared for and liability that they weren't prepared for and zero out to the contract because the IRS does not want the transaction falling apart because they're owed money. And so it's one of those things that it is what it is that the buyer is going to have to comply with paragraph 20. If the seller is a foreign person as defined by the Internal Revenue Code and its regulations, or if seller fails to deliver an affidavit or a certificate of non-foreign status to buyer that seller is not a foreign person, then buyer shall withhold from the sales proceeds an amount sufficient to comply with the applicable tax law and deliver the same to the Internal Service to the IRS together with the appropriate tax forms. Internal Revenue Service regulations require filling written reports if currency in excess of specified amounts is received in the transaction. And then B, seller and buyer shall promptly execute and deliver all statements, documents, and information requested by the escrow agent required by governmental reporting requirements, U.S. Treasury bureaus, and the rest. So they're going to sign the documents the federal government's going to require. But more importantly, if the buyer fails to prove to the title company that they have a tax ID, or they say that they are in fact a foreign person, then the title company is going to typically reach out to a company like FIRPTA who is going to indemnify the buyer and the seller in that transaction for a fee and tell the seller how much they're going to put aside. They're going to do the forms and they're going to send the IRS and then they're going to tell the buyer, look, we're going to sign this agreement so that if it's different, we're going to take on that liability so the buyer's indemnified. All of that process is baked in, but that's not what the contract says, but that's why the title company wants to use a FIRPTA solution, and not all title companies use these third parties. Some of the smaller title companies want to do it themselves, leaving the buyer exposed. I don't like that. I have a policy here at the company that if we're representing a buyer and the seller is a non, if they are considered, if they don't deliver the non-foreign status certificate to the title company and this is invoked, that a third party system is used to protect the buyer from getting a tax bill next year of $10,000, $15,000 and have to pay it because now the seller is gone and there's no way to collect from them. They're out of the country. Paragraph 21 notices. All notices from one party or their agent to the other must be in writing. Now, there is a new little word here. All notices from one party to the other must be in writing. That is the old language. But the new language added or their agent. And that's a very big deal because now the agent can now accept notice on behalf of their client. All notices from one party or their agent to the other must be in writing. Notices are effective when mailed to, hand delivered at, sent by overnight courier to, or transmitted by electronic transmission to the other party or their agent. And it's a huge new addition because it helps us so much. If I send a termination from agent to agent, that is now deemed acceptable. That didn't used to be acceptable prior to this 2026 contract. Fill this out completely with your information and the client's information. If you're a listing agent, you can put in the offer instructions, the information how to fill this out, but make sure before you guys turn this into a contract that this is all filled out. So while you're negotiating back and forth, make sure that paragraph 21 is filled out completely. Paragraph 22 is agreement of parties. There's a couple new sections here. I really like that they've added additional tests and reports here on this paragraph 22 for the hydrostatic testing. I like that they put the mud, PUD, and SID on this form, and so that everything is here. And I also like that there's a checkoff box now for the non-realty addendum where we used to have to check other every time. So there's a new format. They've moved this around. Some of the stuff that was in paragraph 7, like the mud forms, is now getting pulled over here to be in the agreement of parties. But the reason it says agreement of parties is because if you're going to bind an addenda to the contract, it's bound to the contract here. It says this contract contains the entire agreement of the parties and cannot be changed except by their written agreement. Addenda and notices, which are part of this contract, are. And so if you have a third party financing addendum and you're going to add it to the contract, it needs to be checked off. The HOA addendum, the non-realty addendum. You should never have a non-realty addendum that's not tied to the contract here in paragraph 22 ever. So everything is tied to the contract, and this is what becomes the entire agreement. Paragraph 23, consult an attorney before signing. And then, of course, the rest of the contract is the broker information page and then the receipt page. The receipt page is very important. It receipts the option, the date and time the option came in, and if the date that was receipted is the date they received it. And this is where it's going to tell you on whether or not the buyer has an option or not, because the title company cannot lie. They're going to receive this funds and they're going to receipt the date they received it. And so you can call the title company and ask, but when you get this receipted copy, this is where you're going to look to make sure. Now, you have a copy of the option receipt and a copy of the contract receipt. And so, how many of you have ever had a title company that said, here is a partially receipted contract? A partially receipted simply means they received the contract, but they don't have all the receipts yet. They need all the receipts in order for to have a fully receipted contract. So when they say partially receipted, they're saying, hey, we received the contract. Yay. Now the buyer has 3 days after the effective date to get in their earnest money and the option if there is one. And then as the title companies receipts it, the date they receipt is different than the date they received the monies. They have to put not the date that they're doing it, because if the money came in yesterday and they're receiving it today, are they going to put today's date or yesterday's date? Who wants to answer that?
When it was receipted.
Today's date.
So if if the earnest money wire comes in after hours at 6 o'clock and the neck on the 3rd, and on the 4th, the title company is receiving the money, are they saying that the earnest money came in yesterday or today?
Yesterday.
Yes. This receipt page is the date that the money came in, not the date that they're pinning the receipt on the page. So understand that this is where you're going to look to make sure that the earnest money in the option came in, because it's going to be receipted here for everyone to see, and it's memorialized that the buyer doesn't have an option or that the buyer has not yet turned in the earnest money. All right, so contract receipt, option fee receipt, earnest money receipt, and additional earnest money receipt. All right. So that is our 1 to 4 family. That is what we were missing. Does anybody have any questions regarding any of the contract 1 to 4 family before we go on our break?
I have a couple, but I can also wait till the end of class if you prefer, either way.
Okay. If you're okay with waiting, I'm okay with waiting, and I will give you time after class if you're good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. It is 10:30. Let's come back at 10:40. And we're going to jump into module 11. And this is a perfect segue because we're going from the 1 to 4 family really to the third party financing. See you back in 2 minutes.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, who learned something new over the last 2 mega modules with our contract? Well, I hope we had fun with that, nerding out, spending an entire day on just the contract. Have you ever spent an entire day just on the contract before? A full day? I guess it was a day and then a little bit extra. So yeah, we read every single word. We went through every single paragraph. It's all recorded, so you have it forever and ever on YouTube to go back and revisit. And in Mega 19 and in Mega 20, I'll do the same thing. And you're always welcome to come back, just like Mary Beth Ray and a lot of them do, always, because you're always gonna have new transactions that you've closed, new perspectives, and thinking back on those transactions. A lot of the things that we will go over is going to spur a thought of something from the past. Like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. All right, good. So thank you. We have closed over 15,000 transactions. And so the amount of conversations that we've had and all the millions of different situations that have happened, it really adds to being able to learn more about the contract so that we can share it with you guys, because we get different perspectives from attorneys all the time on things that we thought we knew and changed our perspective. And so better and better and continually improving. Warren Buffett recently retired, arguably one of the best and most notable negotiators and businessmen of our time, talks about UVP. And I always started this class with this little quick video from him about UVP, knowing that it's tomorrow. Part of your UVP must answer the love of what you do. People want to be surrounded by people who are positive, who are infectiously positive, and that have a passion for what they do. How many of you are passionate about real estate? If you're passionate about real estate, you will be successful. Your passion is undeniable. When someone has passion about something, they glow a different color when the topic comes up. They like to speak about it. They can talk volumes about it because they're passionate about it. And so, if you found your passion in real estate, there is a path to success. If you've not yet found passion in real estate, your success is going to hinder upon you finding your passion for real estate. Warren Buffett talks about integrity, intelligence, experience, and dedication in this video. And this is a man who has to make a decision, or at least did for 40 years, 50 years, I guess, on whether or not he was going to write a $10 million check to buy a company. And he asked the question, what is the litmus test that we have to buy a company? Now think about your business. If somebody came to you, another real estate agent, and you were a successful agent making $10 million a year or more, and they want to come and invest in your business, what does that look like? And what is the value that your business has? That's what this answers. So this has so much to do with your goal board and your UVP project that I just think it's a great little segment to watch, and it's only a couple of minutes long. Technical difficulties.
We look for three things when we hire people.
All right. This is the shorter version. The video, I don't know what YouTube has done this year, but like half their videos have disappeared. But here is a shorter version of it.
We look for three things when we hire people. We look for intelligence, we look for initiative or energy, and we look for integrity. If they don't have the latter, the first two will kill you. Because if you're going to get somebody without integrity, you want them lazy and dumb. You don't want them smart and energetic. So it's that third quality, but everything about that quality is your choice. You know, we look for three things.
Not a good example. I'm going to send it to you for your homework. It is a very inspiring uh, and incredibly relevant topic. It's about a 5-minute video, and he's giving a speech to his board of directors. And it looked him and Charlie Oppler, his business partner, about what they thank you, of what they looked for when they were buying a business, and it was the CEO having passion in their business. And they went on to say, we're not looking for CEOs, we're not looking for high pedigree or degrees, uh, and like we and or managers. We're not looking for that. We're looking for someone who has a love for their business. Um, and it's that entrepreneurial spirit they're looking for. Now, someone who loves their business and they're going to buy it, they're going to usually stick around for a few years, and they need them to stick around for a few years because they're buying the business and they're going to go into a different role and they're going to continue that passion forward. So that's what he's looking for is people who are passionate. And I think that that really resonates to what we do with our clients because they also want someone who's going to be passionate. But your value proposition has to be rooted in the passion and the love that you have for your business because you want your UVP to also lift people up and get them excited about using you. Now, that's not the real purpose of the UVP, but the UVP is to explain why you're in business, what you're accomplishing with your business, and why someone should hire you. But if your passion is not part of that conversation, then there's an element that's really going to be missing. And we spoke about that on the first day. Part of your UVP must be your love of what you do. Do you have passion for the business or a love of the money? That's something that Warren says is we're not looking for someone with love of the money. We're looking for someone in passion in the business. And they're looking at their integrity, intelligence, experience, and dedication. And people give themselves away. Give your clients clues that talk to your passion. And again, that video I will send out as homework. We are in a professional services profession. People will spend money on 4 things. We're going to also be talking about this again on Friday because this is very important. Your value proposition here, if if you know what people are willing to spend money on, especially wealthy people, there are 4 things that people will pull their credit card out for immediately. Something or someone that will reduce their risk by protecting clients from mistakes, uncertainty, exposure that they didn't even know existed. Someone is going to reduce their risk, help make them money, help save them time, or increase their quality of life. These are the 4 things. Whether, someone's going to go buy a diamond, or they're going to go and get a massage, or they're going to hire an attorney. People are out there spending money for these 4 topics. So hopefully you as a real estate agent can understand your business and how that it's affecting all 4 of these, or at least all 4 of these should be integrated in the services that you provide to each one of your clients because you should be helping them reduce risk. You should be helping them make a sound investment. You should be helping them save time. And through this, you need to explain to them how this is going to affect the quality of their life. So all 4 of these we very uniquely play into the role of a real estate agent. And knowing that, again, these are the 4 things that people are willing to spend money on, that if we can integrate those in our speech and our understanding of what it is that we do, people are much more willing to pay and to pay for a premium. And these are the 4 things that people are not looking to discount on these items. These are things that people pay a premium for. And so if you can explain to your client how you're going to reduce their risk, help make them money by making a sound investment, save them time, and increase their quality of life, and they understand that that's the role that you have at the table as a real estate agent and as a real estate professional, and that's what they get when hiring you, then those are the things that are going to help you earn your commission. When a service delivers across all of these, it stops being a cost and it starts becoming an asset. And if you can transition your mindset from you being a cost to them to being an asset, saving them time, reducing their risk, helping them make more money over time, and increasing the quality of their life, and they look at you as an asset, then they invest in you. And that's what I need you to understand is that you're an investment. When all four of these are woven into a UVP presentation, it becomes powerful. So include in your UVP. I'm sure that you guys have had your UVPs done. I also explained these on day one, but we're going full circle here because it's tomorrow. Here are a few examples of what a UVP could look like. People hire me because they know without question I have their back and I'm there when they need me. I research everything, anticipate my client's needs, and stay one step ahead because I really care about the outcome for every client, even more than my client because my reputation is on the line. I just put a few here that are general ones because mine starts with the four greatest honors of my life. I've been personally guiding over 1,000 families through their real estate transactions. My UVP is very different than what yours is going to be because mine talks about being a CEO. It talks about me being a business owner and a real estate agent. And so mine's woven very differently than what yours is because it's a unique value proposition, not a standard value proposition. So yours is uniquely yours. So mine is completely irrelevant. Lisa's is completely irrelevant because it's about who we are and where we are. And your value proposition likely is going to change over and over and over as your experience and breadth of knowledge changes as well. So this is something you'll continually be working on, but it should play to these four topics and it should speak to your passion. And if it's speaking to these four and your passion, you're never going to go wrong with these. And by the way, these examples were also given on day one ahead of time. So that's not something new. A contract, the form that we have been going over on Monday and part of this morning, it can be in four states. It can be valid, and that means it's enforceable. A valid contract is enforceable. It means that I can take it to a judge and one party can enforce their rights and the promises that they were promised and enforce it in a court. So that's what we call an enforceable agreement. It could be void. Someone give me an example of a void contract. Who wants to be brave?
Would
Jennifer?
that be a contract with a minor,
Okay.
possibly?
No, that's a really good one. We're going to talk about that actually on the next slide. So that's a really good uh, precursor to the next conversation we're going to have. That one would be voidable, but it wouldn't be void.
If it doesn't have all the elements that it needs to be valid?
Okay. Yes, there are five elements of a valid contract, and they're all five elements, but I wanted an example of a contract that was void. Leor.
A contract that is illegal, something illegal.
Okay, a contract for an illegal act would be void from the beginning, cutting down a World Heritage tree, for instance. If they put that in the contract and make the contract subject to cutting down the tree, seller at the seller expense will complete the following specific repairs and treatments. Cut down the big oak tree in the front yard. That would be an illegal act, and the contract is tied to that. It would be illegal. Okay, I'll give you that one. Sherry.
One that's been terminated, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I mean, I want an example of a void, not one that, I mean, obviously anything that voids a contract is terminated. So, okay. So I would, a contract that is written on an expired form. A contract that says not for condominium transactions, but they put a condo on there. So these are contracts that are void. Can a void contract close at the title company?
No.
All day long they can. Because a, a void contract is a state where can the title company close on a contract that says not for condominium contracts, but they put a condo on it and brought it to the title company, and the title company is not an enforcement agency, so they close the transaction?
Yes.
Yes. Now, should we be real estate agents that are having transactions closed that had a void contract? No. Absolutely not. Because the thing is that all it means is that the agreement that we had was never, it was an illegal purpose or it was void from the beginning, like it was never created, but it closed anyway based on the sheer goodwill of the parties. But it would be impossible to take that to a court and to enforce it. And so the clients can scribble, someone can pull lipstick out of their purse and scribble a contract on a napkin and then them put an X on it and go to the title company and close that transaction. That is true in Texas. That is true. The
So Jack,
problem is
I'm sorry,
one
Jack. I have
party.
a really interesting question. Then, what happens if you have a real estate agent that doesn't have has an expired license? Is that still comparable?
No, because a real estate agent they're not a party to a transaction. So,
Understand.
yep. So, if a real estate agent is for a fee, aiding a buyer and seller with an inactive or an expired license, then it's a misdemeanor in the state of Texas. That
Okay.
falls under general criminal penalty 1101-756. A person commits an offense if the person willfully violates or fails to comply with this chapter or commission order. An offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor. That's 1101-756, general criminal penalty of 1101, the Real Estate License Act. And the Real Estate License Act says that you cannot, that you must be sponsored by a broker and have an active license before you can assist a buyer with a fee. And so if you do that, and you willfully violate this code by going ahead and closing a transaction, it is a Class A misdemeanor. That's the one that says $500 or a year in jail. Big severe situation going on there, but it would have nothing to do with the agreement that the two parties had in a contract. Both agents, uh, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that scenario. We've had scenarios where both agents fell off of a contract and other people had to step in through death and other things. Leor.
Jack, when you say contract, the listing agreement is a contract, right? You mentioned expired contract. So if I had a contract before the date of this new contract, this new listing agreements that came out,
Mm-hmm.
do I need to renew it? What do I do?
Yeah, so um, you're talking about an expired form that at the
Expired form, yes.
time you're talking about an expired form that at the time the contract was created, the
It
form
was
was
valid.
active. You can't create a contract on an expired form. You
Okay.
can create a contract on a form that expires and that contract still be valid.
Okay.
But if you renew or extend that, you're going to need to renew it or extend it on the new form.
So even if I use and the new amendment to renew, it won't be valid?
That is correct. You will need to get a new agreement signed because the new amendment doesn't have the language. You can't renew or extend an expired form. You would have to get a new listing agreement signed that has the new language and the new provisions because the extension doesn't renew a new form. An extension renews the form that you currently have used.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank
Yep.
you.
Good question. All right. So this is what Jeanette kind of hinted to here. What a valid contract, enforceable, contains all the requirements legally binding. Parties can enforce promises made by legal action. A valid contract could be voidable. A valid contract could be unenforceable or an invalid void. And so a valid contract can be voidable. You can have a voidable contract and it be valid. And you can have a valid contract that is unenforceable. And I know that seems crazy, but you can have a valid contract that has a blank and that blank be um, not yet um, negotiated, but the rest of the contract valid. But that particular provision is unenforceable because it was left blank. It doesn't put the entire contract doesn't make the entire contract invalid or void. It means that provision of the contract is void. And so you can have elements of a contract that is in an unenforceable state, but the contract itself be valid. We have to have, these are the 5 elements of a valid contract: competent parties, offer and acceptance, legal purpose, mutual consent, and consideration. One of the things that I ask this question: can a minor who's 13 years old be a party to a contract? And a lot of you think no. But if you think no, you are not exactly correct. So I want everyone to shake your head. Yes. Can a minor be a party to a contract? Yes, they can. But the non-minor must understand that they are contracting with a minor and that the contract can never be enforced against the minor. So it's unenforceable from day one all the way to the closing date. So if the minor misbehaves all the way through the transaction, there is no enforceability ever against it. And at the closing date, they decide that they want to walk away, then the whole thing is undone. But a minor can close on a transaction. It just can't be enforced against them. Okay, so you just have to understand the enforceability of it. Sometimes agents use the wrong words for things like, oh, I executed a contract today. The effective date, and it does say executed on. So executed is an agreement that was signed. And when there's an effective date, that this was the date that the parties signed it. The contract wasn't executed. The contract is executory. But the contract was executed on a date because it was signed. That doesn't make it an executed contract, because an executed contract is a contract that is fully executed and done. And the difference is some contracts, all it requires is a signature. I'm going to sell you a pack of gum. All right, let's put a bill of sale together. I'm going to sell you a pack of gum for 55 cents. And then I sign my name. You sign the name that says tomorrow at 2 o'clock, you're going to bring me 50 cents and I'm going to give you a pack of gum. Tomorrow, you bring me the 50 cents. It, over that one day, we have an executory contract. It's not executed until you bring me the 50 cents and I give you the gum. If it's we're going to write a contract that you're going to sell me the business and there's a $10,000 check and they hand over the $10,000 check, it's executed and done on that date. So there are some contracts that have duties that the parties have to fulfill as part of the contract. And it's not executed, and the parties have fulfilled all their obligations under the contract. And so our contracts are executory. So use that word more often, not an executed contract, because you're sending the wrong message. And again, words matter. An option period is unilateral contract. Example is that the person who has paid for the option to terminate, that the contract cannot be enforced against them. The buyer can terminate the contract for any reason during the time in which the contract is enforced until it expires. And now we go from unilateral to a bilateral contract. So during the unilateral portion of a contract, and the contract is unilateral, at any place a buyer has a contingency because only one person is required to perform, and that's usually the seller. In a bilateral contract, then both parties are now required. So your contract is going to go between these states of unilateral and bilateral as you're going through it because of the rights of the parties. And we're going through just a few definitions to make sure that as we move on, we have all the right words for the right definitions, so there's no confusion. A novation is when a new contract is submitted for an existing one without any change. Now, you can have a listing agreement, and the listing agreement have a new form, and that new form have some new language on it. But none of the material changes happened where none of the fill in the blanks changed. So that would not be innovation, because even if the values that we typed in didn't change, the agreement of the parties changed because of the text of the contract changed. So you wouldn't be able to really novate that. The parties would need to sign a new contract. Where a novation occurs is in one of two situations. If I'm going to use Rio and Janeth because you guys are first two in my window. If Janeth is a buyer and Rio is a seller, and Rio agrees to sell his property to Janeth, and they are the buyer and seller, Can Janeeth then sell the contract to Jeanette before it closes? Is that contract assignable? Can Janeeth say, I'm going to assign this to Jeanette? Are contracts assignable in Texas? Our purchase agreements are, but our listing agreements are not. So personal services are not transferable. So if I have a listing agreement with ABC Realtors can't sell that listing agreement to AB4 Realtors or XYZ Realtors. It's not automatically assignable because it's personal services. But for goods, yes. And so for a house, that is assignable. Now, there's some rules now about assigning a transaction. Notice has to be given and some other things happen, but contracts are assignable. And so part of a novation is changing a contract. So sometimes the buyer might remove a party or add a party because the lender's requiring it. Technically, an amendment's not required because it's technically a novation. And sometimes the title company and everyone's, I need an amendment adding or subtracting the party. And technically, it's not needed. We've had a scenario where a title company required it. The seller didn't want to sign the amendment because the seller had a backup offer. And we told the title company that this is a novation and they're not going to be getting it. And they didn't, and it closed. So, had we not taken that stance, it probably would have fallen apart because the lender was requiring it. And if a lender requires something and you can't get it signed, then it's going to fall apart. But the lender ultimately then pulled back and they didn't get it signed, even though that they are saying that they were going to require it. A novation also could have a situation where the contract was partly destroyed, or it was really messy, or the dog ate it, but in all the corners were torn up. You can novate it onto a new form. But it's when a new contract is submitted for an existing one. But nothing can be changed materially. And paragraph one is not a material change for a buyer because our contracts are sumable. So that's what this novation business is all about. We have a statutes of limitations in the state of Texas where at some point the doctrine of latches says that we're so far away from it, and it's a 2-year for an oral or 4-year written agreement where the agreements are no longer valid. And reasons for termination. There are 3 ways a contract can be terminated. Mutual agreement, which both sides agree to let each other out. Termination for a buyer out, which is unilateral, which is now a notice of termination because they were promised a contingency, which you could argue was mutual consent because the seller agreed to that ahead of time, but it didn't terminate through mutual consent because during that termination, the seller could very much object to this and not happy, but they originally agreed to it. So it'd still be considered mutual agreement, but it certainly doesn't feel like that in the moment. But the seller granted the buyer the unrestricted right to terminate, and they terminated through a notice. So you didn't need both parties because the seller already agreed that the buyer could terminate. So now it's not a mutual agreement termination agreement where they both sign an agreement to terminate. Rather, the buyer's exercising their right to terminate and provide a notice of termination that's unilateral or breach of contract. And breach of contract is terminated. The contract is now terminated. Someone breached, the other person called default, the contract is dead, it terminated. Now there's rights that the parties have to exercise their rights through that breach. When a contract, we have offer and acceptance, and the person who receives a counter has this legal definition of what's called power of acceptance. They have power of acceptance where they can accept or reject. In a multiple offer situation, it continues going back and forth. And when an offer is posted and presented, if the other party counters it, it's a 2-part situation. And a counter comes in 2 parts. What's the first part of a counter?
You set new terms?
Rejection.
Yes. It is a rejection of the offer, which is a big no, and it's dead. You can't bring it back to life. So it's a rejection of the initial offer followed by a new offer. That's a brand new offer. And once the offer is rejected, there's no way to bring it back to life. So you can't counter someone say, oh, we're just going to counter you on something smaller. We're not countering. We're just changing one little thing. We're changing the title company. Everything else stays the same. And the seller agent sends it back to the buyer with a new title company. That is not a small change. The offer was rejected and there's a whole new offer. And if the buyer says no, the seller can't say, oh, we're just going to go back to that other one again and pretend this didn't happen. It doesn't work that way. So when you're going back and forth, you got the offeree and the offerer, and so they have the right to do nothing, reject, accept, or counter. And the process is a two-step process. It's a rejection and a submission of a new offer. An acceptance of an offer must be unconditional and without any changes to the terms of the offer. Any change, no matter how minor or trivial or insignificant as it may seem, it is a counter offer. And that counter offer is a rejection of the initial offer. So once an offer is countered for any reason, the process of offer and counter offer will continue until all parties either reach an agreement or they just quit in the process. Now, if someone submitted an offer and the person doesn't accept the offer, what does the agent, what should they advise their client to do with that offer? Just say no and walk away? Jeanette.
Fill out the withdrawal, because you never want to leave one without just out there.
That's right. What is the danger of having an offer floating out there? So, client decides to submit an offer on 123 Main Street. And 123 Main Street, they don't ever respond. It's a black hole. You sent it to them, and then 2 days later, they didn't respond to the offer. And then lo and behold, you're looking at the MLS and, oh, how rude. It's pending, and they didn't even respond to me. You have an obligation here, obligation to be scrupulous and meticulous of acts of omission or commission. So, and fiduciary and integrity both come into play here. We have to clean up after ourselves. You want to withdraw the offer because they could leave you holding, and there is no time frame in our contracts. Our contracts don't automatically have a kill switch. You have to either, when you submit an offer, withdraw the offer or terminate a contract. You can't just leave them floating out there. This is the notice of withdrawal of offer, and this will confirm that, it's withdrawn and it's a way of undoing it because that property could come back on market and the agent could send a notice of acceptance. Okay, we accept your offer because they didn't withdraw it and it was still floating out there. Now, what would happen if you submitted an offer on property A, you didn't hear anything, your client got mad and said, just submit an offer over here. Obviously, we didn't get it. Let's go to property B. Property B, they submit an offer, they get their offer accepted. A week later, the agent gets an email from the first agent. Well, my client has decided to accept your offer. What has happened on the first offer?
The buyer's buying two houses.
Uh-huh. So likely when the offer was accepted, immediately what is due?
The option and earnest money.
That's right. So the only way the buyer could protect themselves is to have the buyer go to the title company, submit the earnest money and the option. And now while they have the unrestricted right to terminate it and get their earnest money back, thereby losing their option. All because the agent didn't properly withdraw the offer. So we're going to always remember to do a withdrawal of an offer if our offer is not accepted, just as a matter of function of dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Yes? Good. That is a very good thing for you to have in every single file. Contingencies are the most misunderstood parts. And we're going to be talking about contingencies today. And we're going to be talking about what the third party is. And I'm going to ask you what the third party is. And you're going to get really confused on what this document is. And so I need you to understand what a contingency is and what a contingency is not. Do we have a I change my mind contingency in the contract? Okay. What is that?
The
The
option
option period.
Okay.
Option period.
So what happens if you have a client that wants to buy one property, but comes into town with their hair on fire and they find two properties they like and they tell the agent, well, I want you to submit an offer on both of these properties. And then whatever one we negotiate and we get to what we really like, then we'll go with that one. Is that a good practice?
No.
What is the problem with the practice? Other than both of them saying yes. We have had It is. We've had a scenario where a buyer put in an offer on two property and had two contracts, one in each property, and they were doing an inspection on both properties. And the properties were,
Combine them.
it happened to me.
Yes.
It happened to me in a property in Georgetown, 200 Helix, I think it was, a 900 Helix. Uh, we had a buyer who came in, put in an offer, we accepted. And then the inspector was out, and the inspector was inspecting both properties. And I found out from the inspector that they were inspecting both properties, and the buyer called me and said, "Well, do you think it's weird that the inspector is inspecting both properties? He's going back and forth." And I said, "I think that's really weird." And we found out that the buyer had submitted an offer on both of them, and they wanted to know more about the property, and they only ever intended to move forward with one of them. And the agent said, "Well, the buyer has an option period. They can change their mind." So the option period is for a buyer who, in good faith, wants to buy the property. But this is a bad faith issue now because they didn't want to buy the property. They wanted to buy one of the properties. And so one of those sellers were harmed. That's why you can't put out two offers and get two offers accepted and then be falling back on the option period to be able to terminate when you only ever intended to buy one. It is fraud and it harms the seller. So that's not what the option period is for. The option period is when the buyer agrees to buy the home, not I want to go and do some research to see if I want to buy the home. Paragraph 1 says that the buyer agrees to buy the home and the seller agrees to sell the home. The buyer agreed to buy it, not to get into an option period to determine if they want to buy it. That's a completely different thing. So the contract actually addressed it like it always does. And that's why that sentence is under paragraph 1, that the buyer agrees to buy and the seller agrees to sell the property defined in paragraph B, which is property. Question: a cash buyer with no contingencies. Home does not appraise. What are the buyer options?
None.
Nothing because they bought cash. There's no
Cash buyer
contingency.
with no contingencies decide he does not want to buy the home. What happens?
Could get sued.
Seller signs a contract and later decides he doesn't want to sell. What happens?
Breach
Could
of
get
contract.
Okay. So, number 1 happens sometimes. Buyer has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, seller can exercise their rights under the contract, and the real estate brokerage commissions are due. Number 2, cash buyer with no contingencies decides he just doesn't want to buy the home. Buyer has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, the seller can exercise their rights under the contract, and the real estate brokerage commissions are due. And number 3, seller signs a contract and later decides he doesn't want to sell. What happens? Seller has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, the buyer can exercise their rights under the contract, and the real estate agent commissions are due. All right. Because of this little sentence right here, seller agrees to sell and convey to buyer, and buyer agrees to buy from seller the property defined below, which is that little sentence under paragraph 1. If a buyer agrees to purchase property and later changes their mind, the buyer cannot simply walk away unless the contract gives them that right. Without a valid contingency, The seller may enforce the contract. The decision of whether the buyer wants the property happens before signing. Once the contract is signed, willingness is no longer in question. Contingencies exist so that the seller understands the buyer's ability to perform, not the buyer's desire to proceed. Willingness was agreed to at execution. It is the agent's responsibility to ensure the buyer understands this before signing. Having a buyer exit a contract solely because they changed their mind is not fiduciary, it's bad faith. Because the buyer, if they've changed their mind, that's not a valid excuse. So I kind of push back on that a lot. Check rule 531-2 fidelity. A license holder must represent the client's interest while treating all other parties fairly. And if they get under the contract with under false pretenses like this, it's not fair to the other property, and there's going to be fallout from it. Under Texas law, the option period gives the buyer an unrestricted right to terminate the contract, or no reason at all, provided termination occurs within the option period. It's not a shopping period. It's not a permission to enter contracts casually. It is a in good faith with genuine intent to purchase the home. The option period exists to evaluate the property and determine to learn more about it. And if they find something about the property that makes it a deal breaker, they have the right to terminate. But if the buyer gets into the option period and another property they like came up better, it could be considered bad faith because I understand it's unrestricted. It's not related to property condition, but we should make sure that the buyer understands what the agreement says. You're agreeing to purchase this property. Now you're going to have this amount of days to do your due diligence, get the home inspected, and learn more about the property to determine now that you know more about the property if you want to move forward. That's what the option period really is for. Now, notice of buyer's termination of contract. A buyer can only terminate if they have a contingency. And this form kind of talks about what the major contingencies are. The option period, number one, the property does not satisfy the property approval in number two, the property does not satisfy uh, third-party financing in property condition. You got buyer approval and property approval. Buyer elects to terminate under paragraph A of the addendum for right for mandatory membership in an HOA. Something's up with the HOA documents they're not happy with. Buyer can terminate under 7B2 of the contract for seller disclosure notice because they never received it and they find out something about the property later that they are not happy with. Buyer elects to terminate the contract under paragraph 6D objections, which we spoke about because there's some defect on title, or other. 1 through 7 is the majority of those. Amrit, I see your hand up.
Jack, sometimes you come across clients who just want to kind of test the water with that option period. What does that conversation look like with that person? Like, how do you advise them in your capacity?
Well, Mr. Buyer, my job is to look out for your best interest, but we have to be fair to all people, all parties. And if you're testing the water, a seller taking their property off the market is a very big deal because when it goes back on market, everyone's going to assume there's something wrong with the property, not that the buyer had a change of heart. And so if you're really not interested in actually buying the home, we need to make sure that you are before we put in an offer because it could be considered bad faith. And so if you want to test the waters, I recommend you have talk to an attorney about what the binding contract says about your willingness to proceed because paragraph 1 says that you will buy the property. Now the seller is going to grant you some contingencies to exit the contract under certain circumstances, but the entire basis says that you will buy it.
Thanks.
So they should genuinely be like, okay, I want to buy this home. I'm very interested. Not, well, I'm kind of interested. Well, let's just get it under contract and think about it some more. I don't think that that is fair to the seller when you have a buyer that really didn't show the willingness. And if it does terminate, I think the seller was harmed. So I just want you to put some thought into about what that really looks like and what it really means. You've got a minor breach, an actual breach, an anticipatory breach, or material breach. These are the 4 things that are built into Texas law that it doesn't get broken down in our contract. A minor breach, a seller doesn't fix a small agreed upon repair. The impact, buyer can seek reimbursement of a repair or they can terminate, but they can fix it. But it could be a breach because they promised to make the repair and then it gets to the closing and they haven't made the repair. So now the seller breached. The contract automatically has an extension for a seller who didn't make the repairs. So the contract has an automatic extension for a seller who breached. An actual breach, buyer fails to deposit earnest money is a good example. The buyer actually breached. Now the seller can terminate because seller has rights. You see, wherever one of these things happen, somebody else on the other side now is granted a new right. Or an anticipatory breach. Buyer notifies the seller 2 weeks before closing that they're not going to close. So now they have sent notice. And so now the seller has that information and they haven't breached yet, but they're told that they're going to. And the seller can now take action on that, likely get an attorney. Or a material breach. The seller fails to transfer the home after closing, meaning they refuse to move out. All right. I usually go through these pre-test questions, but we're not going to go through these pre-test questions because all of them are already on your exam later today. All right, a multiple offer situation. How many of you have been in a multiple offer situation? How many of you have never been in a multiple offer situation? Okay, it's about half and half. So, how many of you who raised your hand that you've not been in a multiple offer situation have been licensed for less than 2 years? Okay. So, new to the business, market's changed, and either you've not yet closed your transaction or you've not been in a situation where multiple offers were necessary. So, let me ask you a question. In a multiple offer situation, for those of you who've been in one, have you ever had a buyer question whether or not they really were in a multiple offer situation and say, well, how do I know? Is there proof? I want to see the other offer. I want some proof. What has your response been? Renee.
I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, but the other buyer's offer would, remains confidential between them and the seller and their agent, and we are unable to receive those details.
Exactly right. And now the buyer has an objection. They have an objection on their hand. And was that objection sufficiently overcome?
Sometimes no. And then I'm typically follow that up with, well, if it was the other shoe on the other foot and people were asking to see your offer, how would you feel? Would you feel like your confidentiality was breached?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's lots of scripts here, but at the end of the day, if the buyer has some objection or trepidation moving forward and they just don't feel like something is right, no amount of scripts is really going to overcome that because we haven't been able to truly overcome it. Maybe you answer their question and they're like, okay, but likely we haven't really overcome their objection enough for them to go all in. And so I have been on the buy side where we were in a multiple offer situation and they say something like, let's just hold with our offer. Because we're in a multiple offer situation doesn't mean that the other offer came in at full price. Or let's go up $500. And so, because the buyer had the objection that they couldn't really determine that they were in a multiple offer situation or not, they really couldn't get that objection out of their head enough to really meaningfully bid in a multiple offer situation, which means that the buyer and the seller both fails here. The seller doesn't sell the home for really as much as they could have if the buyer objection was truly overcome, and the buyer's not willing meaningfully bid on this property, which very well could be that their fear got in the way and they didn't bid because they didn't believe they were in a multiple offer situation and they lost the house. And then when you find buyers who miss out on an opportunity, it's really a bummer and it changes the home, it changes the entire process from that point forward because it feels different. The next house they see, they judge it on the first one. Well, that house that we didn't get, we really liked it. It had that nice kitchen, and this one doesn't have it. And the whole rest of the buying process just kind of feels a little deflated. Raul, or it can.
Are we allowed to ask the listing agent the other offer, what they're priced at?
No. I mean, you can ask what you want, but what you tell one person, you have to tell everyone. And so
Mm-hmm.
they're not gonna do that. That they would have to go back, and this would all have to be in writing, and that would be something that would not likely happen. And it probably would um, not be a professional thing to ask. I'm going to solve this for you from the listing side because from the buy side, you can't change the behavior of the listing agent. But when you're the listing agent, if you're in a multiple offer situation, then how you approach this multiple offer situation is going to really dictate how buyers meaningfully bid and what objections they have in the transaction. Because I don't want anyone questioning my integrity. And that's really what's being questioned right now in the integrity of the seller and their agent. Are they trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the buyer? And I've had buyers asking this question of me when I'm representing them in a transaction where the seller told us or in a multiple offer situation. And there have been times where I did not believe that we were in a multiple offer situation at all. These are the 7 steps to creating a successful multiple offer situation. Now, if you're representing a buyer, are you trying to create a multiple offer situation? No. So, over this next hour before we go to lunch, next 30 minutes, who are we speaking about right now? Who are we representing over in this conversation?
The seller?
The
The
buyer.
seller.
Oh, sorry.
Amrit, I'm not going around trying to get my buyers in a multiple offer situation. I'm trying to get my seller in a multiple offer situation. So that's what this is the 7 steps to creating a successful multiple offer situation. So yes, we're going to be talking about this first from the seller perspective. First, if in representing the seller, part of our listing agreement was talking to the seller about how we bring the offer to market. We're going to properly prepare it, properly price it, and in a market where you have 5 homes sell and you've got 4 homes on the market, that likely if it outpriced and looks better than everything else, that 2 of those buyers are likely at some point going to descend upon that property at the same time to put it in a multiple offer situation and it's sell in the first 5 days. You just have to look at the multiple offer, you have to look at the days on market, how it was properly priced, and put all of that together to see if that's something that's likely going to occur. And when you're doing your CMA, you're looking for evidence of a property that went under contract in 3 days or 5 days or less, and that sold for asking price or for more. So, coming out the gate, the very first thing is that we have to understand the market conditions of today and what the market data says of whether that it suggests that that's likely or even possible in the situation that we're in. Number 2 is the idea about transparency and trust. You have to create transparency and trust on the other side, on the buy side, knowing that buyers are going to have this objection and likely agents will too, how to overcome that from the listing agent without walking around and giving away any pieces of information that would likely or could be confidential. 3, we need to have a negotiation strategy. So you need to have a playbook here, and we're going to give you one. And then we can't go into a multiple offer situation without thinking about the end game because there's some things we're going to want to get right out the gate. We're going to want to put our contract and the offer together in such a way that it has the greatest level of success for the seller. So let me give you an example for that. Let's say you've got 2 offers that come in on a property and one of the buyers willingly bids $10,000 over asking price. And the seller and the listing agent properly price the home and they believe and stand behind, very much stand behind the list price that they believe it'll appraise because they priced it because they believed it would appraise. But the buyer is willingly going over asking price. So is it likely that the property that just had a $10,000 increase in the offer because of the multiple offer situation, can the seller guarantee that it's going to appraise for that $10,000 more? No. So if the buyer and the seller go ahead and negotiate a $10,000 increase and the seller and the buyer sign an agreement, and let's say there is a 3% down, 3.5% down FHA loan, or let's just say conventional. I like that one better. Um, 3% down conventional loan. What can the seller ask for that's going to help protect that the sellers that where the buyer willingly agreed to increase the property's price that
Contingencies.
the buyer
Oh,
makes good on that and actually comes through and doesn't just turn around when it doesn't appraise and walk away. Leor.
Maybe proof of funds.
Well, but contingencies are contingencies. If the buyer has a right, maybe they're coming into the market thinking, well, I think it's going to appraise. And I've got exactly $5,400 to put as a down payment, so we're going to come in with more and maybe it'll appraise and I have enough money to do it. Should an agent be, and so Lior says, well, I want to see proof of funds so that they have the extra $10,000 liquid in cash, and that could show ability, but that doesn't prove willingness. So now you know that they technically have the ability, but how do we hold them accountable for the promise that they made that they're going to pay the $10,000 extra? Renee,
Additional non-refundable earnest money?
okay, but earnest money is refundable if a buyer has a contingency. And
I
so
was gonna say,
where in our
isn't there a way
contract?
to do it non-refundable in an amendment though? That's what I was
No.
getting at.
No, because the earnest money is always refundable in the contract, and all over the contract talks about when the earnest money is and is not refundable. So the only person that could do that is a client creating a provision in the contract or having an attorney write that language. But that's not something that we could do. They
Okay.
could go to an attorney and have that language written, or a builder can write that into the contract because the builder is a party. But in our promulgated forms, there's no way for us as real estate agents to do that without them hiring an attorney. And likely that would be a very difficult thing to write with all of the different contingencies that talk about a full refund of the earnest money. Okay, Amrit.
Waiver of appraisal contingency, so that no matter what the property appraises for, the buyer agrees to make up the difference and buy the property regardless.
Form 49-1, and it's not an appraise waiver of appraisal contingency because I have to literally pound and massage that out of all your brains. We don't have a waiver of appraisal. What is a waiver of appraisal? What does that really mean to a buyer and to a seller? And what do those words say?
If you have financing, you can't decide for the bank not to appraise the property.
Yeah, you're saying that there will be no appraiser. Who is the appraisal? Who orders the appraisal and who does the appraisal and who is the appraisal for?
The lender.
The lender.
Always the lender.
Always the lender. So can the buyer decide that the lender doesn't get an appraisal?
No.
No, they cannot. So there is no such thing as a waiver of appraisal from the agents. Now, there is such a thing that the lender can say, hey, we have a waiver on this one because it's less than the median price of a home, and so they're not requiring an appraisal. I have that sometimes where the lender decides that they're going to have a waiver, but it's not a form that anybody signs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but we do have another form, 49-1, that says buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. Buyer's right to terminate. And it has three sections. It has a full waiver, a partial waiver, or an additional right to terminate that they didn't even have before. And so we're going to talk about when you're working with financing and in a multiple offer situation, when you're representing the seller, how you're going to try as best as possible to deal with the multiple offer situation up front. Now, if you have a buyer that's FHA and you have a buyer that's conventional and they're both offering $10,000 more, what is your immediate thought as knowing our forms, or what should your immediate thought be or your advice to the seller? Anybody want to venture on that? What if you have in this multiple offer situation, one of them is FHA and the other one is conventional, what is the first thing that comes to mind with that situation, Amrit?
I would advise the seller to go with the offer that is on the conventional side because FHA cannot be underwritten if the appraisal doesn't match the price of the property, whereas on the conventional side we can have contingencies. No.
Pain. You were so close, but you threw a nuclear bomb in your sentence. FHA absolutely 1,000,000% can be underwritten if it doesn't appraise. They're just not going to loan for more than the purchase price, and the buyer can't be forced to move forward. But the buyer can choose to move forward if it doesn't appraise. They just have to bring more money to the table. So it can absolutely be underwritten. So you were really close. If a property doesn't appraise in its FHA, in paragraph 4 of the third party financing, which I'm going to read to you, or I'm going to pull it out of my brain, notwithstanding any other provision, the buyer cannot face forfeiture of earnest money unless the buyer is ordered an appraisal. That's federal law. Federal law says that the buyer cannot face forfeiture of earnest money in the event that the property doesn't appraise. The buyer has an out. That's VA and FHA. That's the VA and FHA appraisal provision. It doesn't mean that the buyer can't move forward. The buyer can move forward, but there's no way for the buyer to waive their right. They can't undo this federal law that says you have you notwithstanding any other provision that has meaning. Notwithstanding means regardless or no matter what it says anywhere else, you can't face forfeiture of your earnest money. The seller can't keep your earnest money no matter what. Now, the reason notwithstanding is there is because no matter what pretty language you put in special provisions or what agreement you try using out there, it's not going to trump the federal law that says that the buyer gets the money back. The buyer can say, well, I really want to buy it and we're not going to do it. And they're like, great. The buyer can't be held to that. So, the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal? You can't use that for FHA. It can only be used for conventional loan. That is the part that should come to mind immediately. And you were right on the money with it, Emirates. So it's all about what the buyer can promise and what they can contractually agree to is two different things. So the buyer might in FHA promise, oh yeah, we're promising to move forward, but that's different than what they're contractually agreeing to. And so the conventional loan can contractually agree to, hey, I agree to bring $10,000 to the table in the event the property doesn't appraise. Because what good is it to take the $10,000 FHA buyer when the appraisal comes out, they have a contingency to walk away? So the conventional loan is starting to look much, much better to the seller. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this is the reality. This guy here is offering $10,000 more. If it doesn't appraise, no matter what they say, they have the right to terminate, which means you go back on market or they're going to arm wrestle you down. I'm not saying that they're going to do it, but you can't force them to. They have the right to terminate no matter what we do. Over here, this one's conventional. They've included Form 49-1. You see where on top it says not for use for not for use for cash or FHA or VA. It's only used for a high down payment conventional loan. They've attached this form agreeing that if it doesn't appraise, then the $10,000 goes in your pocket. In a multiple offer situation, if the buyers are bidding against each other instead of the seller, and the buyer willingly is offering the seller more, you should immediately be thinking about, well, how is this going to affect the appraisal? And how can we get this dealt with up front? Because do you think that you're likely ever going to get this property back in a multiple offer situation if this buyer bails and walks away? No. And if you had two buyers in the transaction, do you think you can just go back to the other buyer who also offered $10,000 and think, hey, the other one backed out. Are you still interested? What do you think that that's a possibility?
Probably not for the extra $10,000 they may still want to purchase.
Is it likely they still want to purchase? Because what is the gap between when that multiple offer situation occurred and when we found out that the property didn't appraise? What was that gap, Leor?
Due diligence, so maybe they thinking something happened with the inspection.
No, no, no. I
No,
mean,
20
what
days,
what what was the gap in time?
20 days, maybe
when
25.
Yeah, so if a buyer, you think the buyer's going to be waiting around 20 days to see what happens on that
no.
property? Right, they're already going to be under contract on somebody else, likely. That's the problem, is that your multiple offer situation blew up and the buyer's going to have a 7 to 10 day option period and then they're going to order the appraisal. The lender's not going to order the appraisal until after the option period and then it's going to take another 7 to 10 days. So 20 days later, you have an appraisal in your hand. So that other buyer is long gone. Yeah, you can go back to them and maybe the graces of God, they're still interested. But like you said, they're still not going to be interested in the $10,000 over. It's probably going to be, well, yeah, we're kind of interested. Are you guys in it for list price? Are you active on market? Are you in a multiple offer situation? So the time to deal with the overage should be before you go under contract to make sure that the seller is dealing with any appraisal contingencies up front because so often it's just left to chance and then later it falls apart under its own weight because there is no other buyers to go back to and for whatever reason the buyer's backed out. So there's a lot of things that you're going to want to do in a transaction like this. Do you think in a multiple offer situation that it would make a whole lot of sense to ask the buyer to increase their option? Why? You, Sherry?
More skin in the game.
Because you want them to have more skin in the game. You want it to be painful for them to walk away because they're promising. And the why is it better for the seller to ask for more option than for more earnest money?
Because if they go and um, if they terminate the contract, they have to wait a couple of days for their earnest money to be given back.
Because the seller very likely, very unlikely will the seller ever get the buyer's earnest money. And so the buyer asking for the seller to bring more earnest money that's refundable, all they're doing is saying, hey, put more refundable money into the title company. And has that helped the seller at all? 0%. So asking the buyer to bring more earnest money to the title company is futile. It does nothing to help the seller. But bringing more option to the table, that does something profound for the seller because that means if the buyer walks away, the option fee is never refundable to the buyer. It always goes to the seller. So if you have a multiple offer situation, you know that the buyer is going to have an option period. You know that there's a risk that the buyer is going to bail. You know that there's a risk that the buyer is going to be asking for repairs. And you know that the buyer and the buyer agent is going to be doing whatever they can to um, renegotiate the contract in the option period. So if you go with the conventional loan, what is something that you likely should be speaking to the FHA buyer about in that same time? Holding as a backup.
And how many days of option you have so they can know how long they're going to wait.
So yep, I would be more than happy to tell the buyer agent of the other offer what our option period is so that they know how long that they can kind of hang around. But I would be doing as much as I could to try to get the second offer to hold as a backup. I absolutely would. So that the second person is putting pressure on the first. And the first comes back, and I tell the first, hey, we've got a backup offer on this property. And now the first one knows that there's a backup offer. And when the seller is getting pushed to do repairs, the seller can say, no, I've got a backup offer. If you don't buy it, go away because I've got a backup offer. Not to say that the backup offer wouldn't get into the same situation and those same repairs and back away because the repair isn't significant enough to scare away a buyer, but it just puts more leverage. Generally, when there's a backup offer, the seller walks away in a better position because of it. Sherry.
Do you, in these situations where you up the option money, do you have a rule of thumb for percentage or how much you up that option money by? Do you have a standard that you use?
I don't have a standard, and it's all just kind of feels it out, and it's a negotiation. And so,
Yeah.
um,
It depends on the
I
contract. It depends on the people involved.
So it's really up to the parties. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, thing is if this guy if they walk away, you keep the option funds. And so on one hand, we want to keep goodwill and then moving forward, but there's a line between the buyer thinking, well, maybe the seller thinks there's something wrong with my house and trying to force me to move forward through this because it can feel this a bit disingenuous if you come back and, well, we're going to ask you to triple the option funds because if there is something legitimately wrong with the home and the buyer does walk away, then they're going to lose that option. So there's this balance. You want to increase it, but you also don't want to blow the deal up by doing it either. Okay, so then we're going to be talking about working with financing, understanding what the contract says about financing, understanding what the third party financing says, and then understanding the appraisal addendum, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. Then we're going to talk about working with lenders and how the lenders can assist us, what questions we can ask as the listing agent to the lenders about the multiple offer situation, and how we can interview the lender to get the right answers to make sure that the buyer truly has the right credit worthiness. Not all lenders are the same. Not all lenders are determining the buyer's income, assets, and credit worthiness. Sometimes they're just pulling credit and that's all they have, and they don't know what their assets are. They don't know what their income is. They might have filled out a loan application and it says they make $10,000 a month, but they find out that they've had crazy overtime in the last 3 months, and that's why it's $10,000 a month. But they don't have a history of filing taxes with that overtime, and they don't realize that just because you had 3 months of overtime doesn't mean that you can use that as part of your income. So they won't let them use that overtime income, which means that $10,000 just extra income is now $7,000. And so now who you thought you had a qualified buyer doesn't qualify. And boy, would that be a disastrous scenario that the buyer doesn't qualify. And we didn't ask the right questions. Understanding national lenders versus a lender that you can find and choke. I mean, drive to their office and talk to them about what's going on, and then working with appraisals and how we are going to work with the appraiser as the listing agent, what we need from our client in order to meet with the appraisal. That we don't get to just meet them, we have to have a conversation with our client about it and get authorization from them and be making sure that we're working at their objectives without making any assumptions, having it in writing, and the difference between a VA appraisal and an FHA appraisal, and then again meeting that appraiser in person. We are seeing the market come in and out of it favoring sellers over the last 20 years, multiple different times. The thing about multiple offer situation, it doesn't always have to be market specific. It could be an area of town. And it always just has to do when the buyers or demand has a higher demand than what inventory is available.
It
What
could also be, couldn't it also be the type of home,
I mean, I don't know.
like a historical home?
It has nothing to do with the home. It has to do with the buyer demand for the home, right? Because regardless of what kind of home, it depends on what the buyer demand in that area is for that particular home. You might have a bigger demand in Hutto, Texas for a historic home than you have in Round Rock, maybe. So it just depends on the buyer demand. So it comes down to that. When the buyer demand exceeds the inventory, then you're going to find yourself in multiple offer situations. But when the seller inventory far exceeds the demand, then you have less likelihood that you're going to be in a multiple offer situation. And it has a lot to do with areas in town where buyers favor certain areas. And so in all of your markets that you have, even when you're not necessarily in a seller's market on the macro level, on the micro level, there might be an area of town that if something pops up, no matter what the market conditions are, you're likely to pull in multiple offers. In our market, it could be Circle C, it could be Hyde Park, it could be Tarrytown. There's a lot of areas that could and likely will generate a multiple offer situation because the inventory far is less than the buyer demand. So we find that out from doing our comps. And we spoke about this on the day that we did our CMA and looking at the active days on market and looking at the original list price versus the sold price. And as a listing agent, we need to be having the right conversation ahead of the time with our clients about the likelihood of a multiple offer situation. But on the buy side, how do I know how to win in a multiple offer situation? So it's the same thing. If a buyer says, how much should I bid? I mean, it's a crystal ball. I have no idea what other people are bidding. But the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, let's look to see what's going on in the neighborhood right now. Let me look at the original list price to sold price for those properties who are priced right and see what we're looking at. Here you have a situation of a $240,000 property sold for 245, 375 sold for 379, 307 sold for 327, 440 sold for 445, 519 sold for 525, 235 sold for 241, and the majority of them sold in under 2 weeks or even just 1 week on market. So now this reflects somewhere between $4,000 and $20,000 increase. That's the kind of information that we need to provide to the buyer so the buyers can understand the likelihood of what's going on with the market. We have to give them data, not just say, I have no idea what the other buyers are doing. It's true, you could, in this scenario, you had one buyer that bid $20,000 over, where everybody else was coming in at $5,000 ish around. So then you had one person that was if I was looking at these comps and I was looking at all the rest, 235, 241, 519, 525, 440, 445, 375, 379, 240, 245, and I was under contract on this one, the buyer would say, well, it looks like most people are bidding about 5,000. Well, in this case, someone bid $20,000 over. So the question is, how many offers do you have? And how badly does a buyer want to buy it? And there's a script that I always give them is there's a number in which it doesn't even make sense to you anymore. And there's also a number that if you don't bid that number and you don't get it, you're going to be upset at yourself that you didn't bid that number. Only you know what that number is. So the question is, um, if if you don't get it, are you going to be relieved? Or if you don't get it, are you going to be really upset? And let them answer that question. Because sometimes they're in a multiple offer situation and they're like, you know what, this thing is so stressful that I don't want to even do this anymore. Let's just go find something that's not in a multiple offer situation. And in this market, that's something that's possible. Maybe they move to an area that's not in a multiple offer situation and the seller's multiple offer situation burst. And we see that in this market. We'll see some buyers coming and saying, I'm not going to get into a bidding war over a house. But if the home was properly prepared, you might get into these, okay, let's give them asking price and just hold there, or let's come up a couple thousand. But it's not likely there's going to be this $20,000 thing. But in this particular situation, it did happen. And uh, so you just give them all the data, and all you can do is make the best decision with the information that you have. But you should be giving them the data so that they can make the best decision possible based on the data that they have. We are about to head to lunch. There's a couple more slides. We got about 2 minutes. When the buyer's rights are increased by adding additional contingencies, does it increase or does it weaken the bargaining power of the buyer? When the buyer asks for more stuff, is it increasing their bargaining power or decreasing it?
Decreasing it.
It's decreasing it because the seller is giving up more, so it makes their offer look weak. On the buy side, if you're submitting an offer and you are up against another offer, then every contingency that you ask for weakens it. like closing costs and home warranty, and asking the seller to pay for the title policy, and asking the seller to pay for a survey. So the more that's asked for in the contract, sometimes it makes little sense to offer more on the purchase price, and then everything else in the contract they're asking for closing costs and everything else. So we have to look at the whole contract and all the provisions in the contract to put all of that together to have a offer that's presented in a way that's really going to outbid someone else, because the buyer has to understand in a multiple offer situation that they are not negotiating with the seller anymore. They're negotiating against the other buyer. And that is a very profound thought. It's conceptually something that the buyer needs to understand, that we're not negotiating with the seller, we're negotiating with the other buyer. It's a blind bid. We don't know what's going on over there, but you have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. So often the buyers think, well, I'm going to submit this offer and the seller can counter me, right? If they don't like the offer, they can just counter me for more. And that's unlikely. We need to tell the buyer, look, that's really not how this is going to work. You're likely not going to get a counter. You're going to get an acceptance or a rejection. Those are the two things that can happen. So, Mr. Buyer, you have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. So, in a multiple offer situation, when you're working with the buyer, you need to make the buyer understand that the seller's not going to counter your asking price for higher if they want it. They're going to go with the other offer because they're going to assume that this is your best. So many of my clients have said, well, they can just counter me, right? Because they're not understanding through empathy that the seller now is sitting there with two offers and they're going to go with the other one. They're thinking of themselves on the offer. Well, if they want more, they're just going to counter us. So let's put this in. One opportunity to put your best foot forward. All right, so we're about to head to lunch. Rio, you're going to take us to lunch.
Yeah, great. I just real quick question, and you can answer this afterwards if you like. If a real estate agent calls you and asks you, do you have any buyers for that home that you're listing? What would be your response?
Are you asking me that the buyer agent said, are you in a multiple offer situation? Is that what the question was?
Oh, it's similar, but it's like you're selling a house and a buyer agent comes up and asks you over the phone, do you have any other buyers for this house? What would be your response?
Okay. So I've never had anyone ask me if I have any other buyers. So if someone sends me an offer, and sometimes they're going to ask, are any of these offers in the multiple offer situation from your office? Because they could have a variable commission based on them. So I'm going to be trying to really understand what they're asking me so that I can answer it correctly. And I would let them know I've not spoken to the seller regarding multiple offer situation. If I don't have any offers, then I'm going to say, no, there are currently no offers in the property. If an offer has come in and I haven't had authorization from the seller to disclose that we're in a multiple offer situation, I'm simply going to say, I haven't spoken to the seller regarding disclosing whether or not they're in a multiple offer situation, but I can tell you we would like to receive one from you. Okay, 12:03, we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. And Rio, if you have any additional questions, raise your hand when we come back from lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need you? Back here where we need you. Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, does anybody have any questions from the first part of today before we move on? And Deja, Aki, Caroline, Jennifer, Selva, Anna, Jeanette, please turn your videos on. Thank you very much. All right, so moving on. We are finishing up the conversation about multiple offer situations. We're going to move into a third conversation regarding the third-party financing, and we're going to follow that list, the 7 things that we just talked about before lunch, which are the 7 steps to creating a successful multiple offer situation, both for transparency, market data, all the things. So first, we had a conversation about the market data and how to understand what the market data is so that we can at least give our clients some idea based on data and what's happened in the recent past, calling the pending transactions to see if they were in a multiple offer situation and provide that information to our clients. As a listing agent, we've already done all of those things ahead of time. When we took the listing and continue keeping up with everyone to know what's going on in the market, surrounded by our listings and paying close attention to new listings that come on the market and paying close attention to everything that's going pending or have bring reduced price reductions. But the buyer is showing up with the buyer agent without done this research. And so they have to do their own research and look at the market to determine where they fall. And it very likely could have a question from the buyer agent to the listing agent when they talk about being in a multiple offer situation of, can you what is it that your seller's looking for? And asking some questions regarding that. On Friday, we're going to be talking about exactly what questions need to be asked in uh, one buyer, one seller, what questions to start the transaction, whether you're in a multiple offer situation or not, exactly what questions should be asked and how to set the right tone for the transaction from the very first conversation with the other agent. Because although a lot of agents feel like the agent on the other side of the transaction is adversarial, it's actually not the case. The better relationship you create with the other side is helping you help your client. Now, if you're using the relationship with the agent to push an agenda that you yourself has and you and the other agent are making decisions and not involving the client, then of course you've completely failed. But if you're developing this close relationship and keeping your client primary at all times and sharing everything that you're learning and bringing back and forth between the other agent and your client, information from your client, then you're obviously winning, but that relationship is primary. And when we look at it as adversarial, it's going to be adversarial. And the only way that you can get your client's wishes to be materialized is through the people. The people are not the problem. The problem is something different. The people are the solution to the problem. And when you look at the people as the solution to the problem, you approach the people differently. You're always going to be soft on the people and hard on the problem. So here in the crux of a multiple offer situation, when the buyer rights are increased by adding additional contingencies, it weakens the buyer's bargaining power. When the buyer's bargaining power is weakened or reduced, it increases the risk. The contract will not be accepted. So we have to be very careful in how we craft an offer. And all we can do is advise the client, and the client is going to make the determination of what we want, of what they want to put forward. But we should have a conversation with a client about a lot more than just price and closing costs because there's more involved in that. When is the last time you, as a buyer agent, had a conversation with the buyer about who's going to pay the title policy or who's going to pay for a survey? Or do you have those preset in your mind and creating the offer that way and not walking through the buyer and the buyer just got it because that's what you put in the contract? Who picked the amount of the option? Who picked the amount of the earnest? Who picked the closing date? Are these things that you selected, or was this a conversation that you had with the client? So at the point where you're putting in an offer, you should put together all the offer terms and send it to the buyer and then have a conversation with them. And so that they can see in a list all of the terms so that they're part of crafting the initial offer. Because if they were part of it, now they're going to comply with it more than had it be picked for them. The Code of Ethics says that we must have authorization from our client, the seller, to disclose the existence of offers. Why do you think this is such a big deal? And by the way, if you have a contract, meaning the offer turned into a contract, you have an agreement, there's a legal requirement to disclose the fact that the property is no longer available. Uh, there's a lot of legality around, there's a lot of legislation around our practice regarding on and off market properties. We have a very specific duty in the law to be truthful about the current status of the property at all times. So that's hard and fleshed out already in the legislation. But separately, we also have a completely opposite thing. So whereas we're mandatorily required by law to disclose the current status of the transaction or the property at all times, active, pending, sold. On the other side, it's completely confidential out the gate of a multiple offer situation. Who wants to venture an explanation on that one? Why is it confidential?
Because it directly impacts your ability to negotiate with your for your seller.
Okay, I like that. I like the frame of mind. Lior?
Maybe because the seller wants to, well, it kind of relates to what you said. The seller, you're the fiduciary of the seller, so the seller gets to decide if you disclose or not.
The seller does get to decide. They don't get to decide whether or not you tell them whether they've accepted an offer because they want a backup offer. And
Right.
so they don't get the decision there. But in a multiple offer situation, they get a choice. Why isn't it that it's, oh, you're in a multiple offer situation. If you have multiple offers, it's legally required to disclose it. Why would it be such a big difference? One being the actual polar opposite, legal requirement to disclose, legal requirement to make confidential. Why? And there is a specific reason. And whenever we're in these situations where we're trying to understand something, we have to put ourselves in the mindset of the decision maker. So if you think about it from a perspective of a seller, which always helps you get the right answer, if you think, okay, I'm not going to think of myself as a buyer agent or a listing agent, I'm going to think of myself as a seller. All right, think of the last time I sold a house. If I was in a multiple offer situation, what would I be concerned with in the multiple offer situation? Why would I want that confidential? And maybe that will help you guys grab the right answer.
Maybe not to scare away other buyers.
There we go. So what is the biggest fear in scaring them away over what maybe specific thing?
The competition with other buyers.
Okay. Are all of the offers that come in are going to be good offers?
Headset's off.
No.
No. So Lior, just how furious, I was going to use a cuss word, but I didn't do that in Mega. So we'll use the word furious. Just how furious would you be as a seller if you had an asking price offer and another offer that was $30,000 under asking, and the first $30,000 offer came in first, and someone called and they were putting in a full price offer and asked, "Are you in a multiple offer situation?" And the agent said yes, and you scared away the full price offer.
I'd be very furious. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because that agent just cost that seller $30,000 likely. So that's the thing, is that that's the thing that you're trying to stopgap. The seller has to make a determination based on all things considered whether or not they want to put the transaction at risk, because there are buyers out there that's going to say, I don't want to get into a bidding war over a house, and they're going to walk away. It gives the seller the option to be able to look to see what they have and make a decision based on the merits of the offer, not who's buying it or whose name's on the contract or any of that nonsense, which is a fair housing violation. It comes down to the nuts and bolts of the net. Who is going to give the seller the best net? And if the seller's first offer came in low, the seller might not say, no, I don't want to use that as bait to get the other offers to come up, because that comes with risk. Now, if I have a full price offer, the seller might think, all right, we got a full price offer, so we've got one in hand. Now there's one in bush. Are we going to go slapping our hands and scare them away, or what are you going to do? Because it's a seller's decision here now. And the seller might say, all right, we got a full price offer. Yes, let them know we're in a multiple offer situation. Because the seller's thinking, we're only going to go up from here, and that's good for the seller. So we have to, in that moment, us knowing that nugget, we can properly advise the seller of what's going on. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you have a lowball offer right now. And so if we tell them if we're in a multiple offer situation, this other buyer, it could scare them away. And now we're stuck with this other offer. Or they might say, well, we're just going to sit on the sidelines and wait and see what happens, which means now you're stuck with this other offer and trying to make it work. So that's the thing, is that we're going to give the seller the information that they need to be able to make the best decision and then follow their rules. Now, once you told someone that you're in a multiple offer situation, you can't tell one person, I'm not at liberty to say, and then tell someone else yes. Once you've told someone, you have to be fair to all parties and tell everyone. So the communication has to be across the board. So if you have a multiple offer situation and initially the seller said no, and then later they said, oh, okay, you can tell them, you have to go back and tell everyone. And if the seller says, I want you to tell these people, but not these people, Mr. Seller, this is an on or off switch. I can't cherry pick. It's on or off. I tell everyone or I can't tell everyone. That's Texas state law. And now that helps us begin the negotiations. So the law says, and keep this primary, guys, because this is you be in violation of Texas law if you disclosed that the seller had multiple offers without the seller authorizing you in writing to release that information. The inherent problem with the multiple offer situation is always going to be the impending appraisal crisis it creates. And it's going to be an appraisal crisis as long as you leave it to let bygones be bygones and just let it all come out to chance. It's going to turn into a crisis, likely. So if you deal with it on the front end, you're going to have a much better outcome. So we're going to be talking about how we can, what our contracts say about the appraisal, what forms we have at our disposal, and what we can and can't do in a multiple offer situation when it comes to appraisal. So when I tell you that the person who knows the contracts best win in a multiple offer situation, it absolutely is true. If I'm a buyer agent and I find out that I'm in a multiple offer situation, I can almost bet 100% of the time that I'm going to win because there's a certain form that I'm going to use. If I'm in a multiple offer situation and my client really likes it and they're an FHA 3.5% down buyer, I'm calling the lender. Can we go conventional, please? Please, can you make this happen? Okay, talk to the buyer, let them know we're in a multiple offer situation, and I want you to talk to them and give them whole new scenarios on going conventional because they've got the cash and we're going to have to go over asking, and I want to use the form buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal and waive it. So let's have a conversation with the buyer about this and get them on board because I know that that's the best way for them to win and they want to win. And now the lender is going to call and pitch all the information, and the buyer is going to make the decision that they want to make. No, I want to stick with FHA. Or let's go conventional and let's use the right forms. Because if I can get the buyer to agree to switch the financing and to use the right forms, then I know that the other agents are likely not going to do that. And even if we're not the highest, because we've waived the appraisal contingency and promised to go forward, typically we're going to win. So we want to deal with this on the front end. The first question that we're going to ask before we start, well, as we begin looking at the contract, is the question that's on the screen right now for all of you. How many times does the word appraisal appear in our 1-to-4 family contract standalone? Standalone, no addenda, just the 1-to-4.
Zero.
TXR 1601. And Amaret has the right idea. Now, I'm going to say it only twice because the word technically is in there, but it's not substantive. The word appraisal is in 12A2 and paragraph 22. And it says settlement and other expenses that if the seller is paying for buyer closing costs, that one of the fees that can be covered is the appraisal fee. So that has nothing to do with the appraisal, but the word exists. And in paragraph 22, agreement of parties, addendum concerning a right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. That word appraisal then appears in paragraph 22. But Emmert's correct. There's nothing in the meat of the contract that a cash buyer without any addenda on the offer will affect an appraisal at all. Zero. So we have to keep that in mind. A cash buyer has no protections over an appraisal at all. And sometimes they think they do. Well, we can put in an offer, and if it doesn't appraise, then I can do my due diligence later and get out of the contract. Well, if that's what you want to do, Mr. Buyer, then I recommend that you have a 10-day option period and you order an appraisal on day one, get the appraisal back and determine if this is what you want to do. But here's my CMA and what my CMA says based on the numbers. Because truly the value of a home is what a buyer and a seller come to an agreement for, not what a third party appraiser comes to an agreement for. And I can tell you that when you have a cash buyer and they do a cash appraisal, it's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing because that is a shot in the dark because you have no idea if there's enough buyers in the market to come to the value of what the appraiser thinks over what the property is valued based on the sales in the last 6 months because they're not going to take into consideration active inventory, marketing time, and all the rest to see if the property is actually going to go under contract for a price. What a buyer and seller is willing to come to an agreement for is different than what an appraiser is going to tell a lender that sufficient collateral for the loan is. Typically, it's in a market like ours, a little appraisal is a little bit higher. Because our 1-to-4 contract has no protections for appraisal, the only protection for an appraisal are contained within 2 documents. Only 2. It's our third-party financing, that's Check 40-9, and the right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, that's an addendum to the contract, both of them are, and that's 49-1. Not the purchase contract. There's nothing even in the seller financing or loan assumption that deals with an appraisal. It's only those 2 forms, third party and right to terminate. And both of these forms have a very specific intent in mind. What is the third party financing and the right to terminate due to the lender's appraisal addendum? What are they really? What are they, Emrit?
They are ways for the buyer to get out of the contract if the financing falls short in any place.
And what do we call those buyers gets out of the contract?
Contingencies.
Thank you. Both of these forms are buyer contingencies. And if the forms are used, then the only purpose, we can really overthink the third party and we can really think the right to terminate due to the lender's appraisal. We can really, really overthink it. But if you just melt it down to what they are, they're a way for the buyer to get their earnest money and walk away. That's all they are. And the seller agrees to these contingencies. And so we have to think about them as a contingency. If the buyer wants a contingency in order to walk away if the property doesn't appraise, then it has to be getting a conventional loan and you have to use the form because there is no such contingency for a cash offer. There is no such contingency for FHA or VA. It's only a conventional loan. So that is something that you must remember that we have a form 49-1, buyer's right to terminate. It's only for conventional. The only way you can make the contract contingent on appraisal for conventional is using this form because that provision doesn't exist in a third party, and I'm going to prove it to you. There's a provision in the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal that only exists on that form. It's the option 3 or option C on that buyer's right to terminate. The third party, you think, well, that's going to give everyone the right to get out of the contract if it doesn't appraise. Only FHA and VA. There is no protections in the third party for a conventional buyer. There is no protection for a conventional buyer in the third party financing. If the buyer wants the additional right to terminate for a conventional loan, they have to use buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. And think for a moment how many times you have worked with a conventional buyer and you attached the third party. Did you always use buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal? Because you see, Amrit called it the appraisal waiver form. But that's not what it is. Because it's the buyer's right to terminate, and it has the right to not terminate and the right to terminate. So that's why it's called the right to terminate, because it has a waiver, a full waiver, it has a partial waiver, which is if it doesn't appraise, then the buyer's agreeing to stay all in or by a partial number. But C is the buyer, not only is the buyer not agreeing uh, that they're going to stick around if it doesn't appraise, but that they actually want an additional right to terminate if it doesn't appraise. So if it doesn't appraise, they want the right to get out, which is the exact opposite of an appraisal waiver. They want a right to terminate if it doesn't appraise. And that exists in this form, which is why it's so dangerous to call it an appraisal waiver form, because it sends the wrong message and we forget that it exists. 49-1 should be used with every single conventional loan. If the client is getting a conventional loan, the third party financing should be attached, and the client should have been advised of what the language is in the conventional loan to determine whether they want to attach 49-1. And in my mind, most buyers would say, yes, I want the form, attach it, but we're not advising buyers about this form enough. And if we were, I would imagine that most buyers would have it attached to the form. But out of 50 conventionals, we'll see it in use once. And it's 49 times that the agents forgot that the form was there or just didn't think to use it or thought somehow that the buyer has a right to terminate for a conventional loan if it doesn't appraise. The National Association of Realtors gave us this form. It's about the appraisal process. It has 5 paragraphs about what an appraisal is and what an appraisal is not. And I think that's helpful because it's coming from a third party and we have this embedded into our forms systems. Appraisals help guide mortgage terms. Appraised value is not a concrete number. Appraised value doesn't represent the whole picture of a home's price. Appraisers use data from the past, not pending enactments from today. And there are uses for appraised value outside the purchase price. So this is NAR's stab at trying to help you with this appraisal thing, because an appraiser doesn't tell you what a home is worth to a buyer. It tells you what a lender is willing to lend based on what happened in the past, not the present. And that is a very, very different question. Before we start talking about cash, who believes this is true? Cash is king. Okay, can I bend your mind a little? Not that I haven't already through Mega, but I I want to give you a different perspective on this. Now, remember what I was talking with Leor a little bit about before, is that if we can step back and put ourselves in the seller's shoes for a moment, then that's going to help us. So let's do that a minute again. Let's think of ourselves as a seller. My property is worth, or my property is listed for $300,000. And I have an offer for $300,000 asking price that is conventional. And I have a $290,000 cash offer. Leor, which one are you going to go with?
The 290.
You're going to give up $10,000?
Possibly if I'm not putting the risk of the finance, the buyer not being able to finance.
Yeah, so really? Because I've never had a seller do that. Not once in 21 years.
Okay.
Not a single time.
Okay.
Every single time it's show me the money. I want this $10,000 over here. I want this. How do I get this? What this people? Well, can you counter these people to come up to match these people? But I want the money. Show me the money. Every single seller, do a net sheet. Show me the money. I've not yet had a seller say, "Ooh, I am willing to give up $10,000 of my equity because they're paying cash." I've just never seen it. Rio and then Bertie.
So briefly, one of my previous clients had a case where the house was actually for sale for 695,000. An offer came, and it's my fiduciary duty to tell her. So I told her that it was a cash offer for 630,000, and that they would give her basically write her a check. After the conversation that I had with her, she was very, very willing to almost take it because she had an emotional detachment of the house. So you have to be very careful of produce it and tell them, but also if they wait till
But
they
that's
ask you, is it worth it?
That wasn't the question, though. The question is, in a multiple offer situation, is the cash offer going to beat a conventional offer because it's more? Not that you had a seller that's been on the market for a while and they receive an offer that's less. Are they going to take it? That's a very, very different situation, right?
You taking
Yep. So
If
yes,
it's
if
more
I
in the
receive,
end with
if I
that
re
paper, then it is a good offer. It
well,
depends on the cash to buyer or cash to seller.
I when you're dealing with a home seller, they have one opportunity to sell the home for as much. And if they have multiple offers and you have a cash offer in there, I'm going to tell you something that I have found over the last 21 years. That number one, it's hard for the cash buyer to let go of the cash. They have an attitude with the cash. They come to the table with the win-lose scenario, whereas the financing buyer is coming in more. And so then the question is, what due diligence can I do to help really understand the credit worthiness of the other contract because it's offering the client $10,000 more? All right, so there's a lot to discover, and we're going to dig into this. I know there's a lot of hands here, so we're going to get through all of them. Up next is Birdie, then Rio, and then um, keep your hands up because I can't remember. If you have a comment, leave your hand up. Birdie, you're up.
I'm newer to real estate, right? Could you explain to me why people think cash is more important? I don't have an answer to the question that you were asking, but I don't understand why people think cash is more important. Like why do people think that?
They think it because in somewhere in the recesses of their mind, they think that a cash offer has a higher propensity to make it to the closing table. But
Mhm.
cash offers back out 9% of the time, whereas financing back out 5% of the time. And so financing offers make it to the closing table almost twice as often as a cash offer because cash offers it's like they've got white knuckle on the cash and they have a really hard time watching the bank account disappear with that money and they have a really hard time with it. And they come to the table with a win-lose often. So typically, cash offers don't win in multiple offer situations, but it all depends on who is willing to get the seller more. And again, the seller has to be properly advised by the agent over what the options are, what propensity those financing offers are able to make it to the closing table. Renee.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. I kind of have the same mindset on the cash offer thing because I used to see when doing the multiple offer situations, when I would have a seller that was in a multiple offer situation, I would see the offers come in, and honestly, it wasn't super like frequent that it was cash, but I never had a single one of my sellers take the cash offer because they always felt slightly just more secure about taking the financing offer. And I was always able to advise them that, with a bank involved, there's a whole lot more communication. You'll know what's going on and this, that, and the other. But I think that's another part of the cash deal is that you may close faster with a cash deal. You may, but you may not get to the closing table. And the communication may not be there as much between them and their realtor and you on the cash side. Whereas when you have a lender involved, the communication's better.
So, and I see the same thing. So it's true, an appraisal is not required on a cash transaction, and if an appraisal is done, it's for the buyer's information only. It doesn't affect the transaction at all. The value of a cash offer is that it is not encumbered by an appraisal. It can close faster and it's not contingent upon third-party valuation at all. There just is none. If an appraisal is ordered on a cash, it is for information only, and the buyer has no rights to terminate for value in a cash sale. And the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal doesn't work for a cash transaction. In fact, it says at the top, not for use. For cash transactions, it's only for use for high down payment conventional loans because loan equals lender, lender's doing an appraisal. And so a cash transaction is between the buyer and the seller and their agreement, whatever the buyer agrees to pay. So that buyer had better pretty be savvy and understand the market, which means the real estate agent must have provided them a CMA so that they don't make an uninformed decision in their offer because they want the buyers to make an informed decision. The agent would have some huge liability if they put in an offer. And thankfully, now with this new rule that we have, that you cannot put in an offer on behalf of a client that you don't represent because you have to have a buyer's representation agreement now to put in an offer and represent a buyer with their offer. If you don't have a CMA that you've given them and given them some pricing parameters of what the market is doing for a property like that and given them that, and they were an uninformed buyer, whew, that buyer agent has some liability along with their broker. Jennifer, you're up, and then Bertie.
Do we see that cash offers tend to be more fraudulent? Do we experience more fraud in that aspect than
I would say that we do see offers that are seller impersonation, where they pretend to be the seller. There's really no skin in the game for a buyer to come in and try to secretly, fraudulently buy a property because there's no way to do that. They can't unless they got a printing machine at home that's printing $100 bills that are fake. There's no way to get the money to the title company in a fraudulent buyer scheme. But because there's just no way for that to happen. It has to fund, the money has to show up at the title company has to give it to the seller. So it's very difficult to be a fraudulent buyer. You could be a straw buyer and try to hide your identity and things like that, but that's not what you're bringing to the table. Now, flip the script. Is it easy for a seller impersonation to happen where someone's pretending to be the seller and furnishing secret documents or fake documents that pose you as a seller and then get to the closing table and then you get paid because everyone in the transaction, including the title company, thought you were the seller and now you sold someone else's home and took their money? Does that happen? Yes. But again, that has nothing to do with the buy side or the financing side. Bertie.
Is with when we're working with a cash buyer, is it still a good idea to offer, advise them to get an appraisal, or does that really matter anymore without a lender?
I tell my cash buyers that if you want to get an appraisal, you can. It's going to cost $500 to $700 and it might give you peace of mind, but the value of the property is really what a buyer and a seller come together on. And when you don't have one yet, that becomes very difficult. The appraiser themselves in a non-cash transaction and a financing transaction, they take a lot of weight on the price that they've negotiated. A lot, at least 40% of the weight that they negotiated. And now they're trying to determine, all right, so here's what they negotiated. This is what a arm's length buyer and an arm's length seller negotiated in a free market. Now let's go back and see what the comps say. Is it supported? So having no offer on a property and asking for an appraisal is a very difficult thing for an appraiser to do. So you have to find one who can really anticipate what they think and guess in a crystal ball of what a buyer might do. And so if there are no comps, then what you're trying to do is get a range. For if you got a very unique property and you're the listing agent and you don't have a range because there's nothing like it, there's no comps, then you're going to ask an appraiser, give me a range. But in a situation where you have comps and you have a cash buyer, then whatever they negotiate is 40% of the value of what they were going to get an appraisal in the first place. And I tell them that. So I do my CMA and I tell them, here's the range. If you want to get an appraisal, you can, but I'm going to tell you, no matter what that says, it's not going to come out the way you think. It's not going to be contingent on the property at all. And sometimes they say, well, can I do an appraisal before? No, you can't. You can't do a secret appraisal. The seller has to be aware of it, and that appraiser has to be boots on the ground. And so the seller would have to authorize an appraisal to be done on their property. So sometimes I've had a situation where we're in negotiations and a seller and a buyer could not come to terms. And I put them on a Zoom and they said, let's split the cost of an appraisal. And I had them split the cost of an appraisal. And then the appraisal come out and the deal didn't get put together because the appraisal came in crazy. And so I've had an appraisal blow up a deal before, and it was supposed to fix it, and it actually blew it up. So that's the best information I can give you. Yes, you can order one. Yes, they can have it, but it doesn't do anything. Does that make sense? Okay. Studies have shown, so again, appraisal is not required in a cash sale. The value of a cash offer is that it's not encumbered by an appraisal. It can close faster. It's not contingent upon anything. If an appraisal is ordered, it's just for information. The buyer has no right to terminate. Studies have shown the mentality of the cash buyer finds themselves in termination more often than financing offers. Letting go of cash is sometimes harder and more fearful than borrowing money from a third party. Most buyers are grateful and thankful to borrow as much money as they possibly can. They're excited about that. But a cash buyer, they have a hard time letting go of that money. And just understanding that human element alone starts to make sense. Why they're so difficult in a transaction. Because they come and say, oh, yeah, well, I can do something better than all the cash offers. So everyone is going to take less. And the seller comes to the table, or the buyer comes to the table thinking, because I'm cash, that the seller is going to accept less for their home because I'm cash. And the empathy of me having my shoes in the seller and me actually watching my sellers react to these multiple offer situations over and over and over and over again has always been the same thing. The seller says, oh, well, okay, I mean, the cash is cool, but how come they're not more? And the seller's like, if this is cash, how come they didn't come in better? If they have all this money, how come they're not offering me what I'm asking? Because I'm offering a fair price. And so then they look at the cash offer and they want them to fix it. But at the end of the day, they choose a financing offer that gets them the highest net. Who here wants to sell your home for as much as you possibly can to put as much money in your pocket? And that's the same thing with the sellers. But again, not every seller, but so far every one of mine. So many cash buyers feel that they can offer less with a cash offer, and sellers want the most out of their home. And so now they're really at odds. And most sellers, they don't give a flip where the money's coming from. They just want all of it that they can have. And they don't care where it comes from, whether it's a bank account or it's being lent. The idea is that they're looking at a pre-qualification from a lender that says that they're good for it. So if it takes another 2 weeks to make $10,000, most of them are like, okay, let's wait. I would rather that. Now, what happens when the cash offer is better? There's no doubt. If the cash offer equals the financing offer, then, awesome. That's even better. But just know that that cash offer has a higher propensity of backing out in the transaction than the financing does. Again, they're win-lose through the initial negotiations, and they're often have the greatest amount of cold feet in a transaction. And you can really, really feel it in the repairs that in them because they want to make good on their bad decisions and the appraisal. Now, this is just the typical thing. The typical thing. Most cash buyers are in a price range where they have a lot of choices and they have a lot of choices too. And there's something to say about that. And sellers are emotional and they have an emotional attachment. It's not about a spreadsheet for them. They've usually already priced lower than what they wanted. The agent came out and told them their home was worth 350 and they really wanted 380 and they're already $30,000 under. And now the cash comes in even less and it's just a lot for them to process. Also, not all cash offers are cash. We've sort of fixed that actually a little bit. In some of our newer forms, the new third-party financing has a paragraph H that has hard money loans, which is helpful. But does the buyer actually have cash or are they borrowing from third party? How do you determine? You want to make sure that proof of funds are in the buyer's name and that the buyer has access to the funds. It's not a IRA or a CD that shows an amount. It's liquid funds from either a personal banker or it's from a bank account that has the buyer's name on it. Sherry.
Yes, and this is probably not a common situation, but on a residential, had proof of funds, cash offer that got accepted. He changed it to third-party financing. We closed okay, just fine, but when a cash offer changes, does the seller then have different rights? Does it
No, because
Legally.
you can't add a third party financing to the contract unless the buyer initials it and the seller initial it. So if you had a cash offer and then the buyer wants to change their financing to another financing type,
Mhm.
then what you have is
That's
a
the question.
buyer. Hey Sharon, can you
I'm getting it. I'm sorry.
that's okay. But your microphone is louder than mine, so when you have a buyer, all right, ask your question again, Sherry, because that threw me off.
Okay, no worries. Had a accepted offer, buyer had proof of funds on a cash offer. During the transaction, he changed and went and
Okay,
got third-party financing. We
thank you.
closed, but what were the
There,
legal?
so that's the thing is that the initial offer was cash, so the seller never granted the buyer a contingency. Unless the buyer said, Mr. Seller, will you sign this third party financing and add it to the contract? And the seller and buyer agree to it and add as a contingency. Now all of the contingencies in that third party are granted to the buyer. So a buyer, and we're going to go through that. I'm going to show you a Texas Realtors form that they have, one of their, what do they call these things? The tooltips regarding switching financing midstream. The seller and the buyer have to agree to a buyer contingency. And remember, what is the third party financing, which is a question I asked earlier, which is really what answers your question, is it's only a contingency. That's all it is. So a buyer has the right to go after any financing type and acquire the property any which way from any sources of money at all by the closing date. So it's not like the seller said, okay, if you want to buy the property, you can only buy it as conventional because that's what you checked on the third party financing. The buyer has the right to buy and pay for the property any which way they want. The third party financing is simply a contingency that the seller said, okay, if you can't get financing under this type, I will allow you out of the contract. If they go another way, there is no right for the buyer. So as long as they close and make it to the closing table and all is fine, then 100% great. But if they couldn't have obtained financing, they would have lost their earnest money because they had no contingency. Okay. This is a understanding the third party financing and appraisal addenda. This came out in 2021 in the heat of the craziness. It says the hot sellers market in Texas has created confusing situations involving financing and appraisals. Here are the answers to your questions about using the third party financing addendum and the addendum concerning right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. All right. If the contract is not subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval as checked in paragraph 2A, can a buyer still terminate under property approval? So you've got buyer approval and property approval, and those two things are separate. How should you write an offer if the buyer is using a hard money loan? It should not be written as cash. It has to be put in the third party financing as hard money, and then the hard money then needs to have whatever terms or conditions applied to the hard money limit as an addenda. We see a lot of people writing hard money as cash still, even though hard money is listed on the third party. That is that would be that would be bad faith, and that would likely result if a buyer did a hard money and didn't get the hard money and they didn't use that paragraph of the third party, they wouldn't have a contingency if the hard money loan did not come through. This is a really great article, and it has a whole lot of language here that helps. Um, how does paragraph 3, additional right to terminate, affect buyer's rights under the third party financing addendum? We are going to leave here, but come back to this because this is going to answer another question. And then there's another article that we're going to open up and we're going to read. All right. So here is paragraph G, other financing, and this is where hard money goes. It is a new paragraph on the third party financing that came out a couple of years ago. This is where hard money goes. It doesn't get written up as cash, it gets written up as paragraph G in the third party financing. We're going to now go through the third party financing line by line. But before we do, and before we really get a good understanding of what that document says, because there's so much confusion about the third party, even from brokers who call me, brokers of other firms call me and ask my advice and counsel on a situation they're in. And every single time I say this sentence, remember the third party is only a buyer contingency. The conversation is over. They're like, okay, all right, thanks. That's it. They already got it. The light bulb turned on because they get so wrapped up in this form being some magical document. It's only the ability for the buyer to terminate and get their earnest money back. It begins and it ends with that, meaning that the third party financing is not necessary. It doesn't have to be attached to the contract. It should be, but it doesn't have to be. A buyer, if they have cash and show proof of funds, they can switch financing and they can decide to go in any which way and it not be a breach. If you struggle with a third party financing addendum, well, so does a lot of people. We're going to go through paragraphs 1 through 5. We're going to look at it. We're going to understand what it says. But before we do, I'm going to bring it up here so we can see it, and we're going to keep going back and forth so that you can read. But in some of this, I have taken the actual text and I've pulled it off the form. But I think it's better for us just to actually go and look at the form itself. So hopefully all of your eyes are on this form. I need you guys to understand this form so well that you never have a question about it again. Just like our contract under paragraph 1, you guys remember what that little sentence is under paragraph 1 of our contract? Which makes it such a profound agreement, Sherry?
I was going to say the no condos, but I was wrong.
Under paragraph 1, yeah. What is that sentence up there?
The seller and the buyer agree to
Convey.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the crux of the whole thing. Well, there's another one of the crux of the whole thing right here, and it's the part that gets missed. And it's so important because have you ever had a buyer that doesn't want to buy the property and then now they're trying to figure out how the lender can decline them? That language is right here in paragraph 1, and it's very clear here. It says the buyer shall apply promptly for all financing described below and will make every reasonable effort to obtain approval for the financing, including but not limited to furnishing all the information and documents required by the buyer's lender. Oh, if I just don't give the appraisal or don't give the tax return to the lender, they can't approve me. I'll get a decline letter and all's good. That's bad faith. So there's a good faith agreement in paragraph 1 that says that the buyer agrees to make every reasonable effort to get approved for the loan, which means what's reasonable, they have to get approved for the loan and give the lender every single thing that they need. Now, paragraph 1 also talks about the loan type, whether it's conventional, Texas, FHA, VA, USDA, reverse, and other financing. Something, do you think that these check boxes will allow you to check off multiple? Yes. What would happen if you were to check off conventional and FHA?
If you qualify to either one, you don't have
That you have a contingency going either way.
yeah.
That the buyer has a contingency going in either direction. Now, some listing agents going to look at that and they're not going to be happy with that and they're going to counter back and say, no, pick a lane, stay in that lane. But the buyer is asking the seller for a contingency. And how many of you had in the middle of a transaction a buyer turn out they can't go FHA because they're DTA and they're DTI and they're getting pushed conventional or who knows what? But we often have people switching financing midstream. It's not uncommon. It's very uncommon. But the whole idea is that the third party financing is designed to provide the buyer a contingency. So you've got conventional Texas Veterans Loan, FHA financing, VA guaranteed, USDA financing, reverse mortgage, and other. Now, paragraph 2 talks about approval of financing, and paragraph 2 has two very different paragraphs, paragraph A and paragraph B. This is approval for financing here. This is the important part. This is why the buyer wanted to use this form in the first place, because this is where the buyer contingency lives, where it lives and where it doesn't live, by the way. So, first it says, you'll notice that there is a checkbox for paragraph A, and there's a checkbox for where they can pick one or the other in paragraph A. Is there a checkbox for paragraph B?
No.
No, which means the buyer, they have nothing to do with property approval. The buyer doesn't get to pick property approval. Who picks property approval?
The lender.
That's right. The lender does. So property approval is if buyer's lender determines, not if buyer looks at the appraisal and decides they don't want it. That's not what property approval is for. So this confuses people and think, oh, well, the buyer gets to approve the property. It has nothing to do with that. That's the lender. Now, and buyer approval, by the way, it sounds like that's something that the buyer is going to approve, right? Wrong. This is buyer being approved by the lender. So neither one of these has anything to do with the buyer shaking their head up and down or shaking their head sideways. It has nothing to do with that. This is all to do with the lender. So approval for financing. Does the buyer approve their financing? No, the lender does. So get the buyer's mind, get the buyer off here and say this is only for the lender, and the lender is determining these things of whether they want to move forward, and the buyer doesn't get to interfere with the lender's ability to approve or deny, because a lender can't decline a buyer if the buyer truly wasn't declined. They can't issue a decline letter. They can lose their license for it. So it is a very, very big deal. And I would be shocked to find a lender that would put their license on the line and decline a buyer when they truly weren't declined. So paragraph 2, approval for the financing described above, whatever they picked and then they're asking for the contingency on, will be deemed to have been obtained. Approval for the financing described above will be deemed to be obtained when buyer approval and property approval are obtained. And down below is A and B, buyer approval and property approval. And this is that other place where time is the essence for this paragraph, and strict compliance with performance is required. We saw that sentence where? Where's the only other place this lives in our 1 to 4 family?
Option and earnest money.
Earnest money.
Earnest money and option money. So this is the second time now that we've seen that strict performance, and really it's based on this checkbox right here of how much time the seller is going to grant the buyer for the lender to figure out if the buyer is going to be approved, because there has to be a cap on it at some point. The seller will say, yeah, I mean, we'll give the buyer 18 days, 20 days, something like that to figure it out. If they can't get it, then no, they need to go away so we can get a real buyer. All right. So let's read A and B. This contract, now the thing is this, the buyer can turn this off. The contract is not subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval.
Jack, can you make it bigger? It's really hard to see.
At least I didn't have to be the one to say that, because even with glasses, I can't hardly see that.
Same here.
Oh, that's way better.
That looks better. Thank you.
All right. So buyer approval. The buyer can turn buyer approval on or off, because what they're saying is A is the buyer asking the seller for a contingency. I want to get out if I don't get approved. Obviously, if they don't get approved, the seller is trying to figure out whether or not they are going to get the earnest money. And this is the question. Why would somebody, under what circumstance, a better question, under what circumstance would an agent and a buyer check off that the contract's not subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval? Birdie.
I was gonna say a cash buyer, but that doesn't make sense, so I think I'm wrong. Sorry.
What would you use a lender, a third party financing for cash?
No.
No, right. So this form wouldn't even be used. So this form doesn't exist for a cash buyer. So why would we say the contract's not subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval? Think about some of the documents that you, go ahead, Sherry.
If they have the ability to purchase without loan approval or the funds to fill the gap if there's an appraisal.
I mean, they're waiving their appraisal. They're waiving their appraisal contingency. So if they have the ability to buy cash, probably they're coming in as a cash offer. Maybe they'll use third party, but that's not really it because, uh, but that's a possibility.
They
The
want to
answer,
make their offer better, look better
They're already
in a
approved.
multiple offer situation.
so Sharon uh, picked up the answer because they have a true pre-approval because they've already been sent through underwriting by a lender and they already have been approved by the lender for buyer approval. You see, that's what we call subject to. That's a difference between a pre-qualification letter and a pre-approval letter. Very different. A subject to a pre-qualification letter or pre-approval letter says that the buyer has already had their assets, their income, and their credit history looked at by a lender, and the lender has already approved their assets, income, and credit history, and they've already approved the buyer, which means they've pulled their credit, they've looked at their income, they looked at their tax returns, they've gotten all the I's, dots, and T's crossed, and sent the buyer through underwriter, and the underwriter stamped approved, subject to an appraisal on a property. Now it's only subject to property approval. That is a really powerful place for a buyer to be, but most lenders want nothing to do with that because it's expensive, and sending the same person through underwriting twice is not what they want to do. They just don't. So it's harder to get a pre approval letter, but most of our preferred lenders will do that. Issue a subject to true buyer approval. And in a multiple offer situation, this is where you want to be. You don't want to be in a multiple offer situation where the buyer is putting in an offer and speaking with the lender and putting in a loan application on that same day. That's bad news for that buyer, especially if the other buyer already has gotten with the lender and already gotten approved. So if this is not checked, really what you're looking for here is the assets, the income, and the credit history. It all comes down to this. There's three things for both. There is it's very simple. This is assets, income, credit history, and the other one is appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. Both of them have three things they're looking for: assets, income, credit history for the buyer, appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs for property approval. Those are the six things that the lender is checking off in order to make sure that all is good. So for buyer approval, it says when you check off this box, this contract is subject to buyer obtaining approval. If buyer cannot obtain a buyer approval, buyer may terminate this contract within 18 days after the effective date of the contract by giving seller. Now there's some duties that they have to do here. Notice of termination and a copy of a written statement from the lender setting forth the reason for the lender's determination. So the lender has to provide them with a decline letter. So if we don't get a decline letter from the buyer, then we don't have a contingency anymore. If the buyer terminates this contract under this provision, the contract will terminate and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. If buyer does not terminate the contract under this paragraph 2A, the contract shall no longer be subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval. Buyer approval will be deemed to have been obtained when the terms of the loan described above are available and the lender determines that the buyer has satisfied all of the lender's requirements related to the buyer's assets, income, and credit history. So it's very simple. This is the buyer getting approved. It can be turned on or it can be turned off. And once these 18 days goes by, then it's done. If buyer does not terminate the contract under this paragraph 2A, the buyer shall no longer be subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval, meaning paragraph 2A is gone. It doesn't exist in the contract. They no longer have a contingency. So if they get past the 18 days, the buyer is putting their earnest money at risk If they get to before the 18 days and the lender says approved, then they're good. So we often see a buyer who's struggling and they are wanting to extend the 2A. And on our extension or our amendment, there is a date. There is a way to automatically extend paragraph 2A. I see you, Sharon. Automatically extend paragraph 2A to give them more time. Sharon.
Is there ever an instance where you would recommend we go further than 18 days? And exactly when does the 18 days start?
Well, it says effective date. So
Oh,
18 days
yeah.
after the
But would you,
effective date.
okay, so would you recommend in any case to go longer than the 18 days?
If you are picking this date, or if I am picking this date, we have both failed our client. Who picks this date for us?
The lender.
The lender. You call the lender and say, how many days do you need? Give me 20 days. Okay. And then the listing agent calls. All right, I see you guys are asking for 20 days. Hey, talk with the lender. They say they're super qualified, but the lender asked for 20 days and we're shooting for the lender, and that's where this came from, not from me. So the question now becomes, the seller's agent comes back and counters you for 18 days. So then you call the lender. All right, we're getting countered for 18 days. What do you want to do? Now the buyer and the lender talk about it and they get to decide what they want to do. But it should never be us making the recommendation on how to fill out the third party financing. All right, good question. All right, now, any questions regarding paragraph 2A? Do you feel like you have a better understanding about paragraph 2A? Momentous. All right, so paragraph B, property approval. Now, there is no way to invoke this paragraph. It is baked in. The buyer has no way to turn this on or off because an appraisal has to be done. The only way that the lender can do this is if the lender waives it because the median price, the property is less than the median price of homes in the market. Sometimes they'll waive it and they're not going to require an appraisal because it's 200,000. Most of the homes are worth 450,000, and the lender's like, we're not concerned about this being sufficient collateral for the loan in this market. I've had it happen a few times. It's rare, but it happens. So here in paragraph B, it says property approval. If the buyer's lender determines that the property does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to the appraisal. And by the way, appraisal has to do with the price, but not just the price. It has more to do with the repairs that are listed. But appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs, buyer may terminate this contract on or before the third day before the closing date. On or before the third date, not after. The 3-day thing is a big deal. Buyer can't get to 2 days before closing and just say, I want out. Because the deadline, the 18 days of this paragraph, the way they handle it here is it automatically goes away at the third day, unless it's FHA or VA. So they're really talking about conventional here. And I'm going to explain that because as we get into paragraph 4, it's actually going to say the 3-day notice of termination in paragraph 2B does not apply for paragraph 4. So this third day doesn't apply if it's FHA or VA, only conventional. So again, if buyer's lender determines that the property does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to the appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs, buyer may terminate the contract. Doesn't say will. They can still move forward. The lender just might have other terms to move forward, like bringing additional money to the table or something like this. Escrow hold back repairs and pay a third party to make the repair. And so because the repair can't get done before closing, there's a lot of ways to fix this stuff. So it's granting the buyer a contingency, not telling the buyer they can't buy the house. And the buyer contingency is the buyer gets earnest money if the lender doesn't approve the loan. But if there's a material issue, the material issue can be overcome. It's just, are the parties willing to overcome it so the lender can approve it? Because if there's something wrong with the appraisal, the parties can agree to fix it. But if they don't, then the lender can decline. There could be an issue with insurance. Maybe it's overcomable by shopping around for additional insurance. Maybe it's not. And then the lender required repairs. Are the parties going to agree to do an escrow holdback? Are they going to agree to fix it or not? Or the lender might decline them. Buyer may terminate this contract on or before the third day before the closing date by giving notice to seller, a notice of termination, and again, a copy of a written statement from a lender setting forth the reason for the lender's determination. So if the lender declines them, they have to issue a decline letter and say property approval, and they'll explain why. If buyer does not terminate under this paragraph, property approval is deemed to have been obtained. So you get 2 days before closing, the third party financing for conventional no longer applies. It would be very unlikely that the buyer has any contingency here to keep their earnest money that far into it. All right. Paragraphs 2A, 2B. Buyer approval, property approval. We have assets, income, credit history, and we have um, the insurability, appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. Those are the 6 things, 3 and 3. Any questions regarding these paragraphs under paragraph 2? Now's the time to ask. You got the broker on the hot seat, Emmerich.
So, Jack, if we use 2B, would we use the
Well, it's not a matter of using 2B, right? It's 2B is here.
yeah, so if we check off 2B and do
There is no
title,
checkoff for 2B. Only checkoffs are for A. So A has 2 checkoffs where either you're using it or you're not. But 2B has no such checkoff.
got it.
Any other questions other than that? Anybody?
Yep. So the 3 days has nothing to do with the 18 days. The
That's
3
correct.
days, pardon?
You're exactly right.
Okay. So the 3 days is completely independent of that. And that is 3 days prior to close of escrow. You have to produce the termination and the letter of denial.
Before the third day before closing.
Yeah.
Yep. On or before the third day before closing. So if they get up to 3 days to closing on that date, that's their deadline. Day 2, they no longer have the ability to get their earnest money back if the property doesn't get approved for property approval by the lender. So this is why buyers are asking for extensions on the close date, pushing that 3-day out. And sometimes you can find a situation where you're the day before closing and the buyer doesn't have an option and they're going to lie to you and they're going to do an extension for 5 days, all to turn around and terminate and get their earnest money back. And how would you like that as an agent? So what do you do when the buyer wants to extend? Who are you going to call?
The lender.
Michael.
You're going to call the lender. And if you call Michael, he's going to say call the lender. So either one works. He'll lead you to the right place. You're going to call the lender. Hey, a couple days before closing, we're asking extension. What are the chances of these people getting approved? Oh, they're already approved. Or nope, they've already been declined. Really? Really, really, really. Got it. Wow. Okay. Thank you for the information. They cannot lie to you. And that one question just determined whether or not your seller is going to get their earnest money or not. And so whenever I get an extension that's past the 3-day mark, my first thought is, I'm going to find out. Sharon.
How do we approach the lender if they refuse to share information with us like that?
Let me get there. Let me get there.
Oh,
Let me get
okay.
there. Let me get there. Yep. Okay. Any other questions regarding paragraph 2, A or B? You guys have really good questions, and I like them. No more? Raul and no one? Raul's like, nope, I'm just watching the whole thing unfold. All right. Paragraph 3, security. This is just a statement. And it's just a statement described in truth that the lender is going to have a note for each of the financing described above, and it's secured by a deed of trust. That's it. That's all it's saying. And because we are a deed state, we're not a title state, we're a deed state. You get a title to a car, go to the other states, and you get a title to a house. You don't get a title to a house. You get a deed to a house in Texas. So there's a security instrument, a deed of trust. And so it's that document. We're that state. So and this is just a note because paragraph 3 could be here or it could not be here, and it would not matter because all of this is rooted in state law. It's just making it clear to everyone. Now, paragraph 4 is really important, and paragraph 5 is the answer to Sharon's question. But we're going to get to paragraph 5 in a moment. Paragraph 4 is FHA VA required provision. If only used here for FHA and VA only. So if you're a conventional loan, this does not apply. If the financing described above involves FHA insured or VA financing, if they checked off FHA or VA, if they checked off conventional and decided to go FHA, this does not apply. Only if the seller and the buyer came together and agreed on a certain financing, that is the only case. I've had people say, no, 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 they were conventional, but now they're going FHA and they got declined, so they get their earnest money back. That's not what the seller agreed to. The buyer wanted that content, but it's federal law. It's federal law if the buyer and seller came together and agreed to that. But if the buyer and seller didn't agree to it, if the third party financing wasn't attached to the contract, the buyer can suffer the loss of earnest money. Just like some buyers think, oh, I'm an FHA buyer, and they don't order an appraisal and they get declined. It's also listed here of what happens if there's no appraisal. The buyer can lose their earnest money because it's only if they do pay for an appraisal and the appraisal comes in and they've both agreed to FHA and FHA was declined is when the buyer cannot suffer the loss of the earnest money. So the buyer has to make a concerted effort to agree to go FHA or VA and the seller agree to it. If the financing described above involves FHA insured or VA financing, it is expressly agreed. Someone say, what does expressly agreed? What does expressly mean?
Verbally or in writing?
They mark the boxes for FHA or VA.
I don't.
Definitively, I think is more apt.
Okay. So I'm going to give you the actual definition here. An express contract is an agreement where parties explicitly state all the terms, either orally in writing, but it's explicit. It is everyone understands the terms of this. There is no I didn't understand that I fully agreed, and if I didn't understand it, it's my fault and I can't fall back on this and say I didn't understand. So I am taking with all risk and liability that I understand this fully and agreeing to it because I do understand it. And ignorance is not an excuse. That word has a legal meaning. Expressly agreed that notwithstanding. What does notwithstanding mean?
Other than.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Regardless of what it says anywhere else. That's different than other than. Regardless, no matter what it says anywhere else, no matter what little language you put in paragraph 11 or what fancy legalese you put on top of this contract, that all of that is void and this supersedes all other language. That notwithstanding any other provision of the contract, no matter what it says anywhere, what crazy things agents have done, what an attorney added to the contract, that this will supersede all of that language always 100% of the time without limitation. Notwithstanding any other provision, because oftentimes agents would try to waive the appraisal contingency and put stupid stuff like buyer agrees to blah, 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 and special provisions in their FHA that is the unlawful practice of law, but also whatever they put there didn't matter because this superseded it. Notwithstanding any other provision of the contract, the buyer, purchaser, shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property described herein or to incur any penalty by forfeiture of earnest money deposits or otherwise. And then here we are. Unless the buyer has been given in accordance with FHA VA requirements a written determination statement issued by the Federal Housing Commissioner or VA or direct endorsement lender setting forth the appraised value of the property of not less than. It's saying that as long as the buyer ordered an appraisal and that appraisal is less than the amount that you entered here, then the uh, the buyer has the right to not purchase the property or get out and get their earnest money back. And then there's an or if the contract purchase price or cost exceeds the reasonable value of the property established by the Department of Veteran Affairs, they don't call FHA has an appraisal and VA has a certificate of reasonable value. Most agents call a VA appraisal an appraisal, but it's not. It's a certificate of reasonable value. It's not called an appraisal and it doesn't say appraisal on top. And so they've made sure that that's clear here, that it's that the cost exceeds the reasonable value of the property established by the VA. And then it says here this language. The 3-day notice of termination requirement, paragraph B2, yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't apply to this paragraph. The buyer can decide to get to the closing table and terminate on an FHA or VA because it didn't appraise, and nothing can change their mind. So this paragraph 4, this is designed for a buyer who's putting 3.5% down and they only have that amount of cash and it doesn't appraise, and then the buyer being able to terminate and go buy another house. I want to back up and I want to explain what this is really about. If you go back to the turn of the century, not 1900, 1800, our country, we didn't have a savings and loan. We didn't have any banks that were offering low down payments. It was the thrifts and the savings and loan that made it all possible. In the 1800s, we were a nation of renters. It was 50% down to buy a home, and that was a lot of money, and people didn't have it, and everyone was renting because of it. And in the 1930s, they started talking about this. And by the 1940s and 50s, you had thrifts and you had savings and loans. And then next thing you know, HUD and FHA is offering low down payment or 0% down VA loans for buyers, which means people who had a limited amount of money could get an insurance policy from the federal government that said, hey, if you guys default, because they wanted 20% down, because 20% down makes it safe for all of these investors because banks don't lend money. Banks lend money that belong to someone else, or investors lend money, but they have to make it worth their while. And if they have a lot of risk in it, they don't want to lend any money. And so 20% down is the number in which a property can foreclose, and then you sell the property and get your money back. And the lender take all that responsibility. So someone says, look, I got $10 million, I'm going to give $3 million, and I'm going to allow them to use this money in pools. And the FHA guidelines protect me, and my money is insured by the federal government against loss, and I'm going to be good, right? So that's the whole idea here. So now we have people who have limited cash be able to become a homeowner. And if they get in their first transaction and the property doesn't appraise and they lose their earnest money, they're no longer able to be a homeowner. How long did it take them to put that money together in the first place? So the idea here is if the if the if the seller and the buyer come to terms and the buyer no longer can just write their 3.5% down payment and buy the home, it grossly increases and it doesn't appraise by $10,000, then the buyer would have to bring an additional $10,000 to the table. And if they can't do that, then they've just lost their earnest money and now they're going to be a renter again. So the federal government said, look, we're going to protect these buyers and we're not going to allow them to lose their earnest money if the property doesn't appraise, which gives the buyer leverage to negotiate the transaction with the seller. The seller can choose not to come down. The buyer can choose to move forward anyway and write the $10,000 check, or the buyer can choose to bail, or they split it somehow. They come down 5,000 and the buyer brings 5,000. There's a lot on the table here, but it's that the buyer can't be forced into moving forward. And the buyer can't lose their earnest money if the property doesn't appraise, even at the closing table. They can still change their mind and walk away. That's what this paragraph is for, and it's only FHA and it's only VA. Paragraph A says, the buyer shall have the privilege and option of proceeding if they want to. So if they decide that it doesn't appraise and they want to move forward with consummating the deal, then they can. The buyer shall have the privilege and option of proceeding with consummation of the contract without regard to the amount of the appraised valuation or the reasonable value established by the Department of Veteran Affairs. Again, uh, they use these two: appraised valuation for FHA or reasonable value for VA. They just want to separate those two things because they're very different. If FHA financing is involved, the appraised valuation is arrived at to determine the maximum mortgage the Department of Housing and Urban Development will insure. HUD does not warrant the value or the condition of the property. The buyer should satisfy himself or herself that the price and the condition of their property are acceptable to the buyer because they're not going out and doing a inspection. And paragraph C, if VA financing is involved and if buyer elects to complete the purchase at an amount in excess of the reasonable value established by VA, buyer shall pay such excess amounts in cash from a source which buyer agrees to disclose to the VA and which buyer represents will not be from borrowed funds except as approved by VA. If VA reasonable value of the property is less than the sales price, seller may reduce the sales price to an amount equal to the VA reasonable value, and the sale will be closed at the lower sales price with proportionate adjustments to the down payment and the loan amount, making it very clear because this is a zero down loan and there's no money being brought to the table at all. So this is what paragraph 4 is. It is only FHA, it is only VA, and if that is what is agreed to, FHA or VA is checked off in any one of these boxes above, then this is invoked and the buyer cannot lose the earnest money for any reason. If they choose to back out all the way to the closing table, they get their earnest money without exception. But all of this language of backing out doesn't exist. The buyer choosing to back out because it doesn't appraise doesn't exist. In a high down, so by the way, what amount do we put in here? We have paragraph 3. 3A is the cash portion, 3B is the loan amount, and 3C is the sales price. What do we put in here?
The sales
Sales
price.
price.
The sales price go.
Sales
Yeah,
price on the contract. Yes.
that's right. It's paragraph 3C, the sales price. Now we're dealing with, they have to have 3.5% down. Now, this is the thing. If you have a conventional loan and it doesn't appraise by $5,000 and the buyer has a conventional loan and they're putting down $50,000, they're putting down 20%, and it doesn't appraise by 5,000, but they're putting $50,000 down and they're only required to put down as a little bit as 3%, but they want to put more down because they want to escape these extra fees like MI mortgage insurance, but they're approved for as low as 3% down. Is the lender going to approve them, or is the lender going to decline them because it doesn't appraise? What do you
No.
think? Who said no?
Lior.
Lior is right. The lender is not going to decline them. So if you're thinking that this word appraisal over here, that this paragraph P, because it says appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs, that if it doesn't appraise, remember, they have to give a copy of the statement from the lender setting forth why they declined the loan. So this is why I say that there is no protections of a buyer over appraisal for a conventional loan like FHA, because most of these high down payment conventional loans, the lender is not going to decline the buyer because the property doesn't appraise. Most of properties don't appraise for zero. There's a range in which they're close to the sales price by, let's just say, 5%, 7%, something like that. $10,000, $15,000 could be a lot for a buyer, but even that amount, they're still not going to decline the buyer for. So what happens if your conventional buyer says, if this thing doesn't appraise, I want the ability to back out? That's not what paragraph A or B does here. There is no protection over the buyer who's conventional here because the lender is not going to decline them. They were approved for the loan. Thing is the buyer says, but wait, I don't want to move forward. And the lender says, that's not what this says. This says, are we going to approve you? You've been approved for the loan and you don't want to move forward. That's two different things. The lender approving you because the numbers work is different than the buyer not wanting to move forward. So if the buyer doesn't want to move forward, there's another form that we have to add a new paragraph for to this agreement. And that comes in the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. There is this kind of sentiment in that form that is designed for the conventional loans. All right, so let's get through paragraph 5, and then we're going to move over to that form so that you can read it, and then we're going to go on a break. Okay, paragraph 5, authorization to release information. Susan's question was, what happens if they don't want to play ball and they don't want to answer your questions? The lenders just say, I'm not answering your question. Buyer authorizes buyer's lender to furnish to the seller or buyer or their representative information related to the status of the approval for the financing. The creditworthiness of the buyer is now open to conversation. Everything to do with the approval for the financing. And that's all of the approval process. It's all of it. What is going on with the buyer being approved? And the lender now can answer all of those questions because of paragraph 5A. And the lender cannot lie. Paragraph 5B says seller and buyer shall authorize, and this allows us to have a copy of the closing disclosure because in 2015, when we moved away from the HUD settlement statement to the closing disclosure, we had TRID invoked, and TRID created new timelines, new forms, and confidentiality between the closing disclosure, and said that real estate agents can't have a copy of the closing disclosure unless the clients authorize it. So then TREC put it here, authorizing the brokers and the agents to get a copy of the closing disclosure here in this third party financing, where it says seller and buyer authorize buyer's lender, title company, and escrow agent to disclose and furnish a copy of the closing disclosure and settlement statements to the parties' respective brokers and sales agents provided under broker information. All right. So this is our third party financing. It is simply a contingency. It's simply trying to give the buyer a right to get their earnest money back under certain circumstances. Certainly, there is no limitation for a VA or FHA. They can move forward if they want, but they're not under any requirement to. But if it's conventional, it would have to be such a dire situation that the lender actually declined the buyer, and that is very unlikely here. So if we want to give the buyer the right to terminate if it doesn't appraise, there's another form that we have to use. And we're going to go over that form when we get back from break. It is 2:26. Let's come back at 2:36.
Welcome back.
I'll be back.
Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we're going to continue our nerding out of our third-party financing and our addendum concerning right to terminate due to the lender's appraisal. All right, so this form, 49-1, down here, this is a TREC form. TREC created this for us to use in connection with the third-party financing. And there's some stuff on the top that really makes it very clear. Use only if the third-party financing addendum is attached to the contract and the transaction does not involve FHA or VA. So that leaves conventional and other types. So I've always looked at this as a conventional loan form, but it could be used for hard money loan, I guess, as well. So you've got three sections. You've got the waiver, which is a full waiver. You have a partial waiver, and you have an additional right to terminate. We're going to start with the additional right to terminate because this is so far away from what these two things are that it's really they're miles apart. This says, in addition to buyer's right to terminate under paragraph 2B of the third-party financing addendum, buyer may terminate the contract within X amount of days after the effective date. So if you put in 18 days here, then you're adding the ability for the buyer to get out. And remember how in paragraph 4 of the third-party financing, you could enter a date right here, enter an amount of what it appraised for. Well, they have the same thing in 49-1. The appraised value according to the appraisal obtained by the buyer's lender is less than $300,000. And the buyer delivers a copy of the appraisal to the seller. If buyer terminates under this paragraph, earnest money goes back to the buyer. If the buyer wants to have the additional right to terminate on a conventional loan, this is where it happens. You should not be leaning on paragraph 2B of the third party financing. You shouldn't be leaning on that because it's very unlikely that the lender is going to decline the buyer. So if the buyer specifically wants the right to terminate if the property doesn't appraise on a conventional loan, this is the only way to protect the buyer. Make sense? Have you guys been using this for your conventional buyers? No comment? Okay. Well, who's going to start using it from now on? Excellent. We are certainly going to have a conversation with our conventional buyer about it, let them know that this exists, and determine if they want to have an appraisal contingency. Because if they're in a multiple offer situation, they may go in the other direction. They may say, no, 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 actually, I want to do the opposite. I want to make sure I get it. Or they may be the only buyer, and truly the negotiation is between the seller and the buyer, and they don't want to, in their mind, overpay. So they want the seller to agree that if the appraiser doesn't think it's sufficient collateral, then they don't want to buy it either, and they want the leverage to terminate. None of this says that the seller is going to agree to reduce the price. All it does is give the buyer the right to terminate, and the seller doesn't have to come down. The buyer could threaten, but the buyer would have to actually terminate and get their earnest money back. Is that really what they want to do? Most of the time, no, especially if it's over a nominal amount like 3,000. They're probably not going to terminate, but the buyer has the right to terminate. And that gives them leverage because the seller does not want to come back on market. If the property doesn't appraise for $3,000, what is what is who has the leverage there? Who do you think really in all things considered? If the property is conventional, this form was used, they put in here 18 days, they put in here $300,000, and the property appraised for 295, and there's a $5,000 difference. Let's talk about leverage. What leverage does the seller have, and what leverage does the buyer have?
The buyer has the leverage.
Yeah? Why? I don't
Well,
disagree, but I want to hear.
they can walk away. They can say, hey, the property is not worth what I thought it is. Then I'm just walking away.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Lior, how much money is the buyer going to spend by walking away?
Just nothing.
Nothing, really? So at what point? So did they not have to pay for an appraisal?
Oh, yeah, the appraisal.
Did they not have to pay the option fee?
Yeah,
Did they not have to pay for the inspection?
yeah,
So there's a little bit more than nothing. So
yeah.
how much is the buyer out to walk away? How much are they out?
Like
Let's do the math.
A
$1,200
few
or
$1,000.
Mm. So are they really going to lose that money? Because the next home they go to, they have to spend that money all over again. So
Okay.
do they really have all the leverage? Seller might think, are they really going to back out? So maybe the seller and the buyer start thinking we're going to split this because the seller's like, look, you agreed to buy my home for $300,000. That was our purchase price. And the buyer says, yeah, but you agreed to let me out if it doesn't. That's right. I agreed to let you out. So if you want to go away, go away. If you want to buy the house, buy the house. And now the buyer's
Yeah.
sitting there thinking, what am I going to do? The question is the buyer going to bail?
It
How big is
depends.
the difference? That's the key, I guess.
That's right. It was $5,000 in this case. That's why
Yeah.
I didn't make it $30,000, $40,000 because obviously that's a huge thing. But you've got more to consider too. You have to consider that The buyer's been under contract for 30 days. They've told their kids, they told their wife, they told their family, their entire family's excited about buying this property. They probably already have movers. And at what point does the appraisal come out? 20 days after? Most transactions are only 26 days. So you're 5, 6 days away from closing. Is the buyer really going to bail here over $5,000? And I say likely not. Are they going to be furious? And are they going to be spitting and spewing and huffing and puffing and saying they're going to cancel and then they sleep over it, wake up the next morning and they move forward?
Well, you as the agent, you have to like give them those numbers too and say, because I've done that before. That like one of my houses appraised for $2,000 less, and my client was like, here, and I was like, well, do the math. You have to start all over again in another house, and we don't know what the inspection is going to say, the unknowns. So, and when I put it out numbers, then she realized and she was like, oh, okay. So the seller did end up, they went halfies, but still, I think it all boils down to the agent explaining to the buyer how beneficial is to try to save the deal instead of just letting it go to waste.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Buyer, just out of curiosity. If the property had appraised for $305,000, would you have written a check for $5,000 to the seller?
No, we would high five, sir. And
We
I
would
would
have.
say, real estate agent, you did a wonderful job.
So the thing is that I would go back and remind them what an appraisal is. An appraisal is not what a buyer and seller came to the table and said that this is what the property is worth. It's what in the past that an appraiser is going to look at to tell the lender if it's sufficient collateral based in the past. If you've got really good comps and pendings and multiple offers and the market's increasing because you're in summer and they went back 6 months and the oldest comps are 3 months ago and the appraiser didn't adjust for time, which sometimes they don't do, then it very well be that we expect it not to appraise by a few thousand. And so the question is that what did your CMA say? And what was the range of your CMA? Because in my opinion, the CMA should have led the buyer and the seller here. And as long as the CMA set a range of 295 to 305 and it fell in that range, then you're likely to tell the buyer, look, this was the range. We went into a situation, the seller countered you and you agreed for more, and so here we are. Um, the seller is not required to come down. The buyer is not required to bring money to the table. At the end of the day, the seller and buyer agreed for the buyer to have an out, so the buyer now has an out. And if the buyer wants to exercise their out, the buyer's right is to terminate and get their money back and walk away. And it begins and ends with that. The buyer's right is not for the seller to reduce, but everybody has options and everyone has to make the decision that works best for them in that moment. That's how I explain it to my client. I explain it to all of the rights that they have. Now, what would you like me to do? Well, I would like you to ask the seller to come down. So then we send the seller an amendment. And the seller then is going to counter it. Maybe they accept it. Maybe they counter it in half and it comes back and they work it out and they split the difference. Great. Maybe they don't. Maybe the buyer walks away. It's the buyer's right. But all we can do is communicate to the buyer what an appraisal means, what this all means, and uh, let the parties decide what they're going to do. And if he wants to walk away, then I would let him know, okay. Um, if if you walk away from this transaction and you intend to purchase another home, I just have to tell you that your option funds and the inspection and the appraisal, these are non-refundable stuff, and you're going to spend that money on the next one, and that's going to be painful. I'm just throwing that out there. Be prepared for that. Jay.
So, as you know, several of us have shown that we've not been using this or been taught to use this for paragraph 3. I've used paragraph 2 before, but um, in terms of paragraph 3, are you saying that we should use this just in case the appraisal comes in less, and we want to make sure that our client has that option for the out?
If your cash buyer, if your conventional buyer wants to have the right to terminate and get their earnest money back if the property doesn't appraise, the only way to make that happen is with this paragraph. So this form should be discussed with the buyer in connection with third-party financing. Mr. Conventional Buyer, nothing in our contract and nothing in the third-party financing is going to provide you a contingency to get out of the contract and get your earnest money back in the event the property doesn't appraise. Mr. Buyer, you probably think that that's boiled into the contract somewhere, but it is in fact not. We have a different form here, and this, by checking this off, you can ask the seller to grant you a contingency to get out of the contract and get your earnest money back in the event the property doesn't appraise. The reason we don't just automatically use this form is because it's situational. If you're in a multiple offer situation, this likely is going to get you nowhere. So we just have to look at the situation, advise our clients on what is available to them, and let them, after they've been fully informed, and then follow their instruction. It starts and ends with that. Jeanette.
If you were the listing agent, how would you present this to your seller? And what would be the communication to this form?
Well, Mr. Seller, the amount offered in paragraph 3, the buyer is asking for the right to terminate in the event that the property doesn't appraise for 300,000. And so remember that CMA we did in that range. So this is saying that in the event that it doesn't appraise, the buyer has the right to exit the transaction and get their earnest money back. So just know if that is what the buyer is asking for. And
Could that be negotiated and not be like you can come back? The seller says, I don't want to sign that.
I think it would be crazy for a seller not to sign this. I can't imagine a seller saying no to this. I just can't. Not in this market where they're wanting to sell a transaction, especially if they come in for asking price. Oh, you're saying that they're willing to move forward at the asking price? They're willing to, as long as it appraises. Okay. So I mean, that's it. They're asking for an appraisal contingency. You're right. It's a negotiation for the parties to determine. And if the seller refuses it, then Mr. Buyer, what do you want to do? I want to offer $10,000 less. Okay, let's offer $10,000 less. Then the seller comes back and says, oh, let's put the $10,000 back on here and let's use this form. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Now let's talk about the opposite here. What happens if you're in a multiple offer situation, and in that multiple offer situation, you have a client that says, oh, get me this house, and you're bidding $5,000 over, and you're the listing agent, and you have two offers. One offer is using this form, and the other offer is not. But the buyer, let's just go the other direction, and they have the property was listed for 300 and they came in at 315. Let's just say that. Okay. So the transaction now, paragraph 3C says $315,000, but they were listed for $300,000. And again, typically the only reason a buyer is going over asking price, typically the only reason is because they're trying to outbid another buyer. I've had very few situations where they've offered more. I've seen transactions that were 399,900 and we offer 400 because the $1 was just ludicrous. I've seen that before. So yes, I've seen buyers willingly bid over asking price because it was $1 and wanted a round number. But typically a buyer is either going to give a seller what they're asking for or try to reduce less, closing costs and the rest. But if there's another buyer involved, then they're trying to outbid them, which means they're willingly going over asking price. And the seller is usually standing behind their list price. So now there is no expectation that the property is going to appraise. And you get two offers, and one of them uses this form and one of them doesn't use the form. If you're a listing agent and neither one of them use this form, what would your approach be? As a listing agent, we got two offers and this form wasn't used on any of them. Would you ask some questions? What would you ask, Sherry?
I would be talking to the lender and getting more information from the lender to see which one is the stronger buyer.
And going back to them and saying, hey, you guys are, my seller is standing behind this sales price that we have in the MLS, and you guys are willingly bidding over. The seller's going to look at this. This offer is going to be a lot more attractive to the seller if you guys are willing to agree to bring money to the table in the event that it doesn't appraise, because the seller didn't list it for this amount, and the seller doesn't know if it's going to appraise or not. You think that's a fair request of a seller in a multiple offer situation?
Yes.
Most. And is the buyers love the property enough to actually go over asking price? They're the ones doing this. The seller doesn't have a gun to them head and say, you must buy my property for $10,000 more. The buyer must really love it because they're bidding over and they want to get the house. And so, oh yeah, okay, we really want to beat the other person. I can tell you something that came out of Mega 17 that they really liked, and they actually mentioned it later, was a statement that I have that says, typically a buyer isn't willing to give a seller a dollar more than their asking price, but they are willing to outbid another buyer all day long because they want to win. And how a buyer wins when negotiating against the seller, one buyer, one seller, is to get below the asking price. How the buyer wins in a multiple offer situation is outbidding the other buyer. Both situations, the buyer wins. So the idea is, how does the buyer win? And you give them the option to win by, the seller would like you to use this form. You're willingly bidding over asking price. The seller wants to make sure that that actually happens. Leor.
I would assume all things the same, as far as the price, this form would make the difference for the seller.
Yes. 100%. So that's why I said, here you have a situation where both offers don't contain this form, and you're the listing agent. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, how come no one's using this form? Is it because the agents forgot this form exists? Because I want this form to be used, because I know when I get to the appraisal, I don't want them just to have leverage to come down again. Even if it's a high down payment conventional loan, I'm still going to want to have the buyer show the goodwill in doing this. Leor.
So would you ask the buyer's agent to introduce this form?
I
Would
might
you
even,
talk to them about that?
I might, but I would be talking with the seller. I would definitely, because I mentioned that, I would call the buyer and say, hey, Mr. Buyer, spoken with the seller. They would really look at your offer more kindly if this had attached to it your ability to waive the appraisal for the overage, and talk to them about this form or even counter them on this form. So the first one here is a full waiver. And what that means is that no matter how low the appraisal comes in, the buyer is going to make up the appraisal. So buyer waives buyer's right to terminate the contract under paragraph 2B of the third party financing addendum if property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value in the appraisal does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements. If the lender reduces the amount of the loan due to the opinion of value, the cash portion of the sales price is increased by the amount the loan is reduced to the appraisal. So what are they saying here? If it doesn't appraise by $10,000, this is telling you that the lender is automatically going to mess with paragraphs 3A, 3B, and 3C in their mind, although that's not going to happen. If it doesn't appraise, we're not going to amend the contract. But the lender's loan amount is going to be changed, and how much they're going to bring to the table is going to be different. So here, if it was listed for 300, and let's just say, to make it easy, they were putting $10,000 down. So 3A said 10,000, 3B said 290, and 3C said 300. Now they were bidding over, so but that's what the offer was. What happens then if it doesn't appraise? Because we don't know. They're bidding over for $310,000. Now, we don't know what's going to happen. Let's say it appraised for $300,000 like we thought. So they have the offer came with $10,000 down, $300,000 is the loan amount, and 310. That's what they came in at because they willingly bid over. So that's what the contract shows. Then 20 days later, the appraisal came in for 300,000. What does this do? Do the math in your head and tell me what really the buyer is going to do in terms of down payment. Jay.
They're going to have to bring $10,000 more to the table to
Okay.
match that difference.
So how much were they bringing to the table before?
Oh gosh, I forgot what percent you said.
I said 10,000.
Oh, 10,000. So they're bringing 20,000 to the table.
Okay. So it says that for every dollar that you increase the down payment, which is 3A, you're going to decrease 3B. And so 3B was 300,000. So what is 3B going to be now?
20,000.
280.
290?
280.
3B was 300.
300.
It was
Okay.
10,000, 300,
So
310.
290?
So now 3A is 20,000 and 3B is 290, exactly as Jeanette said. Because you had to take $10,000 away from the assessed value because it didn't appraise. They needed to have that $10,000. And so they decreased the loan amount and increased the down payment because the lender says you need to bring more money to the table. So that's basically what's happening here. So if the lender reduces the amount of the loan due to the opinion of value, the cash portion of the sales price is going to be increased by the amount the loan is reduced to the appraisal. So Mr. Buyer, it didn't appraise by $10,000, you're going to bring another $10,000 to the table. It begins and ends with that. So that's what this is what this is saying is that look, you're agreeing to put $10,000 here. If it doesn't appraise by 10,000, you bring $20,000 to the table. If it doesn't appraise by $30,000, then you're bringing 40,000 to the table. The buyer says, "But I don't have 40,000. I only have as much as 20,000." I see. So that means we can't offer a full waiver because the buyer doesn't have the capability to offer a full waiver because they don't have enough cash. So the buyer says, look, I'm only willing to put up $20,000 in the event that this doesn't appraise. Okay, I totally get it. So now we're going to use partial. This is looking at it the exact opposite way than the way this looked at it. This said $300,000 or less, and this says X amount of dollars or more. And so this is really confusing. As long as the appraisal comes in for this much or more, then I'm in. And this one says as long as the buyer's lender appraisal is less. So these are two different things. I want this thing to appraise for at least $300,000. Buyer waives buyer's right to terminate the contract under paragraph 2B of the third party financing if the property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value and the appraisal does not satisfy lender's underwriting requirements and the opinion of value is Blake's or more. So how far did the appraisal go down low? How far low are you going to go when the buyer still says okay? So they're at 310. So when it appraises under, it's always going to appraise for less than the sales price, right? How far are they going to go? They said that they're willing to have $20,000. So what do we put here? Jay.
This is it'd be 290.
That's right.
290.
That's 290 because the buyer said, I'm willing to bring up to $20,000. So as long as this property appraises for $290,000 or more, I'm going to stay in, which means that the most of their exposure would be $20,000. That's the most that they could have exposed. If it appraises for 285, then that means they would need an additional $5,000 that they don't want. All right. This is a mental calculation that you have to walk the buyer through, but it's actually when you look at the form, it's actually quite simple. So you guys did very, very well with this. Does everyone feel like they have a good understanding of this? Anybody have any questions before I move back to our slide deck? So we have already gone through the third-party financing. We talked about 2A. We talked about 2B. We talked about the security. We talked about the FHA VA provision. We've talked about paragraph 5, which was Sharon's question that she had earlier. We talked about that. And now we're going to talk about, oh, and we talked about paragraph 5, authorization to release information. All right, so now that we have talked about these things, we're going to see where the rubber meets the road because we're going to have a scenario. And then you're going to go to your groups and you're going to talk about all that we've learned and you're going to figure out how to apply this to the forms. Paragraph 2, approval of financing. Approval for the financing described above will be deemed to have been obtained when buyer approval and property approval are obtained. That's what paragraph 2 of the third party financing says. So here's a scenario. Buyer gets an approval letter. They negotiate terms and go under contract. Seller receives a backup offer significantly higher and looking to move forward with the new offer. The seller calls the title company demanding they return the earnest money because he was moving forward with the new offer. Conditional financing was chosen in the addendum, and 3% down was being offered as the down payment in the purchase contract. The lender had not spoken to the buyer in over 6 months and had no knowledge the offer was even being submitted. Their prequal was 120 days old, but neither the buyer agent or the listing agent questioned it. Lender repulled the credit, and the buyer score had dropped from 720 to 605. The lender would need to switch from conventional to FHA because the buyer's score was too low for conventional financing. The seller learned the buyer switched from the agreed upon conventional to FHA and said unless they can close the property using conventional financing, they must issue termination as the seller would not sign an amendment authorizing a change in financing. So out the gate, the seller really wants to go with this backup offer. Now, we all know he can't because he already has a primary offer. So the seller's calling the title company and trying to create a bunch of ruckus, get these people out. I want the backup offer. We've actually had that happen. A seller was trying to fire the buyer, and it's just not something that they have the right to do. And but now you have a buyer who already knows that their seller is not going to play ball. This seller is not going to do anything for that this buyer asks, including repairs or anything else. Clearly, you've got a backup offer, and that backup offer has put a whole lot of pressure on the primary offer because you know that you're not going to get anything from that point forward. And as the lender is looking into it, you, the agent, find out, oh gosh, the pre-approval letter or the pre-qualification letter that I have for my buyer that I gave to the listing agent, I didn't realize it was 6 months old. And the listing agent never bothered. I mean, the buyer agent never bothered to call the lender to say, hey, I want to check in with you. I got a pre-qualification letter and buyer says you're working with them. And that call should have happened. But in this case, the buyer didn't bother to call, submitted an offer, got it accepted. Now they're under contract. And then the lender is very surprised to hear that this buyer got an offer accepted because they haven't been talking to this buyer for 6 months, 7 months. And now the buyer agent just found out about this. And they're like, uh-oh. So now the lender's like, look, there's no way they're going to be able to go conventional. They're going to have to go FHA. And then the buyer agent is thinking, well, how do I make this happen? Because the lender, the seller is not interested in helping us do anything. So here's a scenario that actually happened. And the agent got it wrong because of some misunderstandings that the agent had. So this is a real case study. Thankfully, it got into our hands because we put it back on course. But I want you guys to discuss this in your group and how do you advise the parties and what are the rights of the parties here? You should have enough information to take this to your breakout room. I'm going to create 5 breakout rooms and I'm going to give you 8 minutes. And this isn't the only case study that you are going to have. Jay.
So we're discussing how we would advise both sides separately
No, I want you to talk from the buyer perspective.
from the buyer. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, welcome back, everyone. So, how was your discussions?
We
Was
need
there,
more time. That's where our discussion was going.
do you feel like that you guys were just all over the place?
Yes.
Not really.
Yes, I'm in a meeting.
So I'm going to ask the first question. So we have a very clear and concise question. Is it required that the seller sign an amendment approving the transition from conventional finding to FHA in order for the buyer to go a different route?
No, sir.
No.
No,
It's not required. So, do we have an agreeable seller here?
no, no.
Yes. Oh,
110% no.
Yeah, not anymore.
Remember,
No.
Jeanette? He called the title company and said, "Get rid of these people. I'm canceling the contract because the backup offer came in." That is not an agree. Lisa, did you have a question? Oh, Lisa is okay. Lisa put up her hand and it made a hand go up. All right, sorry. It's fine. Um, so
she needs more time.
we do not have an agreeable seller, but we also have a buyer agent who seems to think that maybe the seller needs to sign this addendum. But if the seller doesn't sign it, what does it mean?
As long
But
as
the
it
buyer
closes,
doesn't have an out.
The buyer loses their contingency, which means in order for the buyer to move forward, what does it mean for the buyer to move forward right now? Jeanette,
to get the deal closed.
who put their hand up? Was it you, Sherry? Okay, Sherry.
Okay, so he could back out under the conventional if he could terminate it if he got a decline letter, or he could proceed with FHA without any contingencies if the seller is not willing to sign the different third party giving him the contingencies of the FHA.
So, is it likely in this scenario, Sherry, that the buyer is still in their option period? I think maybe. I think maybe it's likely, right? Because we've just given it to the lender and the lender just found out that they got an offer. How long? I mean, I certainly hope that the lender doesn't find out that the property went under contract after the option period. The lender was certainly surprised to find out that they were under contract, but we just gave this thing to the lender and the lender was like, "Wait, what? I haven't heard from these people in 6 months. I don't know what you're talking about." So likely that happened early in the process. So it's not, I didn't put it in the scenario. In this situation, it was true. So let's just say that the buyer's inside their option period. So now the buyer has options, and it's going to be a battle of wits to the buyer and risk reduction and how much risk the buyer wants to take. So in this scenario, what do we look at as the biggest causality of this?
The seller,
I don't think so.
no. Well, the agent that didn't
Ah.
make sure that he was really approved.
Yes, I agree with Leor and Sherry, who are both saying the exact same thing. I can read sign language, Sherry. Um, she's like, me, it's a buyer agent. So yes, that's the thing. The buyer agent should have verified the legitimacy of the pre-approval, looked at the date, spoken to the lender, asked the lender to refresh it, and they would have much had their ducks in a row much better ahead of time, and they could have asked for the right contingency up front, and the buyer could be moving forward using the right contingency and having the right protections. Jeanette.
But as a listing agent, if I get an offer, I always call the lender as well.
Yeah, it's a failure on all of the agents for sure. 100%. Someone should have caught this. We should not have a executory contract and no one has spoken to the lender. But guess what? We did because this is a real life scenario. So then I'm going to ask the second question then. So the first one, we've all agree that the buyer can switch lending all they want. But if they do, they're going to have their earnest money at risk. The buyer's in the option period, so the buyer has the ability to terminate and maybe resubmit a new offer. But if they do, they're going to lose $600 or whatever the option period is. And so they're going to lose that. And if you're in San Antonio, apparently $20. So it just depends on what market we're in. And that's risk for the buyers. The buyer like thinking, no, we're already under contract. But if I back out, I'm going to lose my earnest money. And obviously, I can't submit a new offer because why? That's right.
There's a backup offer.
There's a backup offer. And the seller wants us to go away. So if the buyer wants to stay, the only way they can do so is by taking the risk. And the buyer has to decide what they're going to do. But if you flip the scenario, if the buyer is unable to qualify for conventional financing and the loan is switched and approved for FHA, but still no amendment signed, can the buyer still terminate under the conventional financing provision to secure their earnest money?
Yes,
Yes. Because why?
because there's still unrestricted rights to cancel. No?
It's gonna be later on in the table. It's gonna take a long time for the lender the lender's not gonna decline them in the option period. That's not it. And so if the buyer is unable to qualify for conventional financing and the loan is switched and approved for FHA, but still no amendment signed, can the buyer still terminate under the conventional financing provision to secure their earnest money? So they're unable to qualify for conventional, but they switch for FHA and they give it a try to see if they can do it, and they're declined for FHA, they can still fall back on the conventional financing, right? Because they were declined. So the answer is yes, but they have to be very careful and very paying attention to the timelines. But does the conventional loan provide them an appraisal contingency? What did we just learn?
It does.
It does not if the agent didn't attach the other form.
That's right. So did we use 49-1? Does it say that we used? It doesn't.
No.
So in that case, can they fall back on the conventional financing if it doesn't appraise?
No.
They cannot. I want to share an article with you. This article actually came from me at Texas Realtors. This happened back in 2020, and I submitted this article because I use Texas Realtors articles to argue points every day in my job. My job is to make the difficult situations, the arguments go away, and 90% of the arguments I'm in is because the other person is wrong and I have to find a way to prove it to them. And so when I don't have a Texas Realtors article to prove to them, then I ask them to create one. And here is one of those. This was March 2020. All right, so let's read the scenario. The third-party financing addendum is available to buyers who would like to make the contract contingent upon qualifying for and being approved for the financing they specify in the addendum. Very careful words here. The third-party financing is available to a buyer who wants to make the contract contingent on qualifying for and approved for the financing they specify, the one they checked off in the addendum. If the buyer is unable to secure the financing selected in the form, the buyer has the right to terminate the contract if they want, because they weren't approved for the checked off box. Except for FHA and VA loans, paragraph 2 of the third-party financing addendum outlines two sets of circumstances under which the buyer can terminate. So, paragraph 2 and B, the 3-day thing doesn't matter. So, we're going to get through this, but we're going to talk about paragraph 2B1, which is buyer approval. The buyer does not obtain approval from the lender within a certain amount of days. Buyer approval is deemed obtained when the terms of the loan described in paragraph 1 are available and the lender determines that the buyer is satisfied all of the lender requirements related to the buyer's assets, income, and credit history. We know what this paragraph says, but it says note that the buyer must give written notice of termination to the seller within the number of days. So they just kind of go over what paragraphs 1 and 2 really mean. We already know what that property approval and buyer approval look like. So a question sometimes arises, about whether a buyer is in default if the buyer is unable to secure the financing agreed to in the third-party financing addendum and then wants to pursue some other type of financing. For example, what if the buyer cannot secure a conventional loan and wants to move forward to an FHA loan? Would this constitute a default under the purchase contract? The answer is no. So here's the scenario. The guy, furious, I want you to back out. I got a better backup offer. And they had uh, FHA line, they had conventional checked off. And now they were declined, and now they want to move to FHA. Can they give FHA a try? And if by going to FHA, are they some way in default? Absolutely not. The buyer is able to do anything possible to get the money from anywhere possible to provide good funds into of the amount in the sales price. That's it. Their requirement is to buy the property and good funds in the sales price. Now, the third party financing is just a contingency. So we talk about the purpose now of the third party financing. The purpose of the third party financing addendum is to make the contract contingent on securing the type of financing outlined in the addendum, the one checked off. Now the contract is contingent on this financing. Contingency, buyer gets out and get their earnest money back. So using the example above, didn't get conventional approved. Now they're going FHA. If the buyer is unable to secure the conventional financing, the buyer can terminate the agreement, provided the applicable requirements of paragraph 2 are met. However, if the buyer does not want to terminate and tries to obtain an FHA loan, the contract would simply no longer be contingent on securing the financing as stated in the third party financing addendum. So they can give it a go, but they can lose their earnest money. If the buyer is unable to obtain the FHA financing and cannot otherwise produce the funds to close pursuant to paragraph 9 of the 1 to 4 family residential contract, the seller, as the non-defaulting party, would have the right to exercise the remedies available in paragraph 15. Because likely they passed their deadlines and they continue trying, and now they're putting themselves at risk and they defaulted. So the buyer should very much terminate under the provisions of the conventional up to the number of days they have. And they've got 18 days. Lender, you got 18 days to get me approved for FHA. Because after that, I'm going to default if I can't close this loan. Because if they can't close and they get past their contingencies, they will be in breach. So, no, the seller doesn't have to sign the addendum. Absolutely does not have to assign an amendment rather to change the financing type. Just the buyer has to make a difficult choice here. Are they going to put their money at risk, or are they going to give the lender a go at it because the lender is the one saying they can do it FHA? Okay. Did we learn something? All right, here is another scenario. I'm going to put you back in the breakout sessions and I'm going to increase this one to 10 minutes. Here you have a scenario of a down payment amount of 40,000, a loan amount of 160,000 with a purchase price of 200,000. Check 49-1 addendum was not used. Buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal was not used. Third-party financing addendum was used. That's check 49-11, paragraph 2B. The lender's appraisal came back for $170,000. That's $30,000 under the purchase price. What options does the contract afford the conventional buyer? What options does the contract afford the FHA VA buyer? And what options does the contract afford the cash buyer? Clear on this one? Good. All right, breakout rooms. I'm going to give yourself 13 minutes. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, and then if we need more time, I'll give you 3 more. All right, Lisa, you have to pay close attention here because you need to know who is going to get the points.
Okay, 100 points, and the answer if they have the right answer? Do I
Yeah,
know?
they're putting it in teams.
Oh,
So that means that later you're going to be giving them points, and so you're going to have to figure out who.
okay. Just make sure I know what the right answer is.
3 more minutes.
Okay. I have just posted into our teams group because the question has got to be in teams. So take the paste, copy and paste it into and reply to the breakout session 100 points mega 18-11 that's in our mega 18 class and teams. And then I want to see those in there before we go over it. So group 1, please do so. Group 2, 3, 4, and 5, please post your answer. It should have been posted already. And if no one posts it, ooh, okay. Group 3, thank you, Sharon. I wanted it inside the group breakout session, not a separate post. So if you can put it in the right session, Sharon, that would be preferable. Thank you, Anna.
I'm sorry,
Excellent.
where did you say?
Look up above it. You see there's a group already. Reply to that thread and put it inside there instead of its own thing. Thank you, Deja.
Reply to Jack's post is what he's saying.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Just so you know, I am group captain and I
I've
am a
lost
very slow
myself. Here I am.
typer and I'm trying to get it in right now.
Okay. All right, so we have 3 groups.
Hold on. Almost there. Okay, I believe I have it. Did I get it in?
Yep. Sharon, Deja, and Anna have their groups together, which means we have 2 groups left. We know Renee is working on hers. Who is the 5th captain?
Raul and I were kind of going back and forth as to who was going to post it, so I wasn't sure if Raul was working on it.
He looks like he's working on something.
Yep. Thumbs up. Raul's doing it.
Okay, I gave you guys 3 minutes to type it, so I'm going to cut it off here in about 10 seconds.
I'm really trying. I'm really sorry. Probably somebody else should have done this other than me. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Because it's making me really nervous. I'm trying. I'm sorry. My brain doesn't work as well anymore.
All right, so let's go over it. What options does the contract afford the conventional buyer? Who feels like they got this right? Okay. Amrit had his hand up first. I'm not sure. Caroline kind of has her hand floating somewhere between up and down. So, but you were the first one, but it wasn't good enough because Amrit was like, me. And so, Amrit, you were the second one. So, we're going to call you.
Okay, so our group talked about that the conventional can either walk away based on the appraisal, he can renegotiate the price, or he can, yeah, those were the options, right, Sharon? Did I miss one?
Are you
Walk.
sure?
I disagree. Let me look.
Who said they disagree?
We had
Conventional
locked
pay.
in.
Leor, raise your hand. Leor.
Because their down payment is 40,000, they can move the money around to where they can't. They basically lose the contingent. They probably get approved.
Yeah, so the question is the conventional buyer going to get it declined? Likely not. They're likely not going to be declined. So, what did we talk about in scenario 1? In the scenario item number 1.
That they lose their option to cancel due to not using that addendum.
Read scenario item 1 on the screen.
Track 49 dot dash 1 addendum was not used.
Yep. So that means the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal was not used. So does that change your answer, Emret?
No, we had loss of EM.
Sharon, are you on Emret's group?
Yes, I'm the captain.
Okay. So, well, he raised his hand, so I was asking him. Um, Sharon, all right. What does the contract afford the conventional buyer? Anybody else want to take a stab at it then? Jay?
They can
They,
renegotiate.
they don't have the right to terminate because they don't have Trek 49-1 filled out. And it'll likely, the loan will likely still fund because it appraised for more than the loan amount.
So, what options does a contract afford the conventional buyer? It affords the buyer to close because the buyer didn't ask for a contingency, and they don't have a contingency, do they? The only contingency the buyer would have is if the lender actually declines them for the loan. If they wanted the contingency, they should have used the form because that's what the form is for. All right, have everyone clear on that one? What does the contract afford the FHA VA buyer? Who wants to raise your hand on that one? Jeanette, you're out the gate fast.
So on this one, there is a contingency on the buyer that they can use to get out and get their earnest money back because the third party financing addendum was used for that buyer.
And what paragraph in the third party financing?
Paragraph 2B.
No.
No? Of the addendum?
Paragraph
Yep.
4.
Yes, paragraph 4. And
Oh.
what would have been typed in paragraph 4?
The $200,000 sales price.
That's right.
Mhm.
And it didn't. So notwithstanding any other provision, the buyer cannot face forfeiture of earnest money as long as they have done what?
Done all their due diligence and
Got an appraisal.
to buy.
Gotten the appraisal.
They got the appraisal,
Appraised
which they
value.
did, which they did because they didn't appraise. Now, if they ordered a conventional appraisal, would that fly?
No, because they're different. They're different guidelines.
They had to have ordered an FHA appraisal in order to use the paragraph 4 and back out because paragraph 4 specifically says that they have to have an FHA appraisal or a VA appraisal in any case. So had they gone FHA, they would have had an ordered an FHA appraisal. It doesn't appraise, notwithstanding any other provision, they can get out. VA ordered a VA appraisal. It didn't come in notwithstanding any other provision, they can get out. Now, what about the 3-day rule? If can the FHA or VA buyer back out on the close date, or can they only back out
3 days prior.
3 days prior? Is that what the FHA VA provides us?
All
Yes.
the way to the close.
Because paragraph 4 has a sentence in it that says, I'm going to bring it back up.
Sherry read it to us because she had the form.
And it says, what does it say for the paragraph 4 right here?
3-day notice of termination requirement in paragraph 2B does not apply to this paragraph 4.
So the 3-day notice is for what type of financing?
Conventional.
Conventional.
Yep, conventional. And so if they are declined on the conventional side, they have up to 3 days before to be able to back out of the transaction if they're going to be declined. So if the buyer wants to have, do I think that there could be a huge argument over this paragraph 2A and 2B between a lender and a buyer and all of this over and not appraising because appraisal is actually listed in paragraph 2B? Yes. Have I seen what case precedence means? Because it says they must be furnished with a letter that declines the loan. Okay, yes. So our goal here is to make sure that we have a bulletproof contract and that our buyers are protected. So it would be required that we use the 49-1 buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal and use paragraph 3 so they have a very specific termination. Okay, good. All right. What is the option? Does the contract afford the cash buyer?
No options, just to
There's
close.
no option.
So is there any options at all that's outside this agreement here?
Possibly. No.
Mm-mm.
There's none.
No, I mean, it was for the appraisal for a cash buyer is for informational purposes only, not to be used to try to get out if it does not appraise.
There is no contingency available currently for a cash buyer for any reason. And so it is not subject to third party. It's the buyers bringing good funds. And like we say, a property is worth what a buyer, arm's length buyer and an arm's length seller come together and agree to. The agent should have provided them a CMA and a range, so we had an informed buyer. We are not allowed to submit an offer on behalf of a buyer without a buyer rep agreement. And Trex says that before negotiations begin, a CMA is required. So we would have required to give them a CMA. And if our CMA is wrong, then maybe the agent, the buyer agent, has liability after closing, but even that liability is not going to get the buyer give the buyer an out. So the cash buyer is buying it. The conventional buyer is buying it unless the lender declines it. And the FHA and VA, the buyer has all the options under the sun: move forward or terminate or renegotiate the contract. Good. Did we learn? So are we more clear? Was this exercise helpful? Okay. So my hope for you that by the time we're done with this, you've got a really good working understanding of the third party financing, 49-1, and that you now know how to use this and what these different paragraphs mean really, really well. All right. The last simulation, the second to last simulation, using the same details from your last breakout session, down payment 40,000, loan amount 160, sales price 200,000, with it not appraising by 30,000. Let's say the home appraised for 170 grand. The buyer is required to have 80% LTV per the lender. The buyer is able to bring money to the table, but was not expecting to and will create a hardship. They want the house and will be in town in a week for closing with their family of 6. It is determined that your client does have a full out, but they want to close. But they do not want to bring cash to the table and are extremely upset and extremely stressed. The seller is not required to come down, and the buyer is not required to move forward. What do you do? I'm putting you guys in here for 7 minutes, and I want you to come up with a strategy, and I want to pitch your strategy as if you are the buyer agent and I am the listing agent. So this is going to be a battle of wits. All right. Let's start with group 1. Who is my captain in group 1?
I am.
Deja, hello.
Hey.
Are you feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm not going to force you to pitch this. If you wanna not
Um,
pitch it, you don't have to. I can go on to group 2.
no, I think we have 3 options for
Oh,
the
all
buyer.
right. Pitch it.
So, in simple terms, our three options for the buyer, since they're not forced to close simply because they can't afford the extra cash, they can negotiate with the seller, like potentially like a midpoint with the appraisal difference. They can pay the difference, or they can use their contractual right to terminate, is what we came up with.
But I want you to pitch it to me.
Oh, dang. Caroline, you want to pitch it?
I mean, I'm the listing agent.
Like,
You're the buyer agent. Are you gonna
Oh,
call? Are you gonna call the
oh,
listing agent and tell them that?
no, not at all.
no,
Not at
okay.
all. So
I,
that's why I
I would
said
pitch the
this is a
negotiation.
battle of wits. This is a
Okay,
pitch.
I
I'm
will
the
pitch the
listing agent. I want to
negotiation.
Yes,
hear.
I
pitch the
can,
negotiation.
I'll pitch the negotiation.
Ring ring. Hello, this is Jack.
Hey, Jack, this is Deja representing blah, 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 for the house on Elm Street. I just wanted to
Hey.
give you a quick call and kind of see where we are. I know we're kind of at a roadblock here, so we have a
Wait.
solution.
What do you mean roadblock? What are you talking about?
Um, as far as the difference, when it comes to the appraised value, and what you guys are asking, we were hoping that you guys can meet
Wait, what
us.
we're asking? What was what's our purchase price?
Your purchase price is $200,000.
Okay, so that's the price the buyer agreed to, right? So it's not really what we're asking, it's what the buyer agreed to, no?
That is true, but the appraisal came back at 170.
Okay.
So we wanted you all to consider meeting us at around 185 on
Wow.
that one.
30,000, that's ridiculous. I mean, we have a CMA that shows that there's built-in equity about $210,000. Did you meet the appraiser when they came out to the property? I don't even have, this doesn't even make sense to me. This sounds like a bad appraisal. When did you find out about this?
Yesterday.
I see. And so we're a week away from closing. Have you contacted the appraisal and the appraisal management company contest this bad appraisal?
We have, yes, and it is appraised 100% at $170,000.
Okay. So what exactly are you asking me to take to my client?
I'm asking you to present your client a new sales price of 185,000. To meet us in the middle, we do want the home, but we're not willing to offer the cash
You're
of
not
to make
willing,
it 200.
you're not willing to offer the cash. I don't understand what that means.
The bring the cash to the table at closing and pay the difference.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah, we're not willing to pay the appraisal gap. With this short
okay.
timeline, we're not willing to
So,
work.
so your client's going to exercise their right to terminate? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, unless you guys are open to negotiation.
I see. So do you have an amendment signed by your client to be having this conversation?
Dang, I don't know. Help me, Jack.
You're the one that's supposed to be pitching it to me.
Oh, I'm trying my best here.
These are the questions you're going to get from another agent.
Yes,
This is real
make sure
time.
I do.
Okay. All right. So, thank you, Deja. You did an excellent job. So Deja's approach is for us to split it. All right, group two. Who is our group captain and who is pitching it to me? And I get meaner as it goes along. So I was nice to Deja. So you just wait. Jeanette's like,
That
oh
is not nice of you. I'm the last one.
no. It's coming for you, Renee. All right, Jeanette. Ring ring. This is Jack. How may I help you?
Hi, Jack. Are you the listing agent?
I am the listing agent. You're the buyer agent. And you're the one trying to pitch this to me because you have an out, but you don't want to take the out. And so your client's really upset and very stressed. And the seller is not under any responsibility or requirement to do anything at all. And you're trying to, out of the kindness of our hearts, get us to reduce our sales price. Go.
Hi, Jack. How are you this afternoon?
I am doing very well. Thank you, Jeanette. You're the buyer agent, right? For 123 Main Street?
Yes, I am.
Ooh, my seller is so excited about closing next week. It's been a very smooth transaction so far. So it's been really great to work with you. I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. It's the feeling's mutual. I was calling, we got the appraisal in.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, it didn't appraise at the sales price. And I have permission by the buyer to call you and see if we can come to an arrangement. Mr. Jack, did you
You, how much did it not appraise for?
uh,
What did it
it
come in
came
at?
in at 170. Did you do a CMA? Did you do comps?
Yeah, well, I mean, the buyer and the seller came to terms on the price. That's what the buyer agreed to. Can you send me a copy of the appraisal?
That belongs to the lender. The lender has it, so I would have to get approval from him. Although
Have you seen the appraisal?
I just saw what it was appraised at.
Okay.
Uh,
So what is the buyer asking?
so the buyer's asking several things. We either negotiate sales price with the with the listing agent. I'm so sorry, with the seller, and to come to terms. He's willing to split the difference, so that way we can move forward. And then, or if we can talk to the appraisal to see where he got his information from, if it matches your CMA.
Yeah,
With
I think that's your first bet, Jeanette. I think you should go and speak with the lender, have them talk to the appraisal management company and ask for a reconsideration because there's absolutely zero reason for this property not to meet value. We have four comps that all sold for $200,000. There's absolutely no reason this property didn't appraise. And in fact, I'm astonished. And you're telling me that the buyer is the buyer has an amendment signed asking for the seller to come down 15,000?
uh, yes, so if they haven't signed it, they wanted me to talk to you first and have it bring to the table. We don't want the seller to have to put the house back on the market. They love the house and they would like to work it out.
Send me over the amendment. I'll bring it to my client, but I have no idea how they're going to respond to this.
And will you share your CMA with me so that way I can send all the information that I got from my buyer and you got from your seller to the appraiser?
Like I asked, are you going to send me a copy of the appraisal?
And no, because it belongs to the lender.
Okay. Well, as soon as I get a copy of the appraisal and the amendment that you're asking for, I will have a conversation with the seller about this. But I need to bring them both.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's going to be something like this. The listing agent's going to be mad. I am not negotiating with her because I don't have the right to negotiate. I told her my client's not going to be happy about this, which is true. I'm not going to be as direct as I am being. I am going to probably say, wow, okay, I'm really surprised. And I'm going to say, all right, I'll take it to my client and I'll get back. But respectfully, I would really like to be able to bring a copy of the appraisal to my client and a copy of the amendment because I don't think my client is going to come down in price without seeing a copy of the appraisal.
Okay.
Okay. Good job, Jeanette. All right, group three. Who is my group captain? Okay, group three, Amaret, isn't it you?
Yeah, I'll do it out with you,
Did you
Jack.
chicken out on me, Amaret?
No, never. Okay.
Ring ring.
Hey,
This is Jack. How may I help you?
hey, Jack. This is Amrith. I'm the XYZ buyer's agent,
Hello,
and
Amaret.
just wanted to call and discuss this deal that we have going on at the moment.
I see. Okay, how can I help?
Hey, my buyers are super excited moving to town, and they're coming in, but we just hit a small wall here. The appraisal has come way short of the asking price.
Okay. How small?
The home appraised at $170,000. There's a $30,000 difference between the appraised value and the asking.
I see. Did $30,000?
Yeah.
What is your client asking? Are they going to bring money to the table?
Well, they have money to bring to the table, but that's not the issue here. The issue is that, we are chasing 30,000 in equity that doesn't exist. So what we are really asking for is, would you be kind enough to ask the seller if they would bring the price down to the appraised value of the home?
What does your CMA come in for?
My CMA is pretty close to what the appraised value is. I feel like the was yours closer to your asking price?
I mean, we priced it for market value. All of our comps, we have three different comps for exactly 200,000 that closed in the last 6 months, single story within the square footage. And so we have strong evidence for 200,000. I would be very interested to see what comps that the appraiser used because it doesn't make sense. That's why I
Yeah.
asked you about your CMA because if your CMA showed 170, then why did you guys come in at 200?
Yeah, well, the appraised value from the bank from
So,
the appraiser came back at 170.
I mean, was the buyer expecting this?
Not really, no, but it's surprising to all of us.
I mean, it doesn't sound like much of a surprise if your CMA was at 170.
Mhm.
I mean, was the buyer thinking this might not appraise and just figure out when we get to the appraiser, then try to duke it out?
No, that wasn't the expectation, but since we do have this in front of us, that's the approach we are taking is from that perspective of the appraisal.
So, do you have an amendment?
Yes, I can send one to you.
What does the amendment say?
Um, change the asking price to 170.
Holy mackerel. Okay. Well, I have no idea how the seller is going to react. I know that they're not going to be happy about this at all, especially a week before. Are you able to send me a copy of the appraisal? Because I know that they're going to want to see that.
Sure, let me ask the bank for it. I'll send it your way.
Have you spoken to the lender about appraisal reconsideration?
I have not.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call them myself. I'm going to talk to the lender about this. Um, I know that the buyer has the ability to move forward, but you're saying that they are not willing to move forward unless the seller reduces the price. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying that. The buyers are definitely interested in this home, but they would like the sellers to reconsider the price, so that they don't have to bring money towards equity that's technically not there in this home.
Can I
Well,
say
okay.
again, Jack?
Well, thank you, Emirates. As soon as I receive your email, I will forward it to the sellers, let them know what is going on, and show them the amendment, and I will be back with you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So, how do you think in real life this is going to go over?
Poorly, because I shouldn't have. The CMA question was where I shot myself in the foot. Shouldn't have. That was a mistake on there.
And you have not disclosed that the buyer had all that money to come into the table? Because that lost like his negotiation.
No, I mean, I don't think that this is necessarily. I think what he says is that, the buyer has the ability to close. Your lender told you that the buyer has the ability to close. We know that the buyer has the ability. It's just the what I haven't heard any of you pitch yet is anything from the buyer perspective. I haven't heard you talk about this
The
is, a
family
family
coming.
moving into town and they don't have the cash. This is going to wipe them out. This is a hardship scenario for them. This is putting them in dire straits. This is a big deal. I mean, we should be pitching the story and we're pitching facts. We're not pitching anything that's going to create an emotional reaction that says, oh, okay, this is going to really hurt this family. This is going to really wipe them out. This is going to take all of their savings, and they were not expecting this. And yes, they have the 30,000, but now they're buying the home and being completely wiped out. That is what I'm looking for, pitching this, because I know my approach would be completely different. Amber, I'm going to flip it around the other way before we get into the next group. I want you to answer the phone.
Ring, ring.
Hey, Amber, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. How are you?
I'm good, Jack. How are you?
I am doing all right. Thank you. Hey, I need your help with something. Do you have a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, so we just got the appraisal back and we were shocked that it didn't appraise and it didn't appraise by a huge amount. It came in at 170 and my buyers are absolutely freaking out. Um, in order for in order for them to move forward with this appraisal, it's going to completely wipe them out. I mean, they're going to have absolutely no cash. And I'm not even sure if the lender at this point is going to allow them to purchase the home and wipe out their cash scenario because I know they have to have some reserve. So I got to talk with the lender to find out if they're going to still qualify with wiping out the reserves. And they're still wrapping their head around this, but they asked me to call you and see if we can work something out with the seller that's not going to wipe them out. What do you think our options are here?
That's shocking, Jack, because we had the home price at market value and our CMS was super tight. What did the appraisal come in at?
Yeah. No, I mean, no one's arguing that $200,000 isn't a fair price for the home. I mean, we totally get that, and we're completely on board with it too. It came in at 170, so it's $30,000 under. And at this point, we've already contacted the lender. The lender said it's going to be about 15 days before they can get a reconsideration done, and we're supposed to close next week. And so there's absolutely no way that we're going to be able to get a new appraisal. So we are stuck with this appraisal. And again, this is going to completely wipe my people out, and they are really stressed and they're asking for the seller to help them with this because they want to close this and they want to move in, but this is completely wiping them out.
Jack, we're a week away from closing. What do you expect of me? What do you want me to do?
I would like you to pitch it to the seller and let the seller know what's going on. I'm going to send you over a copy of the appraisal. And I was hoping that we could get a Zoom put together. We can get the buyer and the seller together and have a quick meeting on Zoom and kind of try to figure out if we can find a solution here that's going to work for everybody.
Okay, let me reach out to the seller and see what they have to say. I'll get back to you.
Okay, Amrit, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry to drop bad news on you like this. I know it's stressful for everyone. I'm going to send you over a copy of the appraisal right now, and hopefully we can work this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Mhm. Jennifer.
Question. I think the reason that most of us didn't approach it the way you did was probably because of fear of oversharing. I
Yeah.
know that can be a problem. So at what point do you feel would be an overshare in a scenario like this?
So I can tell you that the buyer in a situation where they're stuck in this, they're telling me, we've already spoken and all of that's been approved because the buyer is going to say, I get this worked out, figure it out, get the seller to agree. And you want me to tell them this is going to wipe you out? Tell them it's going to wipe us out. Let them know that this is a hardship, that this is going to put us in a hardship. And how much, is that going to pull on the seller's heartstrings enough to let them know that this is going to completely wipe them out? Maybe they don't care. But that's the thing is nobody has to do anything.
Yeah.
The buyer doesn't have to move forward. The seller doesn't have to come down. Nobody has to do anything. So this is all going to be goodwill. And the more that you pitch and the more the seller understands how the scenario is going to affect the buyer, the better chance. The thing is the people are the solution here. And we have to get the people speaking, and they really are not going to be able to come to the table and really understand what's going on until you've been able to share enough facts where people really get it. So that's the approach that I would take in this is like you said, I'm going to speak to my clients, I'm going to go pitch it to the other side, and I'm going to do whatever I can to advocate for my client and do the very best that I can. I'm not a magician. I can't force a seller to come down, but I can tell you if I take a logical approach instead of an emotional one, then it's likely going to land flat. So you need to look at all the different colors. All right, good job, Emirates. I just want you guys to know that this is going to happen to you. You're going to represent the buyer. You're going to be in a situation where they're a few days from moving in. It's not going to appraise. They have no out. They're going to be freaking out, or they do have an out, but they don't want to exploit the out. They don't want to. So there's some other things here. Look, the buyers don't want to find another house. Sellers don't want to go back on market. The seller doesn't have to come down. The buyer doesn't have to move forward. This is just an opportunity for us to work this out and not have this come crashing down on everyone because I know nobody wants that to happen. But the buyer should not have to face the full breadth of this. This is everyone's contract here. This is everyone's deal. And I'm hoping that we can work out a scenario where everyone can pitch in to make this work because it would not be fair for the buyer to take the full breadth of this entire situation of the first $30,000 when they have just as much right to back out as the seller has to not reduce the price. You see? Rio.
Yes, actually, I wanted to make a point that, and I've noticed throughout this entire week, but specifically in this particular situation, every time I hear you speak to the client, I notice one thing, and it's that you yield, you have the information, you're containing all the information, but you yield every single step with that customer. You put that in front of them and allow them to see that. And I think that's such an incredible piece to do, or a great thing to do, because the client feels in control, but also understands you're the calm when the storm comes. So you're dealing with the customer. You have to show them that peace. And I think by doing that and sharing with the information with them, how you present that information to them really matters. It really produces the outcome that you can win and be successful, or lose and be miserable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Rio. All right. Who is the captain at a group 4? Jay, Jennifer, Lisa, Raul. Raul, is it you? Is it Jennifer? Is it Jay? Who is it?
I think it was me. Sorry. um, okay. So, let me see. So ring ring.
Well, I'm going to be the listing
Oh,
agent.
you're going to be the listing agent,
Yep.
right? Okay.
So this is Jack. How can I help?
Hey, Jack, this is Jennifer, the buyer's agent for Elm Street. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you?
Doing good. Wish I was calling with better news.
Oh.
I know, unfortunately. So we got the appraisal back for the property, and it came out at 170,000. I was very shocked because we did our homework on our side as well, as I'm sure you did. And when we were doing them, we found some good comps, and we were very confident that we were offering a good price and that it would appraise. But unfortunately, I've gone back to the lender and I've talked to them about um, fighting the appraisal, and I showed her the comps, and we tried, and unfortunately, it's not moving. It's not budging. My buyers really love the home, but in the event that um, they paid the full amount, that would wipe them out, put them in a hard situation, and it would just be too stressful and cause too many issues. And it's also possible that um, they wouldn't be able to, well, no, it would cause too much stress and wipe out all the reserves that they have. And so
Hold on.
at
So
this point,
can I clarify something? I need to
sure.
understand. You said it priced for 170,
Yes, yes.
and your buyer was putting $40,000 down. So this is the buyer increasing their down payment by 70, and you're saying that the buyers don't have the cash?
Correct. They do not, and so
They don't have the cash, or they don't want to increase their down payment. They don't want to buy it out. I mean,
they if they did that, then that would wipe them out fully, and they wouldn't have any reserves left.
but they
And
but they do. I mean, but they do have the cash. You can't lie.
no, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yes, they do. But like I
Yeah.
said, they would wipe them out, and they wouldn't have any reserves, and it would make this move extremely stressful because then they may not have some stuff needed in order, after they move, right immediately right after they move. So they would be very stressful.
Do you
And
have an amendment? I mean, you've spoken with the buyer and you presented an
yeah,
amendment.
so
You email that an amendment to me?
yes, so I spoke with the buyer, and what we are requesting to see if the seller is willing to split the difference in half. I mean, my buyer is being reasonable. We're trying to see if maybe we can go half, and send an amendment over and see what your sellers say, and hopefully we can still work this out because they do love the home. It's just that it would put them in a very difficult situation if they
I
had to
see.
move forward.
So you're coming in at 285? 185, I mean?
Yes.
Okay. If can you do me a favor? Can you send me a copy of the appraisal and send me over the amendment? And when I get it, I will. I mean, I know that the sellers, this is going to really stress them out, but I mean, it is what it is. Send it over to me, and I'll give them a call, and I'll break it to them.
Okay, sure. Well, I'll do that. I'll go ahead and get a copy and send it over, as well as the amendment. I mean, and we'll go from there. Hopefully, we can work this out. I would probably remind the seller too, right? If it goes back in the market, well, that's the case too, right, Jack? Sorry. On a side note, if depending on the type of loan, it would still be the same appraisal, correct? If they get another
No,
offer
because
in.
this was conventional, so
Oh,
no.
this was conventional, so that wouldn't even apply. It wouldn't be the same like FHA.
That's right. It's not going to stick to it.
Okay.
Okay, you did really good. I felt like the conversation that we just had was enough for me not to feel defensive. I feel like it wasn't posturing. I felt like you brought a win-win scenario to me, and I felt like there was a lot less friction. So the tone of voice, the inflection, all of it was spot on. And it came with, we're all in this together. We apologize. This is awful kind of thing instead of, we need you to come down and take the whole amount and a whole bit. So I think the approach that you took probably would have had me on the phone with the seller advocating that the seller do something because we don't want to go back on market. Okay, good. Because you want me on your side. Not that it's going to make a difference, but if it makes sense to me, then the seller is going to ask me what my recommendation is. And if you come throwing at, the whole thing at me, then if you take the Amrit approach, which says you need to come down 30,000, likely the seller's going to say, no, you agree to $200,000. And it's very unlikely that the seller is going to come back and offer half when the buyer wasn't the one that offered half. It's not likely that the seller is willing to do that. The seller's going to say no. And now you have an impasse because you have no and no. So, how do you get those to start working together? And it has to be a negotiation, but you can't out the gate negotiate something that's not in your amendment. So, Amaret's amendment showed 170, and your amendment showed 185. So, because you had those in the amendments and they were signed by the buyer, you're able to negotiate and have a conversation about that amendment because it was already pre-approved by the client. But it's up to the client. And if the client said that they just don't have the cash, then you're going to have to do exactly what you did. But the clients, they can close this transaction. It wipes them out. It leaves them with absolutely nothing. And they're not comfortable moving into a new city, taking possession of a house, and not having any reserves for a family. This is going to wipe them out, and they just can't do it. We got to figure something out and then leave it at that. Okay. Renee, are you ready? Good job, Jennifer.
Yes.
You didn't log out. You're still here.
No, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So we've already done it 4 times. I don't know what new we could actually talk about. So if you want to do it, go ahead. If you want to defer, it's
It's
okay because there's
probably not new, but I will be glad to do the scenario with you.
okay, ring ring. This is Jack. How can I help?
Jack, hi, this is Renee Pretty. I'm representing Freddie and his family who are the buyers on your house on Elm Street. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing okay, Renee. How are you?
I'm good, but we have just a little hiccup going on right now that I wanted to discuss with you. So we got the appraisal back.
This is not a
Yes.
little hiccup.
Sorry, it's a big hiccup. But
It is.
we have a hiccup.
Don't
Yeah.
trivialize it. It's a big deal. So let's back up and don't say it's a little hiccup because $30,000 is not a hiccup. It's life-changing money for a buyer. So
So we have a bit of a dilemma. Okay, it's not even a dilemma. We have a appraisal that came in low. And by low, I mean it came in at 170,000 when we have a sales price negotiated for 200,000. So it's a pretty significant difference. Now, my buyers are not at this point trying to opt out because they really want the house. They're planning to be here for a week before the closing. They've got their 4 kids with them. It's a family thing, and they really are so stressed out right now that they wanted me to come to you and ask you if the sellers would consider coming down to 185 and would consider meeting us in the middle. And we do have an amendment that I can send over to you. I also have my CMA that I ran that shows that I felt like it was going to come in around 200,000. And we have a copy of the appraisal that I can send you. And I'll go one further that I did ask for a reconsideration of value from the lender because that's what I always do when I have a conventional loan come in low. I always ask for reconsideration of value. But at this point, we're a week out from closing, and I don't know how long that uh, appraisal management company will take to reconsider it. So we made the amendment to come to you at 185.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding um, the whole thing, and I want to be able to bring a full picture to my client. Would your buyers be willing to push the closing date out enough time to provide for a reconsideration? Because my CMA came in for 200, yours did too. There's strong evidence for 200. I'm not sure why it would appraise for 170. I would like to see a copy of the appraisal to make sure that
Absolutely.
they didn't mark some defect or something, because this doesn't make sense, Renee, at all.
It did not make any sense to me either. So, yes, I'm happy to get you a copy of the appraisal, and I will be happy to ask the buyers if they could get their Airbnb extended. But I know that as far as bringing money to the table, the buyers have it, but it would be an absolute hardship to them. It would completely wipe out their reserves, which
I
is why
understand.
we're asking you to meet halfway.
I heard you loud and clear the first time. I get it that the buyer has the cash to close, but it's going to wipe them out, and they're asking for a workout scenario between the buyer and the seller.
Yes,
And you're willing to share the appraisal with me, and you have an amendment
absolutely.
in hand, and you've got your CMA, and you're going to send all that over to me. And in the meantime, if you would speak with the buyer about the close date, pushing that out, that would help me better understand what all of our options are, so that I can make sure that the seller has a good understanding of what we have available to them as a workout scenario. Is your buyer available to meet via Zoom uh, with my client?
I
If it
believe so,
come
yes.
if it comes to that, we might want to get them together and have a conversation. All right, send me over what you got, and I'll take it to the seller, and I'll call you back as soon as I know more. But in the meantime, if you could send me over the answer to my question, I'd appreciate it.
Wonderful. I appreciate you taking my call. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Sinead. All right, so good job, Renee. All right, good job, everyone. Do you think likely this scenario is going to happen to you in your career? Likely you've had it happen in your career. I
Yes.
wanted you to hear what it sounds like on the phone and how it should be presented. It needs to be the people are the solution, the people are not the problem. And if, you question them, did you do a CMA? Did you list this thing right? It can't be about that. It can't be about that at all. So here are our available options because, of course, I have them. Did you meet the appraisal and hand them the comps? Did you speak to the buyer about the first place? Because this might have been avoided. I'm not going to say that on the phone, but I'm telling you, when you are going to meet the appraiser out in the field, you need to have permission from your client ahead of time. The thing is that a lot of times the buyer agent is going to meet the appraiser at the property, and they're calling the listing agent saying, "Hey, you're going to get a call for the appraiser to be doing a site preview. Can you call and let me know what it is? And take the key out of the lockbox if you have to, but I really want to meet the appraiser there because I want to make sure this appraises." The idea here is if you don't have permission from the buyer, sometimes the buyer agent's thinking, I'm going to show the appraiser my comps to make sure that they appraise it for as much as possible. That could be working against the best interest of your client, but your client might be thinking, I want the appraisal not to be affected by a real estate agent. I want it to be truly arm's length without them trying to affect up or down and have a real number and then negotiate it. And I want the opportunity to negotiate it. Whereas the listing agent or the buyer agent might be thinking, well, I don't want them to bring extra money to the table. And that should not be the default position of the buyer agent. So it should be the buyer agent calling the buyer, hey, the appraiser is going to go out there. And if this doesn't appraise, then either the seller is going to have to come down or you're going to have to go up or you're going to meet him in the middle. Do you want me to meet the appraiser out there? And if so, what do you want me to ask them to do? Do you want me to prove to them that $200,000 is the value so we don't have an issue? Or do you just want to leave this to chance? And let them decide what you're going to do because they may say, no, I don't want you to meet the appraiser. Or, yes, I do. It obviously is worth $200,000. So share your comps with them. So the same goes on the seller side. If this listing agent is going to meet the appraiser out there, we need to have a conversation with our client first. Let them know why we would be meeting the appraiser and what it is that they want for us to do and whether or not we should or should not meet. Don't just meet them out there on your own accord. And so if you have spoken to your client and you did meet the appraiser and you did hand them your comps, you just may have stopped this from happening in the first place. It very well could be that you think that this appraiser has access to CTX MLS comps. And in my MLS, I did a CMA and I had 3 comps that were really supportive of value. And the appraiser only had access to Actress. And Actress doesn't have very many comps in this particular subdivision at all. And it's not that that we had different comps in different MLSs, and that's where this whole thing came from. And had I handed my comps to the appraiser, it's very likely that this would have been a completely different scenario. So in any event, I want you to take that into consideration. Two, options, the buyer can solely increase their down payment, like we spoke about. The seller can solely reduce the sales price. We talked about that. The buyer and seller can both chip in and work it out, and the lender can ask for appraisal reconsideration. And again, we don't get to ask for an appraisal consideration. The lender is the only one that can. The lender's appraisal. So we have to call the lender. The lender will call their AMC, the appraisal management company, and they will ask for reconsideration. And it's not guaranteed that you will get one or a completely new appraisal altogether. What's great about a conventional loan is they can order a new one on a rush. And maybe everyone says, buyer and seller, it's going to cost $600 for a new appraisal. We would like to split the difference for the cost of appraisal on a rush to see what happens and then see what happens because that is an option as long as the buyer is willing to extend and everyone's willing to extend to see if we can overcome this nightmare appraiser or the appraiser go out there and they look at other comps and try to resolve it with the current appraisal. Agents cannot kick in, nor third parties enough to make a difference here, and nor should they ever make themselves a party to the transaction. So we should never be talking about our compensation. And for me, I really want to know why 49 was not used. That would be a question as well. Okay, now I saw 3 hands up. First, Jennifer and somebody else. Who are the 2 hands? Because we have to move forward too. We got a little. We got.
I was just going to say, is it advantageous to first talk to the listing agent and let them know before contesting it with the appraiser, or should we do that first before approaching the listing agent? I normally do it first, but I don't know if there's any advantage of doing it after you talk to the listing agent.
So, as the buyer agent, me and the buyer are going to get a copy of the appraisal. This is going to get thrown into our lap. The first thing we're going to do is call the lender because the lender already knows, and I will have already been on the phone with the lender, and the lender is going to be trying to figure this out in the background because the lender is going to realize that a nuclear bomb has just gone off, and they will have already been speaking with their AMC. Any good lender would have already been speaking with the lender. So me and my buyer are already going to be on the phone with the lender because that's the party here that's going to get this addressed, and we're going to be working on everything on the back end, but now we have to work on the front end. And so once I've had a conversation with the lender and the buyer, then we're going to start pitching options and then get authorization to speak with the listing agent and come up with a plan and find out what our options are. Anybody else have any questions before we move on to the next one? Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed this exercise. The idea here is hopefully we deal with it on the front end so we don't leave this to chance. Your CMA should be pretty anticipatory of the range that you get. So if it didn't appraise, did it not appraise between your range? And if it appraised within your range, then it was expected. It wasn't unexpected. Did you meet the appraiser out there and hand him the comps? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we talked about the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. It can't. We already talked about what its use is for, so we're not going to go over that again. We've used it in both. We've already gone through 49-1, so I'm not going to go over it again. A multiple offer situation can easily be undermined based on the lack of transparency in the typical multiple offer situation. And I can tell you that your ability to be professional, have empathy for the buyer and the buyer agent. How many of you have been on the buy side and you were in a multiple offer situation? It doesn't feel good. You've been with your client, you've driven house after house after house. You find a property that they like, you're super excited, you're putting in an offer, got your pre-qualification letter and sent it over to the listing agent, and you're like super excited, and then you find out that you're in a multiple offer situation. So, how remember that people are the solution, not the problem. And so, if a seller's agent makes everyone feel like they're not appreciated and all of their efforts to the point of getting an offer to them is not appreciated, there's going to be some increased frustration just from that piece of it alone. So you don't want that to find its way in the transaction because it's not productive. So professionalism, transparency, and fairness is what's needed in the multiple offer situation from the listing agent. Some buyers, FHA, USDA, VA, even 3% conventional offers are not always in a position to bid over. So you have to understand the cash position of your client, and you need to be on the phone with the lender. Hey, Mr. Lender, looks like we're in a multiple offer situation. I wanted you to have a conversation with the buyer about scenarios to figure out where and how we should approach this. And then I'm going with the buyer and I'm doing my comps and I'm letting them know, what's going on. But I want to talk about it from the listing agent perspective. If you have a client that is 100% financing or a low down payment, what I always say, light on cash, but heavy on goodwill, part of your strategy is to secure housing, but sometimes that means in the fringes and trying to find another property that's not in a multiple offer situation because likely they're not going to be able to participate in a multiple offer situation. They can't bid over, and you're going to have to fall back on an appraisal contingency because they simply don't have the cash. So they could fall in love with a house, be in a multiple offer situation, and want to bid over. But remember, if they bid over, if you're not going to be able to waive any of these appraisal contingencies. So if it's FHA or VA and you're coming in over asking price, then you very well could end up in a scenario where they have a uh, all of these fees, appraisal, option, and they get to the appraisal and it doesn't appraise. And if they're willingly bidding over, then is the seller going to come down? And if they refuse to come down, well, how is that going to impact your client? So just because they get it accepted doesn't mean that the problems are over. And likely there is no way for you to waive it, so you may not get it accepted in the first place. Multiple offers weaken a buyer's leverage by magnitudes. The buyer is no longer negotiating with the seller, they're negotiating against other buyers. And this is a key thing for the buyer to understand that, Mr. Buyer, you're not negotiating with the seller, you're negotiating against the other buyer. So typically, list price is off the table. You're trying to guess what the other buyers are going to do and offer, and guess what the other agents are advising them to do. In a multiple offer situation, typically concessions are off the table, not always, but a lot of times. So now it's about doing everything possible to secure the property for the client. The goal is to win out the other side. The seller's not obligated to consider your offer. How do you get your offer to stand out? So there are things that you can do. Here are some helpful quotes from me that you can use as scripts. And if you add these to the conversation, it paints a really good picture and it helps them have a better understanding of where they are. In a multiple offer situation, you're not negotiating with the seller, you're negotiating against the other buyers. That's script one. Script two, there is a number that the property is no longer worth it, that you have absolutely no problem walking away if you don't get it. And only you know what that number is. If you really like the property and you do not offer that number that you have in your head and you offer less and you don't get it, you're probably going to wish that you had. I've had a lot of clients that they wanted to offer 285, but they came in at 280 instead and didn't get it. And they were mad that they didn't 285. And they said, I know I should have offered 285. Why didn't I offer 285? So whatever that number is in your head, I need you to tell me what that number is. And then if you don't get it, you're perfectly fine not getting it. But if you tell me a number and you don't get it and you wish you had done more, we only have one opportunity to put our best foot forward here. And so that is a really good recommendation that you get that across to them because a lot of them are not going to look at it that way. So number three, you have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. And number four, this one is the one that gives them the most peace of mind. This one has been a godsend. I've been using this for 20 years. I had a lot of clients saying, I want to sleep on it. I want to pray on it. And they wanted to take a long time to make a decision. And I want them to take all the decisions, but I know that if there are no multiple offer situations and when we're putting in an offer and they just kind of want to think about it, I show 5 properties and now they're at a property and they want to put in an offer. If a buyer likes it, but they want to sleep on it and they don't want to put an offer on it, they want to think about it. Do you think that's smart? At the point the buyer wants to put in an offer, in my mind, the moment that they know they want to put in an offer, every single moment after that, they're inviting a multiple offer situation. And I don't want to leave this open to a multiple offer situation. So I use this all the time. Never rush to make a decision, but once you've made a decision, rush. I say that because at the moment you've made a decision to move forward, you're inviting a multiple offer situation. At that point, list price is off the table. I always tell them, and they hear it. I say, you know what? Never rush to make a decision, but once you've made a decision, we need to act. Because from that moment on, we're inviting a multiple offer situation. And at that point, you're not negotiating with the seller anymore. You're negotiating against the other buyer. And that puts the seller in a really good position and it puts us at a disadvantage. So don't rush. But once you made a decision that you want to put in an offer, let me know and we're going to get it put in as soon as possible. Usually, right after that, they're like, okay, let's put in an offer. Got it. And they don't want to wait anymore because they understand that waiting actually could undermine what they're trying to do. Or they'll say, okay, thank you. I'll let you know. Good. At least I've advised them of what happens if they wait. We've already talked about the numbers and looking at the list price to sold price ratio. If you are working with a buyer and they want to put in an offer, please don't forget to look at the list price to sold price ratio because this is the most important thing here. You're the buyer agent. You want to see what the list price were versus what they sold for. If anyone needed this information, it's you at this moment. The seller didn't need that information when they listed the property. They wanted to know what everybody was listing for. Now you, the buyer agent, what did they list for versus what they sold for, and what are you listed at? That range is very, 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 very helpful. When you have a multiple offer situation and you want it to stand out, here's a real example. I have here 4 offers. This is a actual snippet of one of my multiple offer situations. Property 1 came in at 245. Offer 1 came in at 245. It was 0% down VA. Offer 2 also 0% VA came in at 240. So it was a little bit less, but we had this one offering 7,000 in closing costs, and this one was offering 4,500 in closing costs. This one came in at 245, offering 1,000 in closing costs, and this one 243, offering 5,500. And down here are the nets, and the nets were 230, 234, 236, 237, and 243. And so I always do when I'm a listing agent, I'm doing a side-by-side scenario to look to see who really is the best offer. So here we are in this list. Right now it's offer playbook. Show the client the property. I don't recommend sight unseen offers, so make sure that you get the client inside so they can see the property, understand it, be able to take everything into consideration along with the purchase price, the flooring, the walls, the smells, the shingles, the backyard, all of it they need to take into consideration. And I don't like working with a client who wants me to walk through the property on FaceTime so they can submit an offer and come out next week for the option period. I'm not in love with that. I'm trying to figure out if I can get them out here to see it before they go under contract. But if it's impossible, I am going to let the listing agent know. I'm going to tell the client we need to tell them, in all fairness, that it's sight unseen, that we walk the property virtually, and the showing time tells us that we need to tell the listing agent whether it's a virtual showing or whether it's an actual showing. And so we should be honest and upright about that. And if I'm a listing agent and I find out that the buyer is sight unseen, I'm going to take that into consideration because it's a higher risk that they're going to show up in the option period and say, "Ooh, I don't like this house." And that's a lot of risk for a seller to take their property off the market for that scenario. So, um, we need to make sure that you have your pre-qualification or pre-approval in hand and ready to go so that when you're out showing properties, you already have that done. Don't be showing properties without a pre-qualification letter. How do you know that you're even in the right price range? So make sure you have that ahead of time. Does the property that they like, does it stand out from the competition? Do your clients love it? That helps formulate your over asking price. Do they like it or do they love it? Is it the one that stands out? It's the best one. You've shown six and it's so much cleaner, it's so much nicer, it has all the things, and there's a big difference in the feeling they have for their backup versus this one. They really like this one. So now you know a little bit more about their emotional standpoint here, and we need to take that in consideration because what happens if they don't get this home? If they don't get this home, what's going to happen to their emotional state for the rest of this transaction and them moving into this house and their life afterwards? So we have to take that into consideration because I can see people, I have seen people and what happens when they don't get the home that they loved. And I don't wish that for you or anybody else. Immediately call the listing agent and ask these 12 questions for success. So you've walked the property, you've got your pre-qualification letter, they love it, and now they've said, all right, let's put in an offer and we're going to ask some questions. Are they in a multiple offer situation? And they may say no, or may say I can't tell you, or they may say yes, but I'm going to ask the question. And if it's yes, I want to know what deadline is because I want to know the deadline for me to get my offer in. Is it in an hour or is it in a day? How much time am I working with here? And when are they going to present the offers? Because I need to know what my time frame is. Two, how many offers they have in hand and if they'll show that, if they're where if they will share that with me. And will they share with me where they are in price? Are you over asking? Are you way over asking? And usually they'll give me some semblance of where we are. Not always. I really can't answer that. But most of them are enough to say, yeah, we're over asking at this point. That helps me understand where I am, and it's productive for the seller too. Number two, if there are no offers, hey, my clients really, really like this property. How fast would you be able to respond to an offer? Does the seller need a lease back, or is there anything that the seller is looking for? What is the seller's preferred closing timeline? Do they have a specific date in mind? Do you have a preferred title company that you like to work with? And the rest of these questions really depict on what market we're in. And I'm always asking, hey, just out of curiosity, is your seller's disclosure survey and all of that, is it in the MLS attachments? No, got it. All right, I'm sending you an email right now. If you could reply with that so that I have it, I can include it with the offer. No problem. I'll send that over to you. Awesome. Because I need those documents to put in an offer so that I can select the correct options as I'm putting the offer together. So this is one of those questions for the ages, but what is worse for a buyer in your opinion? Paying over list for a property or losing out? What do you think?
Losing out?
How many people agree with that?
I agree with it because I've had people so mad that they lost out.
Yeah, they feel like they're left out.
So let me ask you this. Home is priced at 200. They offer 205 and or they offer 210 and it appraises for 205 and they write a check for $5,000. Do you think a year from now they're going to give a flip that they paid $5,000 extra for the home that they love? No. You think a year later they're still going to be sad and disappointed that they didn't get the house? That is the answer to your question.
And they're going to
And
tell everyone.
well, yeah, they are going to tell everyone, and my name's going to be like, yeah, they failed me, but that's the thing. So I just want you to realize how this is. This is a really big deal. This is home. There's an emotional attachment to the whole thing. And so what I don't want you to fall into the default scenario that, oh, we need to save you money. We're not going to go really heavy. I don't want you to overspend on this house. It's not our decision. We have to check in with them, and if they, we should not be the reason that they don't get this house, because then your name really should be all over this. We should stay out of that. Here are some suggestions on what you can do for the buyer who really wants the house and you're in a strong multiple offer situation. Um, and I'm just going to leave this here as a list. There's an extreme list as well for the 2021 kind of situation and 2020 situation, but we're not going to go over that list. We got about 4 more minutes and we'll be done. But I want to get through some of this before we get out of class. When you put in the offer, please fill out the contract complete. That includes all of the lender's information. I mean, all of the title company information on the last page and every field, as well as the agent's information and the buyer's information. And if you have the seller's information, add it to there. Hopefully, you're able to get that information from it. So fill in both sides of the agent pages, put all of the contract documents in one PDF. I don't like to send them 15 different PDFs, but you can do what you want. But I seem to find that they prefer offer, third party, HOA, T47, survey all in one. And then separately, I attach a copy of the pre-qualification letter. So I've got two attachments, the pre-qual first and then the offer documents. And I usually will add the offer documents in such a way that it's offer 123 Main Street. And in the email, I will say offer 123 Main Street. So here is the offer. I always CC my lender and I CC the buyer. Here's Caitlin, is the offer I put in. It was a pleasure to speak with you today. Please find the attached offer that we spoke about for your listing at 2118 Aaron's Ross Way. Actually, this was a real transaction I did. The Shukels are kindly asking for a quick response from the seller. They're extremely well qualified in using my preferred lender, Michelle Icona with Legacy Mutual. I look forward to working with you. Please confirm receipt. And then I follow up with a CC. Hey, or a text message. I just sent you an email. This from the buyer agent is how I present my offers to the listing agent. Love letter or not a love letter? The National Association of Realtors have gone back and forth, and so have state regulatory bodies like Oregon and California, who initially said that they can't have a love letter, and then it was stricken and they said they can. It is the buyer's right to be able to write a letter to the seller, but if in that letter they've mentioned their family and all of this in trying to get their offer accepted, you could have a fair housing situation if in a multiple offer situation that the reason that the seller picked up buyer two was because of the family and the whole situation that they painted a picture of. Most love letters contain fair housing violations, and that is something that we as agents need to stay away from. Photos of the family can be twisted later into a fair housing violation for race, sexual orientation, for sex, or for however somebody feels harmed. So buyer cover letters that talk about how much they are looking forward to raising their family or references family is a fair housing violation, most likely, and someone could feel harmed. Buyer cover letters are usually emotionally based, they are dangerous, and agents that deliver them are now a party to them as well. So HUD has asked the practice of love letters to stop, but the state regulatory bodies have not caught up with them. So I just want you to be prepared that if you get one, that you should speak to Mr. Potter about it ahead of time. From the seller side, attracting multiple offers is the goal. We've already talked about our properly preparing the home for market, properly pricing it, properly marketing, getting the best collateral that money can buy, going through our grand open house weekend time to gain as much momentum so that we can hit the grand open house weekend with as much momentum as possible. And then you were there at the open house and you are ready to receive them. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. What do you think? What are you looking for? How'd you find the house? All of that, which you guys are now experts at from beginning to end. You're sitting on a whole new foundation now. You were trying to manufacture this whole thing. And now here, as the listing agent, it's all come to pass. You're in the open house weekend and an offer comes in. Hey, Mr. Seller, guess what? We got the offer and we're so excited. An hour later, someone calls. Hey, are you having offers in the property? Okay. Well, I haven't spoken to my client regarding the disclosure of multiple offer situation, but I can tell you that they would be really excited to get one. Okay. Well, we're going to send an offer. Awesome. Mr. Seller, I just spoke to somebody else. We have another offer coming in. Hey, I'm getting questions about whether or not I can disclose the fact that we're in a multiple offer situation. I sent both offers to you. One is at 203, one is 210. Are you granting me authorization to disclose that you're in a multiple offer situation? Yes. Good. Thank you. I need it. Buyers are not in the market to hire an agent. They're in the market to buy a home. Those buyers out there, you very well could be some of those coming from you and your office. So if I When the offer comes in, the seller is looking for a net sheet now. They want to know, okay, what does this really mean? Based on this number, what is my net? So you're trying to get a net sheet from the title company. You're doing the side by side like this as the offers come in. So if you've got two offers, three offers, four offers, five offers, or just one offer, you're going to do the net sheet here and you're going to give them the information so they can see the high level details in the attachment. There's going to be the attachment and then you're going to walk them through it. And their question is always going to be, how much am I going to walk away with? So here's an email from me to the title company where I have attached a copy of the contract and I am sending this to the title company. Here's the sales price, seller paid title, seller paid home warranty, seller contribution towards closing costs, HOA resale certificate, settlement date June 22nd, and my commission. And I want them to prepare a closing disclosure preliminary and so that I can give it to my client and say, here's going to be your net, even though I have already kind of given them some framework and what I think their net's going to be. I want down to the penny. So it's time to present the offers. Craft your final set of offers to look like this. Put all your documents for each offer in their own zip file. You should not have documents just floating out there in an email. I always like to create a zip file and put all the documents in one because likely if you're in a multiple offer situation, then you've got one email over here and one email over here and maybe a third because you got three offers and each one of them has six documents. And if you take all of those documents and throw them into one email, now you have 20 documents all regarding different transactions and it's going to turn into a mess. So I will create a PDF offer one and put all of the documents in one. I will create offer number two, put all the documents in there. And when I say offer one and two, I actually call the side by side offer one, offer two, offer three. And the PDF says offer one, offer two, offer three. And they have the name of the agent and the brokerage so that they can correlate those two and have the terms here. And then they can go through it. That's the way that I like to make sense of it all for the client. Email the side by side inside the body so they can see it. Explain to the seller the pros and cons of each offer and walk them through it, and then send it to them and then call them on the phone and let them know where they are. Here's what that looks like. Here's three attachments for offer one, offer two, offer three, and here's the information. And then you shoot it off to the client so they have a copy of it. Now you're going to need to talk with the lender of each one. You're going to call the lender and here's the questions you're going to ask them. Is the buyer qualified? Are they well qualified? Does the lender have automated approval or they're doing a manual underwrite? That's going to tell you a lot about the qualification letter of the buyer. Is the down payment sourced in liquid funds and available? Is any part of the down payment being gifted from a third party? Are there qualifying income coming from bonuses or something like that? And they'll answer this and they'll know why you're answering this because they want to know if the DTI is squished or not. And have you verified income and assets? And is the amount of the pre-qual their cap or do they have room? These are the questions I recommend that you ask a lender and track the answers and share the answers with the seller. On the appraiser side of things, if you're going to meet the appraiser at the property, should have gotten approval from the client. So at the time the appraisal comes in, you're going to give them a copy of your business card, a list of upgrades that's in the property, a list of all the relevant comps that's in the property, proof of multiple offer situation, list price to sold price ratio for the comps, and the rest. Now, one thing that I think that's really, really, really helpful in the multiple offer situation is how you go about it. And this email is how you go about it. And this is the thing that's going to make life easier for you as an agent is how you respond to the three offers to the agents. And this is the last 1 minute of class. To whom it may concern. And I'm going to email it to myself and I'm going to BCC, blind carbon copy, every one of the three agents. Here's a scenario where I had like 14 offers, but this is a fusion one. So I'm blind carbon copying the agents. The reason why is because when I just CC'd them before so they could see each other's email address, one of them replied all, and now there's a huge group conversation happening, and you do not want that ever. So a BCC means if they reply, it's only going to go to you. So what I've done here is I'm sending one email to all three of them. I'm blind carbon copying the three buyer agents, and I'm putting notice multiple offer situation with the address. And I put in notice to whom it may concern or thank you. Samuel and Kelsey have asked me to thank you all for your hard work and time in showing their home. You're going to have empathy that they're going to be bummed to know they're in a multiple offer situation. So you're going to thank them for their time. This is a really important step because you're not posturing. They've really enjoyed the property and have a lot of amazing memories in this home and hope that you are, and they're grateful that you love the home too. I've used this one for years. Now, we have received three offers, and I put the name of the agent and the brokerage in bullet points under here. So Carol knows that she's up against Jarrett and Renesa and vice versa. They all know who they're up against. And if they want to pick up the phone and call each other, they can. But this immediately puts to bed the buyer's concern of whether or not we're really in a multiple offer situation. Now I'm giving them a multiple offer deadline and I'm telling them what we're asking is final and best by 5 p.m. today. So this one went out at 1 o'clock. So we're asking them by the end of day to give us your final and best and that they're going to make their decision later this evening. Thank you for your time and I look forward to working with you. If you handle your multiple offer situations like this, it's going to have a much better outcome because when they do finally submit their final and best, they're going to meaningfully bid in a way that is going to get the seller the highest net. And the buyers are not going to have objection. And if they have an objection, they're not going to bid as meaningfully as they would had they not had that objection in their head. Buyer's walkthrough and confirmation acceptance form. Please use this form on every transaction where you check off that the buyer toured the property and that they chose to get an inspection. Your final walkthrough at the end of the transaction, remember this is contract to close, please meet the appraiser. You're going to give the appraiser these documents. When you do your final walkthrough, please make sure you use this document and put it in your room. And your closing binder, here's a closing binder that you should have everything in your compliance pro tips. I always have a binder that I create for my clients and I bring it to closing and I give it to them. And at the very beginning is a copy of the closing disclosure. So here's a cover sheet that I made for them. And you open it up, and inside I have a keychain and a Realty Texas pen. I put a blank, or I put a copy, a loose copy on the left hand side, always of the closing disclosure. And then I 3-hole punch everything, all the documents for their entire transaction. Their their closing disclosure, a copy of the floor plan, a copy of the survey, a copy of the contract, a copy of all of the addenda, all of the amendments, and then a copy of the appraisal, a copy of the seller's disclosure, a copy of every document that I have, and I put in a little binder, and everything is here. And it's like it's their whole house binder. And at the back of it, I have copies, extra copies of their survey. So then they keep this binder and they keep the binder forever and ever and ever because it's all of the documents for the entire transaction. And every time I bring this to closing, I always get the same thing from the title company. Oh my God, I love that. That's so cool. I've never seen an agent do that before. And in the back, they have extra copies of the survey. And I give it to them. And my business cards, I put 10 of them in the front cover. And it's not my closing present, but it's like, here's my file. Everything I have done for you is right here. And I hand it to them. And they love it. And it's kind of like passing it on to them in a very weird way. And it kind of feels like that, like, okay, here is the file and here's all the documents I've been carrying for you. And now they're all yours. And congratulations on your closing. And they love that binder. All right. I know today was a long day. We talked about a lot of topics, but today was really about understanding third-party financing, making sure that you can navigate that financing, navigating a multiple offer situation, and good best practices in talking with the lender, best practices in talking with the appraiser, and working with the agents in a productive way to work out scenarios when they don't appraise. So thank you everyone for an amazing day. I really appreciate all of your efforts. Tomorrow, Thursday, we all know what that's about. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Deep breath, do a little bit of yoga, show up ready, and hopefully, um, well, I know you're all going to show up and you're going to do a great job, and we're going to celebrate you. And tomorrow is a celebration. There's going to be a red carpet, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And tomorrow is about celebrating you. Every single one of your classmates that you've built this incredible relationship with up to today, the relationships that you've created inside this mega are going to last forever. And everyone is rooting for you. Everyone wants to see you succeed. Nobody wants to see you fail. If you get nervous and you have to start over, no one's going to fault you for it. Everyone's going to be there 100% to support you. This is the way it's always been. Every single time I am so humbled to see how the Realty Texas agents support the person standing in front of the class and makes them want to feel comfortable and makes them want to feel welcome, because this is your time to stand up in the world and tell them why you should get hired. And I want you to be proud of that and walk away and proud of that moment that you invested in yourself. I'm going to stick around and answer a few questions. I know two of you had questions from earlier that I promised that I would stick around. So I'm going to stick around. I'm sure Lisa has a few things, so I'm going to turn it over to her. And then Lisa is going to finish up. And as soon as she's done, I'm going to pick it back up again and answer your questions. Lisa?
Yes, so tomorrow, just to be clear, most of you are coming in person. So if you can't come, let me know as soon as possible. And we already talked about how you will be presenting then if you're not here in person. And so there's a few of you, and I will just reach out to you again this evening to make sure. So tomorrow, UVP starts sharply at noon. Please do not be late, because we need each and every one of you here. We don't want you to feel rushed. That's not going to help. Remember, don't drink too much coffee and don't make yourself nervous beforehand. And then also, when you come, there will be a sign-in sheet. Very important that we know. And then I'll check with you that are not here in person about the class for Friday. We have to have a set head count. And because we need to have teams of 2, it has to be that way. So we can't have somebody come in and not be committed to stay for the whole class. The last thing is that all your homework has to be in by midnight tonight. So all your past homework, because there's no other homework coming for class 11 or class 12. So hopefully you got that. If you're not sure, just Teams me and I will communicate with you. I was communicating with some of you until, I don't know, 10 o'clock or so last night. So I'm here for you. This is the big push. Like Jack said, I know you guys are doing great. Some of you were amazed to know how many points you got. I'm very proud of Sharon. Thank you for doing your code of ethics. I had to tell her she couldn't do it, so she could, because like her mom did, and she did it. So here we go. If you have any questions, reach out, and that's all I have. Till tomorrow.
Lisa,
Thank
I
you,
sent
Lisa.
you a text message.
A text or a Teams?
A text.
Okay, I will find it. Really? Okay.
I have my grandson tomorrow, and unfortunately, I would have to take him, but you can just answer that separate.
I don't have a text from you, so anyway, you can do that
I'll
again.
let you two take that offline.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jeanette. All right, Rio, you're the first one with your hand up. Are you? Oh, there
I'm
you are.
good. I apologize.
No problem.
I know there's a lot of folks that are mega in the mega class itself. I'm just a casual observer. This particular class, I subscribe for the CE part. But what time does this all start? I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the schedule.
Tomorrow.
So Monday, oh, are you talking about the unique value proposition that you just heard about?
No, I was looking for the mega portion of it.
Okay. So Mega is a month-long academy. It is a total of 12 modules, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for a month. It started on the first of this month. You are currently in Mega Module 11, which is the 11th class. And so we've had 11 classes before this. Friday is our last class, which is our negotiation class. So the entire academy builds on each other. It starts with the mindset and then building referral-based business and then relentless prospecting, and it goes through an entire academy. Each one of these classes are recorded, they're put on YouTube, and emails are sent out to the group so they can go back and watch the videos if they've lost anything. The next academy is going to be January, where we start over with Mega 19. We'll have a whole new class. Usually January we have usually 20 twice as many participants in the January class, and a lot of people retaking it to help fill their pipelines in the beginning of the year and set their year off right. But Tuesdays and Thursdays are mega minis with Lisa, memorization of our contracts, memorizing the 23 contract paragraphs, the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics, learning your value proposition, getting your mission statement together, doing your goal board, and practice and labs, doing your business planning and getting your business plan set for the year. All of those things are happening in Mega Mini, and outside of Mega Mini in the lecture labs where I am, we're going through the basic general concepts of prospecting, closing, and processing, convert, closing, and following up, which are the four hats that real estate agents make, and really to understand that they need to, for every hour of administrative tasks, they should have 3 hours of prospecting, and teaching them the scripts and how to prospect, how important their database is, getting a database together and calling their people, where their next referral should come from is somebody they already know, scripts for calling leads who just registered versus scripts calling the people you already know. It's a lot. It's 84 hours, a lot. But that's Mega in a nutshell.
That was a great nutshell. I wanted to know tomorrow is tomorrow the cap class, or is it the final? What time everyone's going to show up so I can be
So
there early?
tomorrow is Mega Mini. It's from 12 to 1:30. It's probably going to go a couple of hours longer than that, but it starts at noon, and it is in person or on Zoom, and it's where our Mega students are going to stand up in front of the class and tell the world why they should hire you, why they should get hired.
Gotcha.
So it's their unique value proposition statement. So they've spent the last month preparing for that, and it's tomorrow at noon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yep. Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I have some contract questions for you. Okay.
Good. Bring them.
Okay. So for the first time, I'm getting some clarity on paragraph 6.
Oh, I
I
love it.
want to really get it
Are you on 6D? Is that where we're headed on 6 or where on 6?
6A.
Okay.
Yep. So in my words, so it resonates in my head, when 8.2 is checked,
Yep. Survey endorsement.
gives you everything, but nothing will ever give shortages in area.
That's right.
It
Shortage in area is always excluded.
that is never on the table.
It's
Okay.
never on the table.
And 1 is never checked when there is not a survey.
You know, if there is no survey, then we 2 cannot be checked if there is no survey because
Right.
we can't the title company can't look at a document to see that there's overlapping improvements or fence lines not in corresponding with the property boundaries or discrepancies or any of those things.
Right. Yeah, I said that backwards. Okay. And that, what is that word? Not exclusion. What is that word that's used to describe that? Not amendment, endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Survey
what,
endorsement.
okay.
An endorsement is basically a addition to an additional endorsement, which is every single policy type is an endorsement. So they continue having, if you got flood insurance would be an additional endorsement. Wind storm damage would be an additional endorsement. Survey coverage, additional endorsement. Yes.
Okay. That it finally is clicking. Thank you. And I've been to a lot of classes on it, so it was just my brain. Then on the survey, I wanted to clarify something. So, and I could have completely misunderstood it. For title, the title policy to cover, say I just bought, I'm going to put it in personal terms. I just bought this land. I have the title commitment, but the survey was in the previous owner's name that they had done 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was acceptable to title.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't do I or do I not have coverage on that survey without it being in my name?
So that survey is a contract between the surveyor and the buyer of the survey, not the holder of the survey. So as much as the other buyer might disappear or but they have a legal requirement to if there's an E&O issue, if there's a if they have a payout for an E&O insurance failure on the surveyor because the surveyor made a mistake, the surveyor legally cannot pay you. You were never his client.
Okay. But for purposes of the title policy,
It's only going to kick in if 2 is selected. There's an additional endorsement. So now the title policy is insuring it, and the title policy is going to kick in and pay out a claim for the survey.
even if it is not in my name.
Even it has nothing to do with the survey anymore. It's not the air and emissions insurance. You have a different insurance policy covering it. The title policy insurance is covering it. Because if you have this right here selected, then the only recourse is to sue the surveyor and get a payout of the E&O insurance for the surveyor. And if the surveyor is dead and the company's gone, there is no e-insurance. You have nothing. And even if you do get a payout, they have to pay the person who bought it, which is not you. So you have an old survey, you check off this. So at least now you can go to the title policy and say, hey, I have, this issue, and you guys said you would protect me over unknown issues, and this issue is now no longer unknown. It happened, but we didn't know about it, and you didn't tell me about it. So now I'm harmed by this amount, or I have to sue someone to get their barn off my property, or the property line is right in the middle of my house, and now we have to move everything, and it's going to cost $1 million. And the title company's like, yep, we're going to take care of you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. And then hold on, I have another page dog-eared, I think. Yep. Thank you for going over these with me. On 13 prorations.
Yep.
And again, I might have misunderstood, but buyers shall pay taxes for the current year. So that is, they will pay taxes for the current year.
Next year. Yeah.
Okay.
What they're saying is that the current year, the buyer's going to pay the whole year. The buyer's not going to pay prorated taxes. The buyer's going to pay the whole year. The seller is going to give the buyer a credit for the time that they lived in it. So now the buyer has pulled together the money for the time they lived in the property and take the money that the seller gave them as a credit, and then the buyer's going to put all that together and they're going to be responsible for paying for the whole year.
Yep. Okay.
And that happens next year when the taxes are due.
Yes. Okay.
Unless the lender requires prepays and they have an escrow account, and the lender says, I want 6 months of prepaids, and the credit comes from the seller to the buyer, and then the lender takes it through prepaids, which could be. So if there is no escrow account, then the buyer is going to pay it. If there is an escrow account, then it's going to get thrown into the escrow account. Buyer's still paying it. It's just going to get paid for through the lender.
Okay. And then final question. You said today that a non-realty amendment or addendum should never come after the contract is fully signed.
I didn't say that. I said that a non-realty addendum should always be attached to the contract. It should never be signed and not be part of the contract, ever.
Should not be part of the Okay, so yeah, because it can come after the contract signed.
It can be, but it has to be tied to the contract through paragraph 22 agreements of parties.
Okay, so let me ask you about this situation where we were already signed 2 weeks into it, a non-realty addendum became part of it.
The only way that it can become part of it is if on an amendment, you tell the amendment that you are attaching it to paragraph 22.
Got it.
Your amendment and special provisions would have to say, uh, herein attached non-realty addendum attached to paragraph 22 of the contract to be made part of the contract.
Okay. Yeah, it was a weird situation where no, they were going to end up leaving some appliances.
So let me tell you why.
Okay.
If you have a non-realty addendum that everyone agreed to, and it says for $50 that the buyer is going to sell the refrigerator or the seller's going to sell the refrigerator to the buyer for $50, that's a bill of sale. That's not tied to the contract. And if it's not tied to the contract, the seller has agreed to sell them for $50, whether or not the house closes or not. And if it's $0 and they come back later and say, give me the free refrigerator you promised me, and now the transaction falls apart and your buyer is owed a refrigerator.
Got it. Yeah, no, I had never thought of that.
So this is a separate personal services. This is a bill of sale. And if it's not tied to the contract, it is freestanding. And that is a terrifying thought.
Right. Right. I mean, it's so rare. Okay. Perfect. Thank you for the backstory on that. Okay, I'm all done. I'm going to listen to Amrit's questions.
Amrit has questions.
Of course, always. No question. I actually had a comment. Two things. So when I'm actually talking to people in that scenario that you and I were discussing, I 100% would have gone and explained that family situation before anything else. And it came back. I saw the Deepak Chopra video yesterday about negotiation, and I
Yeah.
was trying to appease the authority figure in front of me, and I kicked myself for it. I was like, that was not the point. I was not supposed to do that. So those like two epiphanies back to back at the same time. And Mario, I apologize. I may have gotten confused. I think you were the one supposed to take charge, but I'm in overdrive, man. So if I overstep, my apologies.
It doesn't matter if you overstep because I actually learned from you. So even if it was me, you would have been learning something from me also. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I love having you in class, Emmerich. I love watching your growth, and thank you for taking all of this seriously and showing up and participating and doing the homework. You have made your broker proud.
Thank you. Thank you. I cannot tell you how grateful I am to have taken the time to be in Mega. It's transformed so many things for me. It's incredible.
That's why we do it.
Yeah. See you all tomorrow. Good
All right.
night.
Rio, did you have any questions, or are you done for the day too?
Before Amrit gets off, oh darn it, he's off. I was gonna tease him because he brought his wife here and he said, well, I'm just gonna have my wife come here and I'm gonna stay where I am. And literally I met them here then a week later on a Saturday because she was convincing him. No regrets.
They're awesome, both of them.
Yeah, they are.
Thank you all so much. Have a great evening.
You too. And I'm just here, just learning and listening. So thank you for your time and thank you for your energy. Appreciate it. Both
Thank
of
you,
you.
Ria. Appreciate it.
Thank you.